sloppy.
Descent to madness. Come and save us. Catch us before we burn.
Hello? Hello, gamers? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm not quite ready. I should be, but I'm not. Forgive me. Forgive me. Hang on. I have to data center hop as well. Hang on. Hang on, hang on. Bro, I hate drinking pop. I hate drinking pop. Sorry, I had a burp. I had a burp and I didn't want to go live and just like immediately burp. So that's why it took me a second. Hi guys, how you doing? I hate pop. I like the taste of pop, but I hate the carbonation of it. Hello game, where are you? There you are. I hate carbonation. It's a pain. It's a pain. Pop? Shit. Soda? What do y'all call it? Soda pop? What else do they call it? I don't remember. Hi, you guys. Hi, Linny. Hi, Coco. Hi, Derek. How you guys doing? Ike. Hi, Serena. Trance. Jacob. Shira. How you guys doing? Ree. Hi. Coke. Terry. No, Terry Lynn. Hang on. Stop. Terry Lynn. You are not one of those humans. No, you're not one of those humans that call all pop Coke. No, that is pure degeneracy. It is pop. I will also accept soda. It's not all Coke. Unless you only drink Coke, in which case, okay, fine. Gotta drop some booze in there to cut down the carbonation. Honestly, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, especially if it's an MSQ day. But I also feel like I should definitely be sober going into MSQ. But I also feel like I need a drink going into Endwalker. We're not there yet, of course, but why is this flashing? You have a new letter. Return to your home world. Well, rest in peace. That's just gonna be flashing there forever. I'm sorry to draw attention to it because it's gonna be there the whole day because I'm not going to my home center today. So just acknowledge it, look at it, acknowledge that it's there, and we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on. Try to pretend it's not. Maybe like scroll your browser a little bit to cut off the very top area of the screen. Your really old teacher used to call it soda pop. Well, that's good. It's a Canadian thing, right? It's Canadian to call it pop. Do I like flat pop? Kinda. Don't judge me. I like flat pop and cold food. I'm weird. I don't like eating hot food because it always burns my mouth, and then I don't enjoy it. So I'd rather eat it cold. Wouldn't have noticed if you didn't point it out. Well, I noticed it, so now you must suffer as well. Where do we go? Strangers in a Strange Land. I'm jumping right into Ninja Quests because I know this will take me a while. As we're slowly grouping for Nier, I want to be done with Ninja. Oh. Imagine being drunk in Nier as a healer. It'd be over. Actually, you know what, Riri? I didn't find the Nier raids that hard. The hardest part was having chat trying to murder me every 2 seconds in the Nier raids, trying to rescue me into things. That was the hardest part of Nier. You're still not done? We have done everything up to the last raid. So like I have it unlocked, right? Wait, can we just confirm that really quickly before I go off spouting bullshit? What are they listed under? They're not under raids? Hello? Hello, am I stupid? Is it Stormblood? Hello? It was right there on screen, Terra. Are you? Where? Oh. I need to commission the Terra blind emote like 3 weeks ago because the number of shit that my brain just skims right over is too much. Is too much. Also, Ray, did I do the thing for you yet? I don't remember if I did it in here. If I didn't, I'm just gonna quickly, there we go. There we go, it's already done. Okay, good, cool, awesome. Oh. You need to hit just the right amount of buzz to reach peak performance. Why do they call it oven when you in the cold? What? Why do they call it oven when you in the cold food of eat. I hate this. Ray, who hurt you? Is this a sentence that makes sense to other people? Why do they call it oven when you in the cold food out hot? I can't understand. How much Ninja Quest? I've done up to level 50, Ignis. So we have like 60 to 69. Nice, by the way. Rip Twitch. Is it scuffed again? Because I don't see none of y'all badges. It looks like it's a little bit scuffed. Once you're done with Ninja Quest, I'll invite you to party and then open the gates. Hell yeah. Trance, I'm not okay. You refreshed and you're okay? Well, sadly, I cannot do that. So rest in peace. That's what you get for talking about new raids. I wanted to circle back on the being drunk for content. There was a time when I played FromSoft games and I drank on death. And there's a term. What is it called again? I want to say it's called the Balmer's Peak, but it's when you become a certain level of blood alcohol. I swear to God, you get better at things. I swear to God, it's a real thing. Circle back to being Twitch explodes. Wait. Wait, is Twitch actually dead? Okay, it's back now. Started talking about near then everything went black. Even on other channels, it seems. Hello? Hello, Twitch? Hang on, I need to see this for myself. Twitch? Hold on. Hold. Twitch, are you okay? Twitch machine broke. You're alive. Twitch is dying. Holy shit, it's actually dead again. Holy shit, it's actually dead again. My followers list is gone. All the live streams are gone. Would I like Choo Choo Charles? You know what? That's it. I'm done streaming. I'm just gonna watch somebody else stream, if it's even gonna work. Oh my God, it's dead. Oh Lord, I don't even know if y'all can hear me. This is not looking great. This is not looking great. This is a very concerning start. This is a very concerning start to the stream. Peeps, Twitch is dying, don't leave! Norvax. Keep having to reload the stream, oh my God! Network error, please try again later. Anyway, I posted the source of the oven meme in the Jokes and Memes channel. Okay, well, I might as well go look at that. I don't even know who can hear me right now. Jokes and Memes.
You're my superstar.
I'm just gonna put this on the screen. Lav! How did you even get that through with broken Twitch? We're just gonna, this is just what we're gonna chill until everything's better. This, we're just gonna have this. Lab, thank you for the 18 months. I love you so much. Terry Lynn, it's working for you? At least you know it's not just your internet. Yeah, it seems like, God, literally the minute I go live, I was watching streams all morning and it was fine. And then the minute I go live, it's like, whoops, all dead. By the way, can I say I love how I hear one word, stream dies, then you get a 14-second delay. Holy shit. Oh man. Well, maybe I can just go watch YouTube. What could I watch on YouTube? Oh, I could react to Soken. I could react to the Soken thing and you guys could miss all of it. If I leave, it'll get worse, so I will stay here stubbornly. Oh, it's busted as fuck, dude. Twitch is dying repeatedly. Well, Terra, his other streams seem okay. Wait, other streams are working? This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit right here. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I don't even know how you got that follow through with everything that's going on. You see me, you hear me. The only weird thing is missing badges on some people. Bro, it's so cursed. Bro, what do we want to watch? I feel like I don't want to do any content while Twitch is doing a thing. What's a good YouTube video? What should we react Andy to? Surprise, it's a react Andy stream. Oh, aren't there like really good 14? Like, who's that creator? Pint? P-I-N-T? Terry, you look so comfy. Thank you. Thank you. What? Shira! Wait, Shira! You're subscribed. I know this for a fact. But Stream Elements thinks you aren't for some reason, so it timed you out. It timed you out because you don't have the badge? What the fuck? Well, share it in the Discord. Share it in the Discord. Shira, I'm sorry you got bopped. Yeah, no sub badges right now. So my bots think you guys straight up aren't subscribed. I crung, dude. I crung. Also, Norvax, I just want to stop and say, I don't think I've seen you in forever. Hi, I love you. I hope your life has been good. I hope everything has been good with you. I assume you've been extremely busy. Last time I remember you talking, you had like a bunch on your plate. So I love you. Mwah. Good to see you. Twitch is just dead for you. Can't see or hear Terra, can only see chat. Well, fuck. You can see chat, but no video. All right, so Just an Alright Gamer and Jolly Wally need to combine and they'll have the full Twitch experience. Med school consumes you. I know, Norvax, I love you. I hope it's been good. We have another med student in the community. They pop in for 30 minutes. They're like, hello, I love you. Goodbye. I need to go get 3 hours of sleep. Twitch keeps saying access denied every so often. Huh. I can see you in here, Terra, but another stream that's on your TV keeps dropping out. Twitch! Twitch! Twitch, please! I need this. A Facebook.com link, Shira? Hang on, let me see this Facebook.com link. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, Castlevania? You know what? I don't know who can watch me. I'm just gonna watch this anyways. Why is this a Facebook link? Is Facebook gaming still a thing? I'm confusion. I don't even know what's happening. Oh, some of the badges are back. Wait, hi badges. Wait, they're coming back. They're coming back. All right, let's see whatever the hell this is. Hang on, let me go mute my game real quick. Game, quiet over here. Be silent, video game. Be silent. We're gonna watch a thing. I don't know what this is. Some Castlevania. I just want to watch anything at this time. I don't have my sub badge. Norvax. Norvax, honestly, if you subscribed, I would be mad. Especially knowing that you're a med student. I would be hangry. I would be very upset with you. It's like, thankfully, my other med student uses their Twitch Prime. So it's like, okay, I already know that you have your Amazon Prime subscription regardless. It's very hit or miss. Jolly typed a message, had their badges, and then immediately the next message, badge is gone. I'm free from hell of broke-ass Amazon products. Let's go, Izagi. We're not free of broke-ass Twitch, though. It's having a struggle. Well, we're gonna watch this. I don't know who can see me, who can hear me. We're just gonna see what the hell this is. It's loud.
In this world. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food of out hot eat the food? The oven he eat good when out of the cold. Oven heat food hot eat.
I hate this.
Oven of in the cold. Food out of hot eat food.
I hate this.
What oven if not hot eat food cold they eat?
I hate this.
Hot food eat. Oven hot food cold eat. What?
Sure, I hate this. How have I never heard this meme before? It seems like a bit of a recurring one that I've never heard before. It reminds me very much of the oh shit, what is it? It's the has anyone ever had the want look more like thing? I hate that one. It's the same vibes. Also, Terry Lynn gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Norman. 3 months of it. Terry Lynn, thank you. That's so sweet. My heart, dude. Want to do look more like? Exactly, Rando. Okay, are we good? I'm seeing a lot of badges. I'm seeing a lot of badges. Can I play the game? Is it okay if I play the game now? Is Twitch okay? Lamb. Dude, I see Lamb in like so many other chats because naturally my emotional vampire self has been roaming the Final Fantasy category and like picking up on like really good beans, and Lamb is in every single one that I'm in, and it's so funny. Twitch is not okay. Is Twitch okay now? Emotional vampire high five. Ha! Still not getting stream on PC. Twitch is alive! PD, we live! I have a link if you want to watch it until it's... Yes, I do. I do want to watch it. Give me some React Dandy shit, because I'm still scared. Put it in Discord, in any of the channels. I'll find it. Because your sub badge might disappear, and then it'll bop you. Oh, no, you did it anyways, and it didn't get you. Okay, good. Oh, a crap guide to Final Fantasy. Joe Cat. Joe Cat. I've told you guys before, I love Joe Cat from his Monhun series. I don't know if I've watched any of his... I don't know if I've watched really any of his Final Fantasy stuff. Whoop. Okay, let's close out some of these. I'm like collecting tabs right now, and it's bad. We need to get rid of some of these tabs. Joe Cat's Final Fantasy stuff is golden. His Monster Hunter stuff was golden. His 14 stuff is fantastic. Okay, I don't doubt it. Let's react Andy. Let's react Andy. Let's do it, because I'm still scared of Twitch. I don't know what it's on. I don't know. Twitch, go home, you're drunk. I'm just trying to live my life over here. Okay. Boop. Oh. Ooh, he has 4 of them? Maybe we won't watch all 4 right now, but we'll watch one. 1 or 2 of those have spoiler. Oh, this is tank. Does the tank one have spoiler? Some of them have spoilers. Does the tank one do? Because anyone skim and know if I'm safe? Do. Why does mobile faster than PC now? What? Wait, mobile Twitch working better than PC Twitch? What is this? Zepla just cleared DSR? Let's fucking go, Zepla! Let's fucking go! That's so fucking hype. Can't wait for that to be me one day. One day I'll get my clear. I promise. Tank is fine. Tank has spoilers? Healer has spoilers. Oh boy. Oh boy. So is this one not safe? Are any of them safe? Randomly tabbed in, saw the clear. That's awesome. Boom, 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 boom. Tank doesn't have spoilers. It was made in Shadowbringers. Schrodinger spoilers. You won't know unless you observe. Depends on what you call spoilers, to be honest. Well, I don't consider raid content spoilers for me. Because, like, every creator is doing DSR, every creator is doing Pandemonium. So if I'm in there, also I have no frame of reference. And DSR isn't really, like, DSR is just Dragon Song. So that's not spoilers to me. And Pandemonium, I have no frame of reference for what the bosses even are. So for me, Pandemonium isn't spoilers either. You'll double check healer then? Okay. Tank should be good. It was made before Endwalker. Okay, good. We're good then. It's only 3 minutes too. How much could be spoiled in 4 minutes, really? A fucking lot if you're scrolling Twitter. A fucking lot if you're scrolling Twitter, okay? So the reason my Twitter is kind of dead right now. I'm scared of Twitter. I'm scared of it. Now let's mention healer does have minor spoiler for Endwalker trailer. Oh, okay. So we'll wait. We'll wait on the end, or we'll wait on healer until we're in Endwalker. Also, somebody told me once, and I need y'all to confirm, somebody told me I shouldn't watch the Endwalker trailer until I'm partway through Endwalker because it has spoilers. How much can be spoiled in 4 minutes? Potentially famous last words. No, that's dumb. Okay, because why would it be a trailer? Yeah, why would it be a trailer if it had spoilers? I'm gonna watch that shit. The minute we're stepping into Endwalker, I'm gonna watch that shit, okay? I literally cannot. Literally just finished watching your 5.0 reaction, and who should pop on my Twitch recommended? Yo, Twitch doing work after it had a heart attack. Lord Sethran, welcome in. Twitch was literally just having a whole ass heart attack and was dying, but I think we're okay now, hopefully. If you need React content, we could finally watch the fan fest. Actually, that was the plan for today. Do we want to react Andy a little bit before? We'll watch the FanFest video with Soken and fucking Ball. We could react Andy. We could have a react Andy moment. I feel like that's not right. Even Shadowbringers trailer has spoilers. Correct, Tim. We'll watch the Endwalker when we're entering Endwalker then. Tank spoilers at 124, just a trash mob. Oh. And the 5.4 dungeon, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine, Ray. That's totally fine. Thank you for checking, Ray. Love you. Mwah. You're doing fantastic. Trailers always have spoilers. They show scenes that have relation to content in the X-Pack. Yeah, and it's to get you excited for it. They have to show new things to get you excited for it. In regards to the trailer, anything that can be spoilers is only spoiler if someone says it is a spoiler. True. This is the same for chat. Anyone new in the chat room? If you see a spoiler, leave it. We have 2 new mods. Izagi, Ray, hello, love you both. We have 2 new mods that will be there to catch a spoiler if I don't see it, but otherwise just ignore it. Because there's been some spoilers that flipped through my chat and I didn't notice it. And I had someone in my DMs being like, "Oh, so there was a spoiler or 2, eh?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know." I don't know. And they were like, "Yeah, so maybe look for some Final Fantasy mods." And I was like, "Okay." Hi Ray, hi Izagi, I see you both. Okay. Shall we? Let's do the thing. Oh.
What up, Warriors of
the loading circle of doom. I thought my internet died. We're in good quality. Yes, we are. Okay. That scared me. That scared me, dude. I thought my internet went. Even the launch trailer, which has gameplay cinematics, the things you see spoiled are marginal compared to what you don't see. Exactly, Blair. A lot of stuff can't be registered as spoilers if you don't have the context for it. Exactly, Lamb. So when somebody latches onto it being like, "That's a spoiler, sir," like adding somebody in chat, then it makes my brain latch onto it. So it's best just to, if it happens, God forbid, but if it does happen, just ignore it.
Fartness, I bet you don't have the slightest clue how to play this eyeball-melting anime game. Oh, sure, you probably know that you can beat up enemies by clicking on them until they die, but do you know how to find a static in your FC to help you prog ooh-woo? I bet you don't even know what any of those words mean. So
actually,
sit down,
I do.
Shut up, and eat your gissel greens, because I'm gonna teach you what thee mayhap not knoweth, thy noobliness. Welcome to A Crap Guide to Final Fantasy.
God, I love Joe Cat.
The tank is the person in the front lines of every group, leading the charge to inevitable party wipes, which is because you are the most important person in the party, having slap fights with the boss since everybody else is way too squishy to handle the puss-pounding patty cake. You'll never see Jimmy's soft boots eyeing up the cloud of darkness with his 2x4 and scriggly tree branch. But how hard can tanking be? Turn on your tank stance, do your 1-2-3 combo, and blame the healers when you die, right? That sounds like somebody who needs their short Q privileges revoked. Firstly, tank stance. You turn this on to start gaining enmity. What's enmity? It's where you shout at the bad guys, "Hey, hit me!" They'll be paying attention to you so long as you're dealing damage, so you better be dealing damage and not just having a staring contest. If you don't, then they're gonna start indiscriminately charging at the rest of the party like a dog in a movie theater. If you are the designated main tank, or in light parties the only tank, make sure this is on. If there is another tank in the party and you are the off tank, make sure this is off, unless there's some other bad guys you gotta pull. If you have conflicting stances with the other tank, they will chuck their shoulder pads at you. As a tank, you should make sure the bad guy's ass is facing the party as often as possible, as indicated by the bright glowing half-eaten donut underneath the target. This is so that if the bad guy sneezes, you're the only one getting down with the sickness. And also, if your party has anyone playing any jobs that particularly likes to clap them cheeks, you provided a bright shiny spanking space. On top of this, as a tank, you are by Heidelin's blessings horrible at dancing, which is why you should move as little as possible once you've got the enemy's attention. That way the party can continue to whap the wumpus without having to chase down the bad guy's glorious booty. Just as well, because you have control of where the baddies are, you control how useful everybody else is. So if somebody puts down a useful AoE, stop fucking running away from it. Now that you have the baddies' attention and are in a nice cozy poking position, you don't have to worry about anything else, right? Ah, that's what I thought you'd say, you dumb fucking horse. Believe it or not, when you die, it's not entirely the healer's fault, just mostly their fault. That little bit of responsibility you have is based on how well you can juggle mitigation. What's mitigation? It's the buttons that make the bad guy's slaps hurt less that you sometimes press once a subscription and never think about again. You ever wonder why you have several of those buttons that all seem like they do the same thing? Well, that's because you're supposed to space them out over the course of a fight so the healers don't have to sacrifice their entire mana pool and firstborn child to get your frail ass through the dungeon. Remember not to bust your tanking load all at once, or else you're gonna feel a lot of shame
oh
when
my
you're
god,
all
we
out
just
juice
did
and the
this,
boss
boss.
still wants to go about 4 more rounds. Every tank also has a press X to not die button that can be used to survive any devastating attacks, or if you're a really aggressive paladin who drew every enemy in a dungeon ever and don't want the healer to hire a hitman on you. As for what your limit break does, tanks are thicker than the average Disney mom, to the point your honky chonky donkey bahonky extends to the rest of the party, protecting them from damage up to a whopping 80% at LB3.
Oh,
The
I've
thing
never
is,
seen a
unless
bunch
you're a
of those.
high-end
That's so cool.
player, you'll probably be using tank LB as frequently as a good player rolls high on loot. Overall, you have 4 flavors to choose from: punk, grunge, metal, and Christian rock. There's warrior for big axes, big anger, big self-healing, and if you like to do fell cleaves again and again and again and again. If you prefer more brooding than cruding, the Dark Knight is great for doing your best guts impression. You get a huge ass sword, goopy black energy particle effects, and the literal best mitigation in the entire game, but it's balanced because they get the worst invulnerability button in the entire game. You press it and then it makes you die. Gunbreaker is called attack, but everybody knows it's just 3 DPS in a trench coat, as designated by the fact you get a fucking gun and your swings explode. But you have to be a hardcore gamer since it requires a lot of cartridges. And finally, the Paladin, who tries to pretend they're a healer and caster, but only when the other healers and casters are looking. But fuck all that, because the most important thing is that you get the motherfucking sword and shield, baby! Try getting behind this wall of holiness, bitch! Now you know how to play tank, you're welcome.
I don't feel like I learned much. Dude, Joe Cat, like, fuck. You barely have time to laugh at his joke because he's already telling another joke. Jokehead is so good. Jokehead is so good. I'm glad I have like a whole nother branch of his content to enjoy because I loved his Monster Hunter series. The Crab Guide to all the weapons were so good. Oh man, that was fantastic. Also, thank you for the follow in the middle of that. I appreciate you. If you want to see something freaking amazing, look up Saucy Noodles. Hang on. Like, Montero? Saucy Noodles Montero? Question mark? Jokehead is so great. Honestly, Liddy. This guy specifically taught me how to play tank. Jolly no. I think stream has stabilized enough for Soken FanFest. Let's go. If I just search Soken FanFest, is it gonna come up? How do I type FanFast? Is that it? FanFest? Oh. I'm gonna die. I don't know if I can watch this. I don't know if I saw like that. I saw that. I don't know if I can watch this. Oh, Jesus. Are we ready? Is this okay? Can we do this? Is it okay if I start my stream bawling? What's the content today? Ninja quests? That'll probably be okay. Maybe a little bit like melancholy. Maybe if that. Final near raids probably won't be that bad. Maybe we do Hildy. Maybe no MSQ today. Maybe we do Hildy MSQ tomorrow. Depending on how this goes. Oh, Jesus. Emotionally, no, we're not ready, but it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so cathartic. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna do it.
For all players. Yeah, no, it should be Yoshida-san's turn, but
Do we have subtitles?
Soken-san has one more thing to say.
Oh no, not the Japanese. Not the Japanese! Wait, not the Japanese! How do I help? Is there no English? Subtitles? It's a live translation. Well, shit. Please, a smidge of MSQ, beggar child eyes. Okay, listen, Serena, listen. I have to do Hildy at some point because I need missile. I need missile for my blue mage. There's a translator on stage? Okay, good. And he was just speaking English? I know, but... Okay, listen, oh god, okay, wait. I'm the fucker that has subtitles on when I'm watching, like, everything. I'm that bitch. Like, Spess and I watching Futurama, I have the subtitles on. Even though, like, I speak English and I understand English and it's loud enough for me to hear. Tara and I have audio processing disorder? Yeah. You have subs on everything too? Subtitles are fantastic, dude. I don't know. It's like my attention span's not good if I can't read it also. Oh, anime did that to you. Fair. It'll be fine. It's loud enough.
ちょっとこう皆さんが見てる前でちょっと私的なことをお伝えしなきゃいけなくてちょっと恐縮ですけども聞いてください。
All right. So I've asked for a few moments of your time today to talk about something about my personal life.
Oh, I'm scared.
何を言いに来たかというと、皆さんに感謝を伝えに来ました。
So first and foremost, I'm here today because I want to thank all of you.
去年のちょうど3月、プライマルズ豊洲ピットでやるぞって言ってた頃なんですけども。
So it was about last year in March, right before the Primals had planned to do a concert in Toyosu in Japan.
まあちょうどコロナが流行り始める頃だったんですけど、
And the coronavirus pandemic had just started to pick up.
非常に言いにくいんですけども、がんを患いました。
And I was diagnosed with cancer at that time.
で、皆さんには黙ってたんですけども、
And I didn't really tell anyone at that time.
実は、去年の10月頃までずっと病室にいました。
And so until about October of last year, I spent approximately 6 or 7 months in a hospital room.
Oh my god.
で、何が感謝かと言いますと、その時もですね、腐らずにこう、お前は腐らずにやれっていうことで、 社長と吉田直樹とこの上層部のメンバーが便宜を図ってくれまして、特別な体制を取ってくれました。
And so, thinking about how to use that time, I didn't want to just sit there and do nothing. And neither did Yoshida-san, and neither did our CEO. And so, they worked it out so we could have a special arrangement while I was in the hospital.
そして変わらず接してくれたサウンドスタッフがいて、なんとかがんを克服できるかなってことだったんですけども、
And I also had a lot of support from my sound team as well. And with that, I spent those months trying to fight this cancer.
やっぱ抗がん剤という薬は非常に強力な薬で、ちょっと精神が参ってしまう時が多々ありました。
The chemotherapy, as a lot of you know, was really tough for me, and mentally tough as well as physically tough.
ですが、パッチ 5.3 ちょうど出して 2DH がちょうど出た頃なんですけども、プレイヤーのみんながシャドーブリンガーズをプレイして感動したと言ってくれて、励みになってがんを克服することができました。
And so I was working there in the hospital room very hard for all those months. And finally, we were able to release 5.3, release the song To the Edge. And seeing the reactions of all of the players from around the world, it helped me conquer this cancer.
現在は、予後が良いということで、医者からほぼ寛解という形で、もうお前はステージに立ってこいと言われて、今日こんな感じで昨日今日とステージに立たせてもらいました。本当にこのステージに帰ってこれたのも、そこで後ろ向いてる吉田直樹と、それから昨日帰っちゃった社長と、それから多くの人事の偉いさんと、それからサウンドのスタッフが本当に協力してくれたおかげです。
And so I'm happy to say that I asked my doctor if I could go out, and he said yes, because the cancer, luckily, is in remission right now, almost in full remission. And that's why I'm able to stand here today, because of all the power I've got from everyone, from Yoshida Naoki, who supported me, from CEO and President Matsuda-san, who supported me, for all of those great people
Jesus, this
in
is
our
beautiful.
HR department that made it possible for me to continue working and get through this, and then return here in front of you.
そしてさっきも言ったように、プレイヤーの皆さんがプレイしてゲームをプレイして楽しかったよと、感動したよって言ってくれた言葉が一番心に響きました。なので
And we can't forget that it's you, the players, and all of your comments, and all of your love. That's what brought me back.
ゲームっていうエンターテインメントはこう人の心も救えるんだなっていうふうにすごく思いました。
And I realized through all of this that video games can really, heal you.
これからもいいゲームを作っていくように精進しますんで、皆さん楽しんでいってください。
And from here on out, I'm going to continue to give it my all to create great games for you guys.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
イエーイ。
Oh man.
はい、吉田さん、落ち着いたら吉田さんの順番です。よろしくお願いします。Okay, take your time, and then it's your time.
開発にも言わなかったですもんね。
開発迷惑かけちゃうかなと思って。
Yeah.
そう。
Soken didn't tell anyone, even in the the development team because he didn't want anyone to worry about him.
気にして開発が滞っちゃったら大事な時なのに嫌だから。
It was very important for the dev team, and he thought that if he told them that that would affect their performance, and he didn't want that to happen.
それで発注の曲数変えるなって言われた私の気持ちにもなってくださいよ。
So, I mean, now, I don't, I made you create so many songs while you were in the hospital, and now I feel really bad.
でも一言言わせて。それで仕事を腐らずに気を使わずに遠慮なくいつも通り発注してきてくれた14スタッフがいたからいつも通り俺は仕事をやれて日常に戻ってこれたんだ。
But it was because, I wasn't treated differently. Because you gave me the same amount of work, the same kind of orders that you always do. That made me feel like, it was nothing had changed, and that's what got me through this.
ソケンさんが病院にいて私たちが開発にいてソケンさんが細かいタイミングの汗できないからトゥードエッジの乾燥の間にあと1秒空白入れてとかちょっと多すぎたあとちょっと減らしてとかやってましたけどハマりましたね無事に。
But all that back and forth about to the edge about trimming things 1 second so it will fit better with the cutscenes, all of that we did with you, and you were in the hospital the whole time and we didn't know.
Demi, yeah. Making the music probably helped him so much.
まずはソケンお帰り。
Welcome back, Soken.
戻ってきました。ありがとうございます。本当に。
Thank you very much. I'm back.
迷ったんですよ。すごい迷ったんです。
It was a tough decision whether to talk about this or not.
でも、俺目標ねえとやっていけないから。
But, if I don't have something to do, if I don't have something, Soken said, if I don't have something to do, then I don't have anything to live for.
頼むから直樹さんだけ変わんないでくれって。
So, don't change anything.
一番辛いのソケンなのに。
It was the toughest for Soken. All of this.
開発にも言うなって。
Him telling us, not to tell the dev team.
でも闘病で痛快してても。
And even though he was in so much pain.
会いにも行ってやれないし。
And and because of the coronavirus pandemic, no one can go and see him.
なんでこんな頑張ってるやつに。
Why is he working so hard?
でも言うんだよ、ソケン。世界中でプレイヤー待っててくれるしって。
Soken told us it's because the players are waiting for it. The players want it. And that's why we have to do it.
それで良かったって言ってくれるのが俺がガンと戦う最大の薬だから。
And the best medicine to cure my cancer is, the cheers from the fans.
まあよくいろんなところで言ってますけど、僕10年ちょっと前か、まあこういうでかいキャプチャースタジオでもう一回 OT やり直すぞって300人ぐらいかなの開発の前に話をしたとき。
So more than a decade ago, when I took over this team, I gave a speech in front of the more than 300 dev team members that were on the team.
みんなそりゃそうだよね。みんなすごい複雑な顔してて。
And they all gave me very strange looks.
でもね、ソケンだけ、俺のマイク調整してたソケンだけ、2階のね、一番手すりの一番前に出てね、ガッツポーズして飛び上がってたんだよね。やってやるぞって。
But then, while all of the other dev teams are kind of sitting there going, what's going on? What's going to happen with this new director? It was Soken that came up in front, pumped his fist and said, let's do this.
よかった、戻って。で、絶対にプライマルズのステージやるんだって。でも、コロナでファンフェスは中止になってきし、ライブもやらせてやれないし。
And then we got back and, we were going to have another Primals concert, and then Corona came. We had to cancel it, and then this.
まあでもよかった、みんなに開発もごめんね、なんか伝えられなくて。
I'm really sorry. I want to apologize to the dev team members for not being able to tell you.
きっと放送見てみんなショック受けてると思うんだけど。
I think everyone watching out here is probably in extreme shock. We all are too.
冒険戦って帰ってきたから、またみんなで一緒に次の冒険出れると思うし。
But Soken's back, and he's going to be ready for our next adventure.
ファンフェスとしてちょっとごめんなさい、締めのコメントとしてふさわしいのかどうかわかんないですけど、世界中の光の戦士のおかげで僕の盟友が帰ってこれたので本当にお礼を言いたいです。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
I'm not sure if this is the right type of comment for the ending of the fan festival, but I just want to say I'm so happy that my best friend is back with me. Thank you very much.
必ずこれからもいいゲーム作ってコロナが落ち着く、絶対落ち着くと思うので、世界中の医療関係者の人たちみんな頑張ってくれてるし絶対落ち着くと思うんで、またファンフェスね、デジタルもいいけどやっぱり直接皆さんに会いに行きたいので、まだね60作ってる途中ですけど、次のファンフェス目指してまた頑張っていこうと思いますので、ぜひこれからもよろしくお願いします。
So we're going to continue doing our best to create this game. Currently, because of the corona pandemic, there's people out there all around the world, medical staff, frontline workers are doing their best to get us through this. And once we're through this, I mean, yes, this Digital Fan Fest was great, but we'd like to get back out in front of you guys and travel the world and see all of you in person. We're going to work on 6.0 first, but once we're done with that, hopefully we can be back with you again. Thank you very much.
改めてありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
Oh man.
じゃあすいません、最後にみんなでちょっと手伝いはねちょっとソーシャルディスタンス上できないので、僕の掛け声でありがとうございましたの気持ちを伝えて終わろうと思います。
All right, usually this is the part where I'll hold hands and bow, but we can't hold hands because of social distancing, so we're going to do this air holding hands. Ready? Thank you very much.
Oh man, I felt like I couldn't say anything throughout that because it was so. That was. What an amazing team, dude. Oh, what an amazing team. Seriously.
Alright, this is the official closure of the first ever Final Fantasy XIV Digital Fan Festival 2021.
I've seen his performance.
以上をもちまして初の試みとなりましたファイナルファンタジー14デジタルファンフェスティバル2021すべて終了させていただきます。皆さんどうもありがとうございました。
That might be a good time to work on Hildy. Do we want a couple Hildy quests actually? Like I knew I was gonna cry, but wow, dude. Soken Lahi, even though I've seen it, we should watch it. We should watch it. Also, Lilithrin, welcome in. Anyone who's chatting during that moment, I was seeing a bit of your things, but I couldn't pause, I couldn't distract. It was so beautiful. Oh, I love you too, Dipped. 5.4 is a really light patch. Oh my god, you guys. I know 14 is ultimately a product made for profit, but this team makes it so much more than that, Demi, literally. And that's what you can feel through this little talk. You could so feel it. The amount of love that they're putting into this, well, into this game. For 6 months? For 6 months, Lilo? First time chatter, 6 months tier 1. Thank you. Holy Jesus, thank you. That's so sweet of you. When I tell you I love this game, and this game won my heart completely, just send a player to this. Send a player to this, and they'll understand the feelings. Even if they haven't played the game, like this has no spoilers, no anything. This is just like such a passionate team, and it shows like so much. Oh, holy jeez. I do think that there are a few things in 5.4 that will make you have emotions, but they're all the good kind, the bittersweet. I love the game before that emotional damage. Me too, Seth. Oh, you just got here. Thank you for that. Oh my god. Lila really came in and demanded you cry more. Oh my god. Ike, thank you. I've been watching your stuff on YouTube. I just found you here. Welcome in. I'm sorry I'm a mess right now. Thank you for all the support, you guys. I say it all the time, but as a streamer, I get an extra level of just immense joy out of this game in knowing that I'm sharing this beautiful, beautiful game with you guys and letting you guys relive it through me. And it's just, I'm eternally grateful that you guys have found me, and it's just been so cool. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Lord knows I need it. Oh, man. I'm the promised one. What does that mean? It's kind of ominous. There's a bunch of hilarious moments in 5.4, especially relating to Graha being a fish out of water. Oh, I can't wait for that, honestly. I feel like it would be a good palate cleanser. You think so? You think it would be safe? Cheer up. Oh my god, you guys. I'm feeling like I'm getting bullied with love. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, you guys are too much. Oh, you will feel the love. I already do. I already do. Oh, man. Serena, me too. Is this the fabled love bombing of which they spoke? It sure is. Oh, man. You guys are awful. Awfully amazing, but awful. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Should we get Soken Lahi going in the background so I stop crying?
Such devastation!
Everything about this game is so good. From the front-end experience to the back-end development to the replayable reaction streams. Gee, literally. And I can't wait. I can't wait to hit Savage content. Like, there's so much more I want to do in this game. Every bit of side content that I've done, I have just loved. It's all been such a beautiful experience, and everything has had so much effort put into it. I've had nameless NPCs make me tear up because of everything in this game. It's just... oh my god. And we have, what do they say? They want like 7 more expansions. We have still so much more to look forward to. It's just, oh, I'm a mess. I am a mess. Most of the content I consumed in 2022 was React 14 React stuff. It's gonna be mine in 2023, Lamb. Tara, watch the Joe Cat DPS video. It's spoiler free, and you specifically might get a few chuckles out of it. Okay, okay. And the friends we've met and will meet along the way. Yeah. Up to 10.0 or 11.0. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Guys, thank you for all the support. Y'all are crazy. I 110% agree. I genuinely feel like the message the game tells through the story changed me for the better. Tutor, yeah. Yeah. Like, what did I complain about the other day? The fact that when I clear like things like 5.0 and 5.3, I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about it even though I feel good about it. Emotionally it hurts because everything is just written so well, and even the villains in this game are not black and white. They're such a deep shade of gray. Like, you can't help but sympathize with like almost every single one of them. And I'm sure that's going to continue into Endwalker and destroy me. But Oh man, there's another streamer I'm watching, and just recently they were talking about Tsuyu, and they were talking about the fact that they loved that Tsuyu wasn't just evil for evil's sake, and they were like, oh, I sympathize so much, and I had to hold myself back because I was like, oh boy, they don't even know what's coming. Like with Emmett Selk in particular, they have no idea what's coming. What shade of gray is Asahi? Dude, okay, it wouldn't surprise me at this point if like Fandaniel / Asahi became compelling, but right now I have to say I am thoroughly enjoying hating the fuck out of Asahi all over again, and / Fandaniel. I'm really loving that aspect. I'm sure they'll become a shade of gray, but right now, whoa, it's been good to just have something to direct pure hatred at. Asahi is a fuckboy shade. I have such a deep appreciation for how the way the antagonists are written in the story, and it boggles my mind how people actually prefer black and white morality. Like how, Tutor? Agree. Like how? I've joked that I would prefer if they were just evil, but no, the writing is so good. It's such a better story. What do I need right now? What do I need right now, you guys? I'm like, wow. I knew I would get emotional, but wow. Oh, Fandaniel picked the most hateable body, truly. It really weirds me out that the librarian guy in the Crystarium shares an exact face with Asahi. I don't like that you've pointed that out, Demi. I'm gonna be looking for that now. Poor Morin, dude. To the people who are just evil like Xenos, I don't care. I love him anyways. Mostly lurking here. I found you recently through YouTube. Really enjoying your journey so far, as most 14 fans. Here to be an emotion vampire. Zone, know that you never have to engage with chat or anything like that. I'm happy you're here, and I'm happy you're enjoying the journey. Guys, thank you for the 22 gift subs, you crazy beans. Let's do some Soken Lahi for palate cleanser. Yeah, I need some sort of palate cleanser, because holy shit. Let's just put this on in the background and enjoy. Holy jeez. You're like Terra looking at Xenos going, I can fix him. I'm only judging a little bit. I'm slowly fading away from the I can fix him ideal.
Do you know Lahi?
Do you know Lahi? Her face is everything, dude.
I will play Lahi.
Lahi. The penis face is my favorite part of this.
Music start.
So good, dude. I always felt a bit bad for Xenos. So much power, so little direction. Could be us if we hadn't all this support. I really don't understand how people can hate him. Adra, thank you for echoing my thoughts. In my YouTube comments section revolving around Xenos, there's been a lot of that talk, and a lot of people have been very vocal in my angle, where Xenos just got dealt a shit hand and became a monster. The thing that baffles me is how can, in the same expansion, you see Yotsuyu. Yotsuyu was a disaster pre-Tsuyu. And you loved Tsuyu. Everyone did, okay? Everyone loved Tsuyu's journey. It was adorable, it was cute, it was perfect. Put Xenos in the same situation. Their story is so many parallels between the two of them, but people still just hate on Xenos. You hate him because you find Nihilist boring? Okay, that's fair. That's yeah, that's actually a fair take, Izagi. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But just the fact that he's side by side in the same expansion with Yotsuyu is like, people hate her too. People hate her even at Tsuyu. It's the same person. That's dumb as hell. That's bad take. That's bad take in my opinion. Dude, what a beautiful human being this is. To give us that speech that we got, to give us this. What a beautiful, beautiful human being. He knew how to find joy. He sure did. What a beautiful human. My God, dude. What a beautiful human. Okay. Should we play some Final Fantasy? Bordering on abject terror. Oh, man. He knows exactly what this sounds like, and I love it for him. Me too, Sithrin. Me too. Dude, what a start to stream. What a start to stream. Oh. Oh. I got here for the end of that. All I have to say is what? Gosh, what? You haven't seen it before? Oh, go treat yourself. Go treat yourself to the full experience. Like, put me on mute. Go thoroughly enjoy that. Soken delivers. Oh. Twitch has recovered. You are free to play game. Let's go. Unironically, though, the Raktika theme is actually one of the strongest themes in the game. Agree! He brought it down to earth with this. Civilizations has no business going as hard as it does, but it really does. I'll explain to you my visceral hatred for Xenos after you get to Endwalker. Fair, fair, fair. He still has a big part to play, and he has all the time in the world to make me hate him. Some people watch the world burn, but then others want to watch Terra cry. I don't know who's worse. Yatsuya was a woman who did wrong, while Tsuyu was a child who knew not even the world, never mind the sins committed by who she was. Yes. And it just so furthers the nature versus nurture argument. His story was fine. What is that dumb truck, though? That dumb truck booty. Okay. I don't know where we're at. I don't know where we're at and what we want to do. We could do Hildy. We could do Hildy. We could do Ninja Quests. We're going to do the Nier raid regardless today. But what should we start with? I need something before we jump into Nier. I don't feel like I could play very well right now. Shira, I don't know what they bopped you on, but don't take it personal. Don't you worry. Whew. Civilizations always make me think of Cirque du Soleil, and I love that. I've never been to Cirque du Soleil. Really want to. Would start with Hildy. Let's do Hildy. I'm still in A Realm Reborn Hildy too, so it would be like the perfect, nothing serious, not even any like important story implication serious kind of thing. Let's start there. Oh, let's start there. Hi guys. You guys are getting ready with your near mouths. Where did I leave Hildy off? I think it was in Pray Return to... Where is Horizon? Pray Return to the Waking Sands. Just silly fun times, yeah. Oh man. Like I said, I knew I was gonna cry, but damn, dude. Did not expect it to hurt that bad. Holy heck. Oh. When we reach Battle of the, oh god, what is it called? Big Keep? When we reach that, I hope you guys won't be mad at me if I say I want to do that on blue, because then I can get missile. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Xenos is a man born better than his peers who only wanted an equal. Well, and also just got shit all over by his father, quote unquote, and like Garlemald in general. You need to do it on blue too? Dude, straight up, if a bunch of you have blues and you want missile, like let's just half do it. I'm sure if we have a tank and a healer like regularly, we'll be fine. It'll be good. It's not blues day though. Nah, kid, you do okay. Ah, there you are. It's only been like a month. Hi, bestie. I've been doing some investigating on my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Guguremu, a prominent member of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Her eyes and hair, a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But all that is about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed, and not just to anyone, mind you. To the heir, to the Bruger Consortium. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. The venue is Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol, overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not gonna miss, and you're welcome to come along. To be honest, I've completely forgotten what happened in ARR Hildy. I can't wait. It's probably been so long for a bunch of you. It's been great so far. I love the little campy, like, tune in next week for, like, the little ending bits. Those are so well done. It really feels like a campy cartoon. All blue run, let's go. I'll do it on blue or can come as tank healer. As long as you have ethereal mimicry, you can also kind of blue tank it, right? You can blue tank it. I've been doing work on my blue. I have like a whole bunch of the primal spells. I don't have Strotram from Lakshmi, unfortunately, which is like one of the best heals for a blue healer. How goes 14? Catherine, we spent the first start of stream bawling our fucking eyes out because we watched the Digital Fan Fest with Soken talking about cancer and everything. Oh. Let me know if you need people for Missile later. I can log on. Currently plotting other people's trauma with a monster manual. Let's go, Izagi. When Xenos was young, his father Varus assigned him to a strict tutor in swordsmanship, who publicly humiliated Xenos repeatedly. Xenos fought and trained, but never bested his teacher. Turning to Eorzean arts, he found some crystals and shoved them into his palms, thus gaining temporary ether boost. He then challenged his teacher, using the power killed him. Xenos has never known defeat since. Wow, that's cool as fuck. Also, speaking of deep lore, when should we have story time? You guys want to do that tomorrow or maybe Saturday? I want to read the lodestone things on stream, but I don't know when we should do it. Especially the 5.3 lodestone things. That's the person who did the music for the game while hospitalized, right? Correct. You should definitely give it a watch if you want a little bit of emotional damage. You're not one of my associates. I can't talk. Associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. If you have no business here, be on your way at once. Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. If I might have just a moment of... Ah, yes, that's Two Gill Sensationalist Rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled Phantom Thief and his letter of challenge. Wait, this is straight out of Persona. Hello? Wait, hello? If you have come to tell me my daughter's in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. Hi, Longfall! Fun fact, it's largely agreed that ingesting or implanting crystals is a very bad idea, causing illness or death, except if your name is Xenos. Phantom Thief, Joker Persona 5! I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I've spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy. If you did, that would be me. Hello? Like, not that I'm... Oh yeah, that doesn't seem like good vibes. Not to toot my own horn, but I have literally killed many gods. The Brass Blades of the Gerbera, an elite unit of most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. I'm sure you know all about the thieves. Takamaki-san. The English voice, the English pronunciations of the Japanese names in Persona 5 were taking me out, dude. Takamaki, and what was the other one that was really bad? Takamaki in particular was just really bad. Xenos probably would have had a bad time with the crystals if he hadn't been 1/8 Asian. True. Oh yeah, oh no, what did they say? Sakamoto-kun, I think they call him. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Sakamoto, yeah. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Hey, it's the beautiful boy. I can't remember his name right now. I think it just told us his name. Consulting Inspector Briardian, your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, would you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege? To renege, on my words, would have dire implications for the family trade. The beautiful boy. Yes, my favorite character as well. He's great, dude. He's great. Poor Ryuji, reduced to a family name when I just want to hug him. Sakamoto, more like Sakandi's nuts. You did not, Ray. Ray, I'm unmodding you for that. No, I'm kidding. Reneg is to go back on. Guys, thank you for teaching me English. Appreciate you all. For real? Oh, pronounced Reneg? Reneg? Okay, got it. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious gil. Very well. Let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Him and Pippin share the same haircut? Holy fuck, they do. He's just tall Pippin. He's just tall Pippin. Also, hi, Sweetling. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. Hi, Sweetling. Stretched out Pippin. Oh no. Like on one of those torture machines where it stretches out your limbs. This is Pippin. But do tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our noses the last time, what makes you so confident you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi. Operandi? I don't remember how. And it's painfully obvious. A letter of challenge. A precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. White Pippin. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Briardian isn't okay looking at Elizin. What? Shira, just okay? Do you not like our giraffe boys? Do you not like them? He's no Tristan. Okay, fair. Even now, the fiend is in our midst. Having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity. Also, I just remembered that Shira as Tristan is the same person, so of course you like our giraffe boys. Of course you do. You have a beautiful giraffe yourself. Chibi Briardian? No, Pippin deserves better than being reduced to Chibi Briardian. I'm a giraffe and I am proud. I love Elizins, dude. They're so rare. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to us. Close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast. I have already narrowed the field. Oh. The other 9 are also my demodding. This will happen again. Arabella's betrothed, Vans, would be an obvious target for our thieves, so too would be his father, Morgant. Yalto Nolto and his wife, Sainana, the guests of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Guguremu himself. Finally, we have Leuenhart, a steward of Guguremu's estate, and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All of these are suspects? Is this what we're saying? Oh! Oh my god, thank god this didn't happen during all of the reactions we were doing. Yeah, the sub badges are all gone. All of the badges are gone. It did this like an hour ago. To those that are still alive, hello. I salute you. How does it feel to be the surviving few? Trust no one with a goatee. Hey, goatees can be looking good on some humans, okay? It's rare, but it can be looking good on some humans. I now know not to refresh. Yeah, refreshing seems dangerous. Refreshing seems dangerous. Maybe do not refresh. Now I'm a pleb with no badge. Your husband has a goatee. Exactly. Looks good on some humans. This is what I'm saying. What's wrong with a goatee? Literally nothing. I like goatees on some humans. My name is so naked. It's actually so cursed to see some of you that have been subbed for so long with no badge. Not that I would ever guilt you if like financial reasons, like need to stop subbing, whatever. Take care of yourself first, always. But it's very cursed. It's very cursed looking, especially like people like Sweetling who've been subbed for like forever. Pokes Twitch, is it working? I'm gonna go poke it myself. I'm gonna go have a look. Twitch, please! I'm just trying to play a video game with my friends. You have a black screen? This is so cursed. Let's go check in on Andy. Andy, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, unless you've got a time machine, eh? No, black screen. Terra sees you without your sub badge. Oh God, you're naked, literally. I came in here in a panic raid and never left. Yes, you did. God, I love panic. I love panic so much. Someone is playing with the Twitch Legos again. Twitch, you can do it. You can do it, you little bean. You're trucking away. I kicked you out of mod dashboard. Rest in peace. You also have a goatee? I think you've posted to Facebook before. Yeah, you have. He's ugly cute. He's ugly cute, just saying. And yeah, you do have a goatee. It looks good on you, just saying. Respectfully. Finally working just in time for advertisements. No. Wait, are people getting pre-rolls again once it fixes? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Mod's broken, time for chaos. Wait, are mods not allowed to mod right now because everything's broken? That's crazy. If you need people for near raids, I can actually join this time. We're gonna do near raids right after a little bit of Hildy. And then guys, I have to do my ninja quests. I have to. After near, I'm going to do ninja quests. I'm missing so many abilities. Time to send unsolicited warrior light pics. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, oh no, don't do that. I would hate that. That would be horrible. We still have 2 parties to fill, yeah. If Twitch is showing me ads because they forgot I'm subbed, I'm gonna be mad. Literally trans. Literally. It's like our accounts just stopped being accounts. Izagi still has powers, okay. Oh, badge? Badge? Izagi? Izagi badge? But that only Izagi. But literally only Izagi. I think you misremember how long Nier takes. No, Blur, we did all the quests. We did, oh, wait, we didn't do the post quests. We did most of the quests. Homophobia, oh, badges, badges. Nope, never mind. It can't make up its mind. Twitch is on the struggle bus, y'all. Twitch is on the struggle bus. Oh man. I don't want to be naked no more. The way it keeps giving badges and then taking them away. Just an Alright Gamer had sub and Twitch Prime, then just Twitch Prime, then nothing. Twitch is tweaking. Bezos took away their last nickel of funding. Oh man. I'm looking for the Twitch, or looking at the Twitch support Twitter. It seems like others are having similar issues. The whole website is on the struggle bus. Is having bad time. They gave you everything just to take it away again. Oh. At least they don't give us ads yet. Yet, TM. They return, hang on. Hold. Hold. It's looking good. I'm seeing badges. Maybe it's safe to refresh. Test. Oh, badges. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. It might be working. Are we good? Are we good? Are we alive? Can I play my video game?
Sloppy.
Just look closer at the game. What's happening in here? What did I miss? I think it's working. I think I'm okay to play. Refresh if screen still black.
Such
Wait, where did my badges go? Oh no. Wait, do I not have... Why do I not have badge? There we go. There we go, I got my badges back. For fuck's sake. Twitch is on the absolute struggle bus. It's having a time. You see your badges okay? Okay, good. We're living. We're living? We're good? Hello? Okay, let's play the video game before we fucking die again. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among us, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. Well, it's almost undoubtedly one of these three. We begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you'll report to me at once. Kid Mods, timeout terrible, he doesn't have his badge. Imagine? He was so... Hildebrand Manderville. I could smell the stench of idiocracy and incompetence from a mile away. It was a fish, yeah. The pleasure is all mine. Contriving Inspector Bryden. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. Yet, to see... Isn't this... Hold up. Isn't this male Lalafell play dead? Male Lalafell play dead? Is this not the sus animation? I want to get the play dead emote for the memes, but then I don't want people to think I'm ERPing. So I don't know if I can buy the play dead emote. Because people think, Terra, are you ERPing? I'm like, no! Don't loot the Lalas! You're to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own.
My superstar.
Pip! Thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate you, dude. Fear not, friends. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor only as a Manderville man can. Lewd Potat pose, just get it? I'm probably gonna get it. I also want to get... The red outfit's kind of cute on him. Can I just say that? I will buy it for you. If you don't, then you will be forced to use it. Actually, I don't think you can gift emotes anymore, right? Didn't Squeenix like do some things to break Mog Station gifting really badly? Hi, Ian. Yes, it is Hildy. Oh, you can send emotes? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Not gonna lie, I thought this was the ninja job quest, Catherine. He does realize there's still a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Me assist you? Aren't you a funny man? I like your words, funny man. You can still send fashion items, but no unique to character items, such as emotes or mounts Pepe has. This is the type of comedy that would make Paladin quests actually good. I want to level Paladin one day because I think the job aesthetically is so cool, but I will not do the quests on stream. I've heard too many horrible things about them. You can send if they're not tradable, yes. Just gotta type character name in Mog Station. I guess emotes are exempt from that. RIP. RIP. I imagine if they somehow make the story arc emotional too. Tim, actually somebody said in Heavensward, Hildy, there's kind of a not a sus moment, but like potentially emotional moment. So I'm at least braced for that. Oh, Ian, that's so wholesome. Hildy seems like the kind of guy whom if you marry, they would spend the rest of their days making sure you're the happiest person on the planet. Love you, Hildebrand. I feel that. He'll never take a day seriously unless he needs to, but I feel like, yeah, he would be good husband material. Like himbo vibes for sure. Yeah. It makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that even your bungling can Not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. Hildy seems like a guy that would be a bottom. A hard switch. Are you kidding? No, Hildy would be a hard switch. Hildy will never cry. His father beats that into him. He is pathologically happy. God, I wish that was me. Hildy's the king of himbos and I'm here for it. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, do try not to do anything too stupid in my absence, will you? You're all giving me ideas for picks now? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I will die on this hill. I genuinely think that Hildy is husband material. Like, for sure, for sure. Hildy stream? Yes! I would speak with you, but not here. I'll be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. Bum, 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 bum. He still has the fish on his head. I would love if he had it even into the further quests during this chain. Also, his dad straight up built the gold saucer with his own 2 hands, a hammer and a dream. He's good. He's good bean. They've come. Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. But before we proceed, what might I call you? What? Okay, rude ass. An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now answer me this, sir. You were there when the Phantom Thief, in the guise of Lady Durilda, stole off with the treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? That is for me to know. The identical appearance. You know that the whole family is committed to anything they do. I like how you capitalized committed for emphasis, but yes. Oh, are we doing hourly outages today, Twitch? Yeah, we are. Mac, it's gonna be a day. Who? The obvious answer, and yet all too many. A certain self-styled gentleman comes to mind. Could not recognize a clue if it hit them on the upside the face. Your observation is astute. A thorough inspection of the mask left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is this stone that allows him to change appearances at will. Clearly, our man is no ordinary thief. Magics far outside the grasp of the common folk are at his disposal. This in itself gives us insight into his identity and his ways. And yet, this is not what caught my eye. No, from the movements to mannerisms, to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Durilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect that aught is amiss. All the key players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago, when preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our phantom, sir. If you were a thief, whose identity would you first assume? The breastplate seems obvious. First assume? One of the guests. Would he? The guests are well acquainted with each other. Oh, this is true. It would be a breastplate. You know what? Because yeah, it would be hard to sneak in being one of the guests. I thought that was obvious because they could like pre-plant themselves, maybe like in advance, and then be there already. Wait, is it that again? I need help. Hello, Tara. How are you doing? Dion, hi. It's still okay? Stream is still up? Okay, good. You can see stream fine for you? Good. Not dead for you? Good, let's go. Whew. Does OBS show issues? No, Max, so I have no clue other than when you guys are telling me. It's still going? Okay, good. Trying to compare Hildy to Ned Flanders? Stupid, sexy Flanders. Am I attracted to Ned Flanders? I don't like that realization. Oh boy. Okay, moving on. Moving right along. Would he? The guests are well acquainted with each other. One misstep and the thief's cover would be blown. No, there's a more logical first target. One that would afford him the opportunity to gather the knowledge he needs, and at less risk. Yes, one of the brass blades of the Gerbera. Everyone are to his personality. There's a reference to that in Kugane. Ned Flanders? Oh, stupid, sexy Rogan. I love it. Ned Flanders has the best mod in Springfield. Literally does. It's upsetting. Surprise! The Phantom Thief was me all along. That's why I'm watching you. I found them. I found the Phantom Thief. Is right there. Strong in number, few of words, able to come and go as they please, a fearsome reputation to scare away any man who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for 3 days past. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless, the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more of the guests. If the man can tell us of his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. Our thief would not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. Okay. Just my type, a fellow tube of a bod. Outskirts of Costa. Where are the outskirts? Oh, way over there. Woo! The Phantom Thief is really just 4 Telegiata Legis in a trench coat. God, when that boy got liberated from his lower half, I was so happy. I was very happy about that. I love that this quest series has serious lore in it that gets brought up later. So it's important that I'm doing this. If you really like Ned Flanders, try the band Oakley Dokley. Is there a Ned Flanders fucking band? No shot. Okay, Tutor. Okay, Tutor, listen. I was thinking it, and then I thought, no, this is probably off color to say, but then you let the intrusive thought win, and you said it anyways. I had that intrusive thought, but I controlled it. Excellent. You are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Yep. After this, Waga also let the intrusive thought win. After the Soken speech, people used to kill that cancer free. That was big after the Soken's Fan Fest. Wait, that's kind of wholesome though. That's kind of wholesome. Thank the gods! Please, free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive. I'm exploding at the club right now with laughter. 90% sure I'm going to help. Me too. There. Now tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief. We just arrived in Costa del Sol, had a briefing of sorts. Master Guguremu gave us each our orders, and who we'd be looking after and the like. Had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I know, I felt a thwack in the back of me head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to mesquivies. Much as the chagrin of those of us who have to look at you. Much to the chagrin. What does chagrin mean? What does chagrin mean? Define chagrin.
Chagrin.
Chagrin?
Chagrin.
Why? Distress or embarrassment?
Chagrin.
I'm upset. Why is it chagrin? Chagrin. Oh, Terra. I swear I know English. I promise this. I don't know English, and I speak the bitch. Much to the chagrin of those of us who have to look at you. You say you received orders from Master Guguremu, who was to be your charge. My memory's hazy, but one was Morgrant, father of the groom. The other was a Lullafellan gent from Limsa. Yalto Nolto. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes. There was also the steward, Leuenhardt. I was to review him with the scheduled events, discuss protection of key supplies, that sort of thing. Morgrant, Yalto Nalto, and Lewinhart, thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Wow, Terra can't speak, Twitch can't Twitch. What a bad day for Shrimp. Yeah, that's it. We're done. It's over. Everybody go home. See you tomorrow. All right. Twitch, me, everybody's... What a horrible night to have a curse. Bye, Terra! One of these days we'll make Terra agree that it's pasta. No. Sorry, bestie. It's pasta forever. Well, you know, it was a good stream. Go on ahead of me, and for the love of gods, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Ripstream. Wait! Okay, wait. Ripstream because of the meme? Or Ripstream because it actually died? Now I can't tell. Finally, I can take off this mask of loving 14 and go play WoW. Ugh. Okay, I don't want to shit on WoW too hard. I played it for years. And the new X-Pack, it sounds like a lot of people are having fun with it. But I'm a 14 diehard. I'm a 14 diehard through and through now. It bugged for a moment. Oh god. It's playing with our heart, dude. I think Terra just needs to do his ninja quests. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe it's Twitch yelling at me for not doing the ninja quests. Dude, I just realized the quest name is also funny. It's not Lupus. It's never Lupus. That's in reference to House, right? I'm happy they have good expansion now, but after playing 14, there's no way I can go back to WoW. I feel the same way, Dion. I feel the same way. Woo! I missed. After 12 years of WoW, I'm in the same boat as you, I think. Yeah. Like, good for you guys. I'm glad you guys are having fun, but my ass could never. My ass could never. House MD, yep. Ah, there you are, friend. Not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your and Inspector Bryden's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? I didn't understand the sentence at first. I see the culprit. Morgrant, Yalto Nolto, and the steward Lewinhart, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildebrand, shall have the thief in shackles before the inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The inspector shall be none the wiser. Ha ha! If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. Oh, Hildy. Never change, buddy. Is WoW worth trying? I would say yeah. I would say yeah. Like you'll have fun. It's a game. It's a game. You'll have fun. But like why? But like if you have 14 content to do, you'll probably just have more fun playing 14. Unless you're in like a major burnout. I think even it's a game. Yeah, of all the games that exists, it is one of them. Even the what are they called again? Grinding Gear. There are some 14 creators, and I think even both of them are back casually playing WoW. Path of Exile. Path of Exile has like a diehard following, does it not? I could never get into it because the skill web tree was overloading for me. I couldn't. It's working good for you, Riri. Welcome back. It does one thing well and ignored almost everything else. That is its linchpin. Exactly, Blur. You said Grinding Gear. I thought you meant the dev team. That is what they're called, right? There's two of them. They play 14 together. They react together. Grinding Gear. Am I crazy? Yes. Okay. Thank you. It's not a bad game right now, at least. If you like good gameplay, it can be really great. Yeah. And okay, you know what I'll say? Do you know what I'll say for WoW that it'll always have over Final Fantasy? Hang on, I'm about to get loud. Headphone warning. It has good fucking tab targeting. It has good tab targeting. My biggest complaint in this game will always be the fucking tab targeting. Even with Cone on, targeting that fucker way over there when there's a dude right in my face just does not work. It doesn't work for me, bestie. Come on. Ugh. The GG lads said something about, yeah, WoW will be the thing we do casually in between 14 content releases, which is the opposite of what they initially thought when they picked it up. Wow. Wow. Do they have interest in like savage raiding or anything like that though, Ray? They might just be in it for the story content. Oh, the Path of Exile devs are grinding your games. I didn't know that, Mist. Also, hi, Mist. Did the main Dragonflight story, then they asked me to grind Renown for the rest of the story, so I unsubbed. And you got your fun, right, Derek? You got your fun. There's nothing wrong with that. Sub, have some fun, unsub, boom. You should approach 14 in the same way. Ooh, they did blind extremes? Yo, that's so exciting. I want to get back to doing the synced, level synced, what you call? Help. Stormblight extremes. We almost cleared Tsukuyomi. We got her to what, like 20%? The clear was coming. It was coming. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past to reveal our foe. We got past Supreme Selenomancy once. Yeah, we basically cleared it. We basically cleared it, Ray, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. Shut the hell up, Ray. Also, yeah, it's really valid to be overwhelmed by the PoE skill tree. It was honestly the biggest, like, off-putting thing for me. I got so overloaded by it. Path of Exile I need to be in a specific mindset to play. Same. Very fun game, but have to be in a specific mindset. And I just have to look up like build guides that they tell me where to put the things because it's too confusing. I can think of a few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital. This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold as I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his inevitable demise. They contrasted it from 14. Is something to do between WoW patches, and now it's the reverse. Echo does this WoW first, but other groups balance a lot more. Preach is currently playing Guild Wars 2 for experience. I love Guild Wars 2. I love Guild Wars 2. I just didn't have time to play it anymore. I love it though. Guild Wars 2 is great. Good day, Master Guguremu. And a fine day it must be, for you most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter. You... Just who in the seven hells are you anyway? Guards? Guards! Now hold your chocobos. Guguremu, I recognize the lad. This is Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have ya? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude, eh, Vans? Phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed, to have such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all. Ew, I don't like you. He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an... Effetti? Fashion-challenged youth? Most suspicious. He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you. That's me, Vans, ever calm in the face of danger. Truly is father's son. A worthy heir to the Brigaire Consortium, and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or, family, I should say. Ho ho. Which reminds me, Master Vans, Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago. It has not left her neck since that day. Oh, that little trinket? 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed. I hate all of this. A time-honored Manderville art of parley? We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgrant not spoke on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural. Ha ha ha! Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Whoops! I was supposed to be taking that down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yalto Nolto and Lewinhart, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend. Eat the rich, literally. Eat the rich, literally. I don't like them. They're not good for me. Nashu's too pure for this world. I love them. Adria, you and I had the same experience. You installed Path of Exile, played, saw the skill tree, uninstalled. The only thing was that I immediately went to YouTube for builds and then played a bit more and then got overwhelmed and uninstalled. I was not to be partied? That was in World of Warcraft, Ian? You were not to be partied? Yeah, thanks, I hate that. That's horrendous. Holy shit. Think to say in favor of WoW. Oh, true. Wish 14 would do away with Starter Edition, just make it where you only need to buy Endwalker. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. If you were seen in a party, you were kicked pretty instantly. That's horrendous. I puke. I've not seen your faces around here. With the East Aldenard Trading Company, are you? Yeah, that's heartbreaking, truly. Why, yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Aldenard Trading Company. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Do tell, is the Lapis Maiden as lovely as they say? Nana here's no slouch herself, but like me, she's getting on in years. No offense intended, my dear. Oh, but where are me banners? Yalto Nolto, o the Bruger Consortium, and this is me wife, Nana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. Aye, I dare say this wedding and this joining together of our family business couldn't be happening at a better time. What with the manner of fell beasts and beastmen taking aim at our wares. Why, just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuffs was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make a salad out of... You have heard of the Mandragoras, haven't you? But of course! I once spent a year honing my body and mind in with the Fist of Ralgar. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras, yes? Would it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time? A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it they'll not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck at the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Fear not, milady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago. Did Nashu almost fall over? Wait, was Nashu falling asleep? Was Nashu falling asleep in the middle of the conversation? I like barely side-eyed that. I just saw her like stumbling. Yeah, she does that. That's so fucking cute. Oh man. Settle down, Sainana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for her figure. And with that, I'd best go prepare me speech. Carry on, lads. Now she does that while things are being explained. It's so cute, dude, my heart. I've had nowhere near that experience on 14 yet. And people have gone out of their way to actually teach me rotations and what to do. It's been a much better experience. Yup. Yup. Nashu is a sleepy kitty. Nashu is the bestest bean, dude. Criminy. None of those three were suspicious in the least, but we must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will have last. Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Briardian will be back any moment now, and he's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the foodstuffs of which Master Lewenhart spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man a prime suspect. Inspector Briardian will be back before long. Come, Nashu, there is no time to delay. Nashu is not a fan of expository banter, it seems. Definitely not. Also, can we just take a minute to acknowledge the Ravana blades on Lalafels are literally just longswords. Like, it's literally dual wielding longswords. And I equipped them and haven't unequipped them since I saw this. I will probably also glam them because they're so ridiculously big on Lalas. It's fantastic. I see the Dead Hive weapons. I love those, Yumi. They're so good. Ravana swords. When go for the kneecaps is enough. You have them all? I almost wanted to use the monk ones, but they were a bit too buggy. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're a bit too crunchy looking. It was slightly off-putting. Really, it's a miracle you don't overbalance and fall backwards while running. I was making the joke earlier that you could, the Lala could literally like pogo. Or not pogo, what's the, stilts? You can use them like stilts and walk on them. The claws are also your least favorite, gotcha. Oh, you didn't say you use them all, you just have them all. The Heavensward relic for ninjas are comically large. That's the one I'm going for then. Boom, easy. Have the Fey Crown Gunblade and it's so pretty. I've never seen it before. I think chitinous would have been the, yes, chitinous is the word I was looking for. Crates of crates of assorted foodstuffs and a veritable host of luscious looking coconuts. It appears that our man Lewinhart spoke true? Ye gods! Are those explosives I spy concealed amongst the coconuts? Pardon me. Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief after all. Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down, you see? And those coconuts were looking awfully lonely. Nashu, far be it from me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time. I just thought... does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either? Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it's somewhat misdirected. Now, set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute assistant you are. I find most monk weapons lacking versus the joy of the Emperor's New Fists, the invisible fist weapon as a Lala monk. Wait, what about the, oh crap. Something. Shit. The fists that are fists and have the glow. What about those ones? Makai? No. Morai? What are they? Makai. The Makai fists. Those ones are so cool. Not the kettles, Derek. Not the kettles. Garo Makai. Those ones I think are so sick. The ones from the casino sadly aren't dyeable, but they're still so sick. Show you my favorite fist weapons? Alright, bet. Ooh. I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Briardian is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Now, let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise. Confounding Inspector Briardian, explode, fiery demise. Got it. Are you sure about that? Listen, Ellie. Nashu's doing their best, okay? Uh-oh. Don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two were supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But Miss Ellie, should Inspector Briardian come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire. Sir and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth at this beach. You two just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Briardian has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must heed its cry. Got the Bozia fists for Monk. Are they good? Are they nice ones? A burst of inspiration. Oh no. Are we gonna be playing Keep Away? So Hildebrand has managed thus far to not destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed. Haha, indeed. But enough about Hildebrand. Sir and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... Oh, that startled me. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes, that spot just over there by the crates should suffice. There, of all places? But surely we could find somewhere more scenic. I am not here on vacation. I am here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector. Privacy, indeed. Bloody hells. Don't worry, sir. I'll figure out some way to lead him clear the bombs. You know, I'm gonna miss Briardian. I can't believe Briardian's about to die and explode. What is this hunt? Is it worth doing this hunt? Do I need something to do this hunt? The powerful mark. I've not done a single one and I don't know what it is. Is it worth hauling my ass over there? No, okay. You can just hit it for rewards. It's kind of like a world boss. You want to wait for the people. Okay. Hunts are a side thing, mostly for getting materia and achievements. Content? Achievement content? Excuse me? You adore hunt trains? I haven't been in one. I don't even know what it is. Is it just me? Or is there a bit of chill in the air? Perhaps we should go someplace warm. I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Hi, Bad Slayer! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! How you guys doing? Welcome in. Of course, we're playing Final Fantasy. It is my life. I will not apologize. Hi, how you guys doing? How was Rocket League? Thank you for stream. Guys, Mad Slayer is immaculate vibes. Please follow them. Please follow that sweet bean. They're so good. They do burn art and it's so chill. Just the most chill environment. Please follow them. They're fantastic. Rocket League was super fun. Let's fucking go. Love you, dude. I hope your stream was fantastic. Hunt trains are where like 100 people all gather up and Zerg rush the hunt marks for a particular expansion. Gotcha. They're great. Been doing them a lot lately to grind for tomes. Ah. Stream was good. Let's fucking go. Oh, Izagi, that makes perfect sense to me. It's like Guild Wars 2 boss trains. Got it. That makes absolute perfect sense. While I wait for the near raids, I shall level the Gunbreaker. Do it, Gunbreaker's fun. But welcome in, Red Slayer. Unwind. We're playing Final Fantasy. We started today's stream bawling our fucking eyes out, watching is it a music producer, music creator, music writer? I don't know what to call them. But he was talking about his battle with cancer in a digital fan fest from a couple years ago, or a year ago. And we watched that at the start of the stream stupidly. I knew it was going to be sad, but holy shit, it was devastating. Sound director, thank you. It was devastating. It was so emotional and so passionate and ugh. So now we're playing Hildebrand quests, which are like probably the biggest comedy relief in this game that you can get. So his birthday is January 10th? Can we do something? I don't know what to do. Can we do something? Is that a thing? Are players gonna be doing something? Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified that the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. Lahi? Soken is the lead sound director, but also principal composer and lead guitar for the Primals. That's sick, dude. New raid, Soken surprise party. January 10th is patch drop, right? For 6.3? Crazy. To wit, Morgrant, Yalto Nolto, and Lumenhart. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over... You idiots, look away! Are the 2 of you listening? Of course we are. Beg pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you were right. I too feel a chill wind blowing. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. But there is no need. Wait here. I shall build us a fire! Ah! Oh my god, Briardian's fucking dead. Ha ha ha. Methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal. Oh, fuck. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. And as fortune would have it, I just happen to have flint and stone on my person. We're fucking dead. We're fucking dead, dude. Oh no! There is no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that would lead to such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Whee! It's flying! Oh, motherfucker, dude. What have we here? How am I liking Hildy so far? Hidden, it's been amazing. Everything is proceeding according to our master plan? The little twitch. Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Hi, Becky Bones. Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards. See? Doubtless it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Yeah. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Nashu, don't sneeze. Nashu, don't sneeze. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Bryant. Oh no! Bryardian will meet a fiery demise. Ah, no! God damn it! Oh my, wow, it was nice knowing him. He's fucking dead, dude. There's no way Hildy pulls this off. What? What? Oh my god, nailed it. Nailed it. Oh my god. 10 out of 10 form. Oh man. Such poise, such control, such
devastation.
Allergies is what I was trying to say. He's fucking dead again. Oh my god. He's fucking dead. The timing of that such devastation was actually perfect, by the way. Such timing. Oh man. You saw through the fiend's ruse. But how? Oh man. Let's just call it reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? A ringing in my ears, but otherwise, no worse for the wear. You have my gratitude. I want them to fuck. Sorry, I want them to hook up. I want them to date. They would actually be such a cute couple, these two. An investigator and a reporter? Stop. They're literally made for each other. That little look they just shot at each other, I'm like, yeah, I ship it. Hildebrand Manderville, were you able to learn aught of the fiend who made his ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm. Briardian is in the wrong genre? Yeah. Vigilance! Yes! Vigilance is the order of the day. Such boys, such control. Becky, thank you for the clip. What in the name of the gods? Those teeth! Those vegetables cost a fortune, and they're ruined! Agent of inquiry? More like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to replace the supplies you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in jail. I can't believe it's Ray. I can't believe it's Ray. Hey, cute cat boy. Hello, cute cat boy. How you doing? Speak with Oh. What's this one? Don't I have this already? Wait. What am I wielding? Oh, this is the fancy one. This is the fancy one. Take you for fancy knife. Take you for fancy knife. Oh, what did I just do? Cast Glamour? Cast Glamour? Dead Hive? Shyla! Tara, I'm back. It's been a while, but I'm here again. I've been really busy these past months. Shyla! Shyla, it's so good to see you. How has life been treating you? Ooh! Dude, the little orange buggerflies coming off of it? Oh, that's so cool. He's sparkly. Oh, it's so nice. Thank you, Valera. Tara, why are you glamming them to the superior version? Oh, it said it was a downgrade, didn't it? I thought it said it was a downgrade. Yeah, -1 damage. It's deadass a downgrade. Dexterity 73, Dexterity 70, Vitality 70, Vitality 67. Rejoice in the glory of combat. It's like, it's straight up a downgrade. Item level 180, 190. Hello? Hello? That's why I'm glamming. Feel my blades. Okay, let's move on. That's weird, right? It's even high quality. It's even high quality, but it's a downgrade. Weird. I too gay for maths. It's okay. We love you anyway, Sweetling. Shyla, how has life been treating you other than crazy busy? I've seen a few people returning in chat and it makes my heart warm. Apart from college work, life's been pretty good. That's what we fucking love to hear. Let's go. Oh, shit, they said something in chat. Now run around with them. Do they leave a trail of butterfly? I didn't run around. Please, sir, just the smallest morsel of MSQ. I have resolved to, if we don't get to it today, we are doing MSQ tomorrow. I have resolved for that. Okay? Okay, so calm your tits. We'll do some MSQ tomorrow. Be happy. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? Fear not, the fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Guguremu bids that the damaging ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods! This is no thief, this is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contained imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supply these days. What with the mandragoras at large, even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras? I have heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall its name, but it very closely resembled the Eorzean dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple. Methinks you dost worry too much, Master Lewenhart. Of course, our action, I can't talk. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of those overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of the Gerbera proved unable to resist them. Terry, I'm gonna fight you over a mandragora. Mandragora? Would you like me to call it mandragora? Oh, a formidable foe indeed. Were only there a brave soul in our midst with a wont for taking on fearsome enemies, with not a shred of concern for his own well-being. It's me. He's talking about me. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, yes, I shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Sundimel of Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. It's Leviosa. Same vibe, right? Same vibe. Without those ingredients, Master Guguremu is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you're my only hope. A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. Hi, Freya! Oh, Lala with white hair. Oh, damn, those are the Realm Reborn relics. I love those ones. I love those ones a lot. Also, look at our little ashes we leave behind. I got little flame jets when I run. I love those relics. But it's a Realm Reborn, and I don't want to do a Realm Reborn relics. At least not yet. I don't hate myself that much. Later I'll hate myself. 5.4 is really good. Nothing bad happens after this point. Everyone goes home, has a tea party. Endwalker's not real Endwalker. It's not real. Endwalker's not real. Let me see your whole little outfit. This is your ninja look. The mask, cute. The shirt, cute. The pants, cute. Oh, the boots. I'm such a sucker for boots. You guys know this. I also like, are those hands part of the shirt or are those separate? With the little beads. Oh, they're separate. What is that? Exclusive Eastern Journey? What? Why is it exclusive? And why can't I have it? Limsa Lower Decks. Off we go. Boop. What in the butter knives? Oh, it's shop gear. Gotcha. I'm the ninja-iest of ninjas. I actually wanted to glam back into the, what is it called? Artifact gear? I wanted to glam back into the artifact gear, but alas, I did not yet. If you've come for the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late, as were we, blast it all. I really like Golsif's Ninja Glam. Golsif's Ninja Glam's really good. Yeah, it sounded store-bought. It's exclusive. Exclusively bought with your wallet. Eastern Journey is kind of Journey to the West inspired glam. That's cute. Hey, thanks for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. I'm a person who believes daggers should be shorter than one's forearm and not, you know, longsword sized. Valera, you're wrong. Your favorite daggers are perfect. You're wrong. I think it should be longsword sized. Half a bell is just half an hour, but more fancy. I hate it. Just say half an hour. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check on a shipment of vegetables than did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, it had all set sail without him. The merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. Ah! Is the thrill of the chase not invigorating, friend? The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottom will carry us to Aleport. Let us swiftly be on our way. I really like Golsev's, like, especially the chess piece with that little, like, scarf jigger going on. It's pretty good. Oh, it's a cape? Oh, it just got better. What are we doing today? We're gonna do Nier. After this set of Hildy quests, we're gonna do Nier, and then we are going to do... I forgot, it's not MSQ. Ninja quests. Ninja quests, so I can actually have my abilities. Look, I have them preset, Armor Crush and Hak Mujin Satsu, but I don't have them unlocked yet. No, we have the last one to do hidden. So hop over to Ether Adamantoise, because we'll probably be doing that soon, if you'd like to join us. That goes to anyone who would like to come. We got 24 slots, right? So, actually, how many slots are we at now? Who's organizing party? Half a bell is the blood orange of measuring time. Get out. I don't like it. You have the party finder ready. K. None yet. K. Why am I not mounted? What am I doing? Have some stuff I need to prep for later on tonight, Tara. Need to go yell at OBS for a few until it decides to act nicer. It never will. It never will. Just accept it and do your best. Have a good night, Ian. Thanks for popping in here. I can't even time out Ray for bad jokes anymore. Ray has ascended, Mac. Eek! Don't sneak up on me like that. I thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest, do ya? You'd be singing a different tune. Why am I so close to him? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine, my eye. By the time I'd regained me wits, they'd already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined, ruined. If I never see another bleeding onion till the end of me days, it'll be too soon. Unable to join party. Give me that. Whoops. What the NPC Lala sees? Paradigm's Breach. Wait, that's not right. What quest am I on? Oh, I didn't take it yet. Seeds of Rebellion. Remember to keep hydrated? I should actually drink some water. I'll invite you, Tara, then start the party finder. Good idea. Why'd you put that NPC in such a compromising position after finishing the dialogue? It's a Lala. I did no such a... Izagi, listen. There's no carbuncle beside me. I'm not up to shenanigans, okay? You listen here. To hear most say it, the Mandragors are a nasty lot. A right pain in the ass to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell you, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow frawns from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution! Madness, you say? Take a ferry to the Isle of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with the dim expression. I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Bugger me, if it ain't the undead overlord what fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which would make you... Aye, could it be? The adventurer what bested the thieving duelist in single combat? Yeah. I should have said no. Well, bugger me and call me inspector. Tell me, is it true the duelist traveled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. And that's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. And I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their own kind on the Isle of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go up there and uproot them before the harvest comes. Thank you for the pin. Thank you for the pin for the party finder. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I've not matched wits with sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra. To be fair, a random near raid in the middle of these quests would be so out of place, it's almost fitting with the shenanigans.
12 months.
Yo! Shyla. A year? How? How? Congrats on the upgraded badge. Thank you for being with me for a whole ass year, but please tell me how. I'm shook. I am shook. It feels like maybe 4 months ago that I was playing Red Dead. And I'm 90% sure that's the game you came to me in. Hi, Vermund! Talking to your Choco, are you? Gonna switch phone? Okay. I guess I could just fly my ass over there. I don't know where the ferry skipper is, so, oh, I see them. Umbra. Terra, keep doing the ERP. Shame. No! No, you clipped it. You're a monster, Izagi. If Terrabellum not you're my superstar. Derek, is that a fresh organic tier 1? Hi, thank you. What the heck? I appreciate you. Also, Bevel, coming in with the sweet talk. Let me tell you, flattery will get you everywhere, okay? So keep it up. I appreciate you. Is Terrabellum not edible? Why look like snack? Wait. Hang on. This gibberish voice is fitting with the near raid. There's crossover. Look, there's crossover. This is the crossover we needed. Speaking of Umbra, did he ever get the 2 secret minions here? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. I'm not sure. You feel a hostile presence gaze upon you. Where? Where? Nowhere. Near organicata. Ew, I hate it. Wind up sun and moon. Are they cute? Hup. What in the gibberish? Who's speaking squares at me? And we're being stared at. I see no plants here, if I'm being perfectly honest. There's the distinct lack of plants. An organic snack. How you speak in squares? The same way you speak in circles. Oh, and music notes and dollar signs. Hello? Hello? Reclaim the food stuff, okay. Hildy, my guy. Hildy, my guy. What happened? I leave you alone for 5 fucking minutes. What happened? He's been planted. When is Valora removing the Christmas emotes? I think Valora removed a few of them the other day. Oh, sorry if I don't use your correct pronouns. I find they, them to be the alternative. Bevel, don't you worry. I do the same thing. Even sometimes I see people with the pronouns extension and I still, out of safety, use they, them. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a joke. Friend, my pursuit of the Mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here somewhere. Commence the Mandragoras, yes. Huh? Huh? Oh! Sensing weakness in the realm. Oh! Following the calamity, 5 rogue vegetables, well, technically 4 and a fruit, have risen up to rid the land of all meat, including you. Cool off the Mandragoras before their verdant insurgent gains steam.
Pipe train.
Oh, not another one. Oh, not another one. Hello? Lab, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh god, what is happening? I find them to be the safest. That's a lot of AoEs. Please? I'm trying to read chat. I'm trying to read the chat room. Why are they taking such little damage? I think I picked up a random mantis. Thank you for the biddies, Islua. I appreciate you. Chat reading equals death. Right now, I'm doing my best. Let's get rid of the praying mantis. This is a bit of an homage to a boss fight in 12. Oh no, it's a boss fight where you have to chase things around. Why are they taking such little damage? I think I understand what's happening now. I think I get it. I think I get it. They're buffing each other. Wait, that one went in full? No, I don't know what's happening. Live went emote only, so I have to focus. Props to you. Okay, some of them are taking damage, some of them are not taking damage. This is horrible. Okay, now you're not taking damage. How about you? Yeah, you take damage. How about you? So do you. Very cool. How about you? Very cool. Very nice. So which one was technically the fruit? The tomato? Is that why it says four? Technically 4 in a fruit? Alright, well, we did it. I don't know how we did it, but we did it. Maybe, I don't know, stop multitasking, Terra. You listen here, Mac. You listen here, you little shit. All right, let me catch up on what I missed. In one corner of the island, there should be an NPC called Magic Pot. If you talk to him, you'll get a small exchange prompt for an elixir and a high elixir, I think. Exchanging one of those... I just sold my elixirs, though.
Come on, hype train, where you at?
Wait, do you guys not see the hype train? Because it's up there on my screen. It's currently level 1. Thank you for the biddies, Becky. It's definitely up there. Is Twitch doing a thing? More shame. Even further bad behavior, Terra. Impeccably fought, my friend. I only wish I had seen the battle with my own eyes. You go on ahead to Costa del Sol. I'll be along as soon as I extricate myself. I mean, I could help, sir. Wait. It's a bit of a unique angle, but
Sloppy.
I swear to fucking God, Twitch, do not make me lose my shit.
Oh my God, Captain, thank you for the biddies. I'm sorry I did that. It was the perfect angle. It was the perfect angle. You have to forgive me. What a thing to come into. Hi, Cursals! Oh man, that was funny. Don't lie, you're not sorry. I'm pretty sorry though, honestly. Don't load the lalas. Don't load the lalas. They're too cute. Hildebrand feet poking out of the ground is as iconic as the Peter Griffin flop. Quite literally, Funkle. Quite literally. Also, there's one more thing I missed in chat. I find they them to be the safest and best route most times. I'm not gender fluid nor non-binary, and I don't mind being referred to as they them. Me neither. Me neither. And the best example that I saw of it was somebody at a store. Like, pretend I'm working in a store, and I go, oh, someone left their bag in our store. And then the manager goes, oh, let's leave it in the back if they come back for it. It's perfect. It's normal English. They, them is just the safest. Singular they is real. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's literally perfect. And literally, like, pronouns can save a life. I don't mean to get like too serious, but pronouns can save a life. Like, it's important. It's important and it's good and it's not hard to do. It's really not hard. Guys, thank you for the hype train, by the way. My social media has me listed as they, them, and he, him in solidarity with my NB friends and my trans sister, Blur. Mwah, you're so cute. I love that. Singular they goes back as far back as Joffrey fucking Chaucer? Tosser? I don't know. Hildebrand quests always feel like a fever dream. Truly, Cursals. Truly. They're fantastic. Cursals, did you watch the Digi FanFest with Soken, like talking about their experiences. We're gonna say we watched that. We needed Hildy today, is all I'm gonna say. I fucking ugly cried, dude. You return. I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. Here you go. These your stolen goods. I didn't, and now I want to. Like, have tissues on hand. I ugly cried. Not to like too serious, but I did get scolded by someone in 14 who identifies as she, her, and you use they once to be safe, and they didn't like it. Huh? Now I always feel like I need to walk on eggshells, which doesn't feel good. That's bizarre behavior. Bizarre behavior. Yeah, that's weird. The stolen foodstuffs. You've saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Guguremu is quite particular about his seasonings. Oh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it is time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us. Core, the peppers have changed color. That's a them problem, to be honest. You did your job. Exactly, Derek, exactly. In my opinion, that's on her. How are you supposed to know someone's gender in a video game without voice chat? Exactly. Is the party finder up? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think it's pinned. Password is 3311. For some who are desperate to be seen as the gender they identify as, especially some trans people, using the correct gender is important. Oh. Was it a trans person? Did I misread the story? Someone identifies as she, her. I'm actually not sure. We don't know. We don't know all the details. Maybe she's the one of those conservatives who hates gender equality. Yeah, we're missing information. Still, I think even then you have to be forgiving if somebody uses they, them, even as a trans person, because it's difficult. Like, especially in the heat of moment, like who knows what kind of things they were doing. Could have been during difficult content and they were communicating or anything like that. There's so many moving pieces that using they, them, I don't know. I feel like it's still fine. But I'm not trans, so I can't speak for them. What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate. Obviously, if you know the pronouns and you know what pronouns they want, it's not hard to use the pronouns that they want. But if you're forgetful or you know you're going to make a mistake, they, them, I think should still be acceptable because it is used singular as well in normal English. Wanting your right pronouns is valid, yeah. But there's a way to correct without assuming malice. Exactly. I think that's my bigger issue with it. The fact that they attacked you for using they, them as like a safety blanket is kind of not fair. It's kind of not fair. I prefer she, her, but don't mind being called they, them. Yeah. No, it's okay, Golsov. Sometimes the conversations are good to have. Don't apologize. Sort of off topic, but for a while I worked at a place where I was text chat customer service. People assumed I was a man because of my screen name, and your life was much easier when dealing with customers. Isn't that fucking... I was in another 14 creators stream called It's Hillary Mason, and the topic of VTubers came up, and more particularly the topic of being a female in the streaming sphere. And I was so getting where she was coming from. And there was a few people in her chat that were like confused, being like, I don't think it's that hard to be a female creator. And it's like, oh buddy, oh buddy, oh buddy. You were there for the VTuber discourse. Yeah, no, I fully agreed with It's Hillary Mason. I knew exactly where she was coming from because I have female streamer friends who talk to me about the things that they go through. And I'm like, dude, in my 2 years of streaming, I have never dealt with even half the things that they have dealt with. Being a queer creator, I get a little bit of it, but nowhere near what a female creator gets. It's insanity. And to downplay that is just, oh, I was getting like a little heated. I was getting a little heated at a couple of the chatters. But I restrained. I held myself. Oh, Toon, you're going to sleep? Toon, love you. Bye. Yeah, exactly, Catherine. You're literally taking the time to try and be safe, and then they're throwing it back at you. Yeah, I so feel that. There's a tweet I saw today from a female Apex player who was happy she's not losing viewers for not having her camera on. That's... it's so unfair. It's so unfair, dude. Female creators have it so bad. I worked customer service with people realizing I was a girl and assuming I was a dude. And when they thought I was a dude, they assumed I knew what I was talking about. And you did, of course, and didn't argue with you nearly as much. Oh my God, I hate it. I hate it. Dudes can be blind to how much shit women deal with. Totally. Totally, Lam. Totally, totally. At this point, just pretend they don't exist while sipping on your coffee. Yeah. Try working on a customer service call center, inbound calls, and having to deal with a person named Jerry, and nothing to tell you if they're male or female. You get yelled at by going by their voice. Yep. That's why, like, they, them. It should be okay. I think maybe the person in particular that got mad about it was maybe just like in a very insecure moment, or like a very like what's the word, dysphoria moment, and just took offense to it. Like, I don't want to like shit on this person because we don't know what kind of day they were having, and it could have just been that extra little bit that hurt them unintentionally, of course, but it could have been. Lurked for part of that, didn't chime in since my interactions with VTubers would not have been constructive to interject. Gotcha. It's weird how people just assume that because they haven't experienced the negative effects of racism, sexism, whatever, that said negative experiences just aren't real. Yeah, it's, what's the word I'm looking here for? It's like detached. It's unhinged to assume it's just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's happening. When is Terra VTuber era? So I was really keen on the conversation because I also wondered, I think I'm doing good. I think I'm doing good. That being said, I think stream is going well, things are going well, and I have no complaints. But there was a time where I wondered if I was a straight white male, where would I be on Twitch? Because the largest demographic of Twitch, like think of the top 50 Twitch creators, how many women are in there, first of all? How many queer creators are in there? It's not a lot. It's not a lot. So there have been times where I'm wondering, I was like, would I be doing better if I was straight white male? If I was like the easily identifiable demographic? Or would I be doing better if I was a VTuber? Because VTubers are blowing up, they're doing well. But that being said, I love what I'm doing. I love the way stream is going, and I have no, I'm not gonna change anything, at least now. Terra Potato VTuber. So that's another thing. I used early on in my streaming career, I used the potato filter so much. I used it so much, and it's because I wasn't always comfortable being on stream. Now I've been doing it for 2 years, I'm so comfortable. Like my face, I have a glass face. It's my strength and my weakness in that if I'm feeling something, you're gonna see it. But I used potato as a crutch so much when I wasn't feeling great, or when I was feeling bleh, or even when I would eat, I would put on the potato stream because I just didn't want to deal with any of that. I didn't want to deal with so much eyes on me. Are you full-time or half-half? Right now, pretty much full-time. Pretty much full-time. I'm working a little bit still at my other job, but yeah. You would have a shit community probably. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We wouldn't have all the cool ass people we have today. I do love your stream so much. It's ultra comfy. Furman, thank you so much. We love your face, but that is legendary. Yes. Never asked, so I was curious. To be honest, I found that queer creators have a much safer space for women like me to exist and participate in stuff. Hell fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Let's go. Let's go, Evelyn. That's what we love to hear. I'd say Ninja was the most successful LGBTQ streamer, but he didn't come out as bi until Ninja's bi? Huh? Huh? I didn't even know that. That's so cool. I'm gonna say I don't look at people's sexuality or gender when it comes to watching streams, because for me, it's all about the personality or how they interact with chat, the community, and sometimes voice, because I'm kind of sensitive to sound stuff. Yeah, let's go. Ninja's by himself. Hey, Catherine, please. Honestly, after the experience I've had, if you had gone VTuber, I never would have come in the first place. Oh, he's all cute. That's so sweet. Thank you. I will take this as a time. Yes, exclamation mark pronouns. Take this as a time to advertise Twitch pronoun plugin. It's fantastic. Especially for streamer like me, it's fantastic. I'll take things I learned today for 800. Same sentence, same. I def have a preference, like voice-wise. Oh, and what you like to hear? Sometimes I wish, I mean, we all hate our own voice. I've become comfortable with my voice after 2 years of streaming, but we all hate our own voice when we hear it on recording. I sometimes feel like my voice is too shrill. Is that the word I'm looking for? I feel like my own voice can be kind of grating and not fantastic. And then I hear other creators out here that have like literally like buttery voice when they're talking. And I'm like, ooh, God, I wish that was me. It's hard not to compare. It's hard not to compare is the moral of the story. But you shouldn't. Everyone's journey is different. Everyone's body is different. Everyone's face is different. Everyone's voice is different. And all should be celebrated and enjoyed. Hi, Val. It's safe for you right now. Don't worry. Tara, everyone sounds weird when they scream. Listen here, you little shit. Listen here, you little shit. Say Peta. Oh, true. Peta. Okay, I'm gonna be streaming like this now. I'm a recording musician and I'm a baritone range, but I feel I'm super shrill hearing recordings, so it's super much a thing. Yeah, we all hate our own voice, period. I've just become tolerant of hearing my own voice in recordings because of how much recording I've had to go through. Okay, let's dive back into it. That was a big tangent. That was fun though. I love those kind of conversations, especially in the kind of environment that we've created here. It's super, no one's in trouble. You can voice your opinion here without being shit all over. And I love that. Nobody's jumping down anyone's throat. Everyone's supportive of what people have to say. And it's just like, it's awesome. I'm so blessed. You guys are fucking cool as hell. The voice you hear when you talk is a result of it echoing in your own head, which is why it sounds wrong hearing a recording when that doesn't happen. When you don't have the head echo going on, cursed. Shadowplay me. Are you tolerant of your own voice now, Vel? I remember early on you hated it. Whenever I hear my own voice, I always hear the small things, like the little lisps and slurs that I do when talking quickly. I have it too. Lord Wiz, I have it too. You'll hear it. My voice sounds amazing in the shower. But one of my friends said my voice was nasally. No! Never tell someone they have a nasally voice, because they can't help it. Don't tell somebody that. Let them say it themselves if they realize it. Don't awaken somebody to their own nasally voice, okay? Even nasally voices are beautiful. God damn it. Okay? Lois's voice makes me want to rip out my ears. Okay, anyways, where the hell were we? Brardian. A striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Lewinhart described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate. Exactly, Avalon, exactly that. I just want to echo it. If it's not something the person can fix in 30 seconds, don't fucking say it. But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant... Thief! I meant purplish blue, or bluish purple. The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. He just fucking runs. Ha! The charade is up after the man. It is as I suspected all along. The goggles have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu, the fiend must be brought to justice. I think I'm off for now. Gotta turn on the PC, get ready to move tomorrow morning. Tutor! I hope it's the easiest move of your life. Moving always sucks. I give you strength, okay? I give you strength. Good luck. Holy fuck. Dude, I never want to move again. I literally never want to move again. I hate it so much. Just never have a voice like a certain troll debater. True. Moving is shit. Good luck, friend. Once when I tried streaming, someone came in and told me I sounded like an old lady. That's when you were 26? Rude ass. Rude ass. I hate that that happened to you, Siv. You can run, but you cannot... Ha ha ha! If you thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildebrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. Done in by a snipper, a fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies behind the mask. Huh? Huh? I feel like this is our actual Lewinhart, not Thief Lewinhart. Where am I? Who are you? Ha! Playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. I'd like Matterville to shatter my skull. What? Hello? Golsev, how much money have you made from Eureka now? I need to get my ass back in there. If you didn't just cross your arms, you're lying. Thank you, Lav. Thank you. Terra. Wait. I remember now. I was on my way to meet with Miss Arabella when... Thank you for the hydrate as well. Double sip. Miss Arabella. I must find her at once. Ugh, my head. It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Lewenhard. I swear on my life that that is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant, he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Well, that'll be easy to track him down then, right? Just look for somebody with a hole. Now that you mention it, the imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet, he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. Easy clap. Need of a bio break? I'm actually in need of a bio break as well. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Lewenhard back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. Go piss girl. Val, I love you. Thank you. Oh no. They're back! 4 vegetables and 1 fruit. I have found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethe with anger at those that took from you what was yours. Wait, they're actually so cute, though. I like this little sad one. The little sad onion. He's crying because he's an onion. Oh my god, that's so cute. Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. Hi, Sherry! Why are they cute, though, right? Big, delightful kids from down the lane energy. I haven't seen it, but I trust your judgment. The game is afoot, inspectors. It's an Asian. Calling her right now. It's always an Asian. Oh, come on. I know it's not going to show me the face, but come on. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? Ew. Guys, what did Cinderella say when she got to the ball? I'm gonna wait and see how you guys type it out. Garlic, mandragora, eggplant, onion, garlic, and tomato. So cute. Sip. Carrot. The correct answer, what did Cinderella say when she got to the ball, is glop. Derek, that is such a deep cut. That looks like when Miss Doubtfire's mask got run over by a van. Literally that. Literally that. Spade, is that a Carby? Sad Bunkle? The Spade, that's such a cute emote. I swear to God, Tara's pronouncing Mandragora different every time as a personal attack at me. It's Mandragora. No, I just don't know how to read. How have you not learned that yet? Oh, is this Arabella? Wait, actually cute. Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Lewin, always the worrier. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see the flowers. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please, call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabella. But still your gentle heart, for as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Manderville name. The gods smile on me indeed, to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion. And yet... Terra's in a rare form today. 3 lewd scenes and a lewd joke in under 3 hours. I'm in some kind of mood. You seem pensive, milady. Is something the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. What is going on in the background here? Oh, somebody's watering a plant. I do not love Vance. Why, I have not even met him. He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift, a treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I do not care for how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to a youth you have not even met. Unconscionable. Father says this marriage must happen. That is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true old Don. But if I may be bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though as a servant rather than a son. Banned. Banned. You may think father a cold and miserly man, but to me, he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vance, if that will only make father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I, as well, must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. Oh. Hildy really giving out the marry who you love stuff. Hildy, good boy, honestly. What time is it? Okay, pee break. It's 5. How is it 5? How is it 5? Fuck. Guys, I have to do ninja quests today. I have to do ninja quests. We're gonna go pee. Should I pause Hildy here? Should we pause Hildy? Go for a pee break? And then do Nier? And then do ninja? And then if we have time, we'll come back? What do we do? What do we do? Yo, it's giving Monster Hunter. Let me look at you. Let me look at you. Okay. Okay, let me look at you. Holy shit. I love edgy glams. Like, heavy armor, edgy. Oh. Oh, oh my. Oh my. Dude, I love Aura. What a cute aura you have. Let me hug you. I actually really like this glam as well. This is awesome. Break raid ninja works out. Yeah. Okay. Last chance to join the party finder before we open up to public. Maybe we pin the password again. 3311 on Ether Adamantoise. It's Nergigante armor. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's Nergigante armor. Wait. Is this what you were going for? Wait, is it actually Nergigante armor? I wouldn't be surprised. It looks just about spot on. No, wait, it's warrior gear. What? Let me show you guys Nergigante. It's from the Garo event. It is literally so close to Nergigante armor. Oh, can I please have a bigger picture? Okay, well, this is gonna get the point across anyways. This corporate wants you to find the difference. Look at that. Boop. Look at that. So close. So close. So close. That's awesome. That is really cool armor. Okay, everybody go pee. Garrow collab armor. What is Garrow? Not what I was going for, just for the Garrow title, but I do like how it looks. It looks awesome. PvP. You know what? PvP is not bad. PvP is not bad when you're playing Monk. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Pin that message. We go pee. Then we do raid. Then we do ninja. Then we do Hildy if we have time. Guys, there's so many things I want to do. How do I do all the things? How do I do all the things? I stream 10 hours a day. Boom. 10-hour a day streams. That's what we're starting now. Be right back. See you guys in a couple minutes.
Oh no!
Oh, he caught you. I saw that. Now,
don't look at me.
Now Andy won't love you, you freaking the drive-by. The drive-by trash search. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm going back in first person.
Sweet mother. Easy boy. Easy. Shit.
Oh my god! What is that?
Bad time for a reload is right. If I see Chica right now, I'm dead. Chica saw me. Bloodbath time? Ooh. Oh yeah. Let's relax. Wait, where's the bubble jet? Where's the bubble jet? I need to be booty blasted by the bubble jet. There we go. Amazing. If y'all trying to act like you don't sit right where the bubble jets are, you're lying, okay? You're lying. That's all I'm saying. Oh! Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, you guys, did I forget to put the cooldown back on that? You guys, that's supposed to have a long cooldown. Hang on. Hang on, let me go fix that right now. Before people start spamming. No! Why cooldown? Because this. Because this. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, okay. Whew. 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 Just keep playing while you guys repeatedly smash the key screen. Oh, sheesh. Okay. No, wait. No ball. Whoa. Mayo. Mayo. Oh, Mayo's fine. Oh. I am the best at riding. Lifts. Oh, oh, a chest. Oh no! I did it! I made it to the top. I want to take the flag with me. I did it! I'm sorry. Why am I like this? Why you stand like this, Gremlin man? I don't know, phone. I do that all the time. I literally stand like literal Gremlin. Pog. Alright, I'm ready to fucking tackle some bitches. Come here! No! I was trying to be cool. You can now return the horse you stole to its... I stole a horsey? I'm punching the horsey? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to punch you. I figured out how to punch. You know, settle yourself. Oh, Zimmy, do not turn off my computer right now. Time for two-handing. This is probably what this message says. No two-handing ahead, therefore seek God. That's funny. Whoomst. Whoomst summon. The pinchy one. The elder one. Lobster. He has arrived with his big, meaty claw. Blind mode. 8:39:37. Forward. Residence? Almost like a resident evil. Handsome chin? Do you think I have a handsome chin? Is it like, ooh, ah. Wait, double chin. I have two of them, double the handsome. Help me. A knockout! No! It was me that was the knockout! No! Can I just like be up on this? I can. Hoidles! Way of the White Corona! Green. I definitely ate it. Puppies? Puppies? Not friendly! Not friendly puppies! Very cool. Very cool weapon. Be a droppy boy? That's what No, please don't. Ah! I was like, is he gonna snipe me? That's a bit more than sniping. That's a little bit more than sniping. Jesus Christ. Holy that like correct that whip. Licorice whip. Banan. I said whip it. Banan. Licorice whip. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill my head off. Hang on. I just saw that I have this. We should use this. This would be very cool. This would be a cool thing to use. It fucking did nothing. That was embarrassing. We're just not gonna talk. We're just not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna discuss that. Okay, that didn't happen. There we go. Schmoovin'. Yeah. There we go. That's the ticket. What? Okay. Now there's nothing. Ground floor is safe. Like nothing bad can happen. Fucking son of a fucking. We're doing great. It's 3 a.m. Loot or no? Loot or no? Hi, I'm back, by the way. Loot or no? What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction. With a weird S for some reason. What is that? What is that S? What is wrong with that S? Why is it like that? That's not loot? Okay. I must be in some sort of mood today because my brain made it loot. My brain made it loot and I was like, I don't think this is loot. This is definitely not loot. The picture here. I just meant the wording. He's a cute cat boy. What are you wearing? You've got your aesthetic on point with all the purple and all the black. Look how cute! I love this chess piece. It's giving like World of Warcraft shoulders, and honestly, it's not a bad thing. We need more loud, obnoxious shoulder pieces on our chess pieces. Oh. We already know you're in a mood. True! Loranity! No way, you bean. Hello? Hello? I should warn you, we're just about to do near raids. It may not entirely be safe for you considering how you view the raid content. And I'm pretty sure you're behind me story-wise. Hello, Loranity. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. How you guys doing? My name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. I usually stream 4 days a week. I'm no longer a variety streamer. Let me change my intro. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. I play a variety of 14 content. This game won me over so entirely. I love it to death. Welcome in. What were you up to? Wait, you were also playing 14? What were you doing? What was happening? Tell me all the things. Welcome in, everybody. It's so good to have you. Hi, Tara. I'm actually going to raid and run. Yes, you should. Sorry. I was streaming with COVID. Really have to run back to bed. Oh my God, Larnity. Drink all the orange juice. Drink all the water. Please feel better as soon as you can. Thank you so much for trusting me with your humans. It means the whole heckin' world to me. Thank you. We are actually about to jump into the near raids. We're on Ether Adamantoise if anyone plays 14 and wants to hop in here. We're at 17 of 24. Party finder password is 3311. Oh, loving the vibes here. Good luck with the near raids, Loranity. Loranity is awesome vibes, by the way, you guys. We raided them, what? 2 weeks ago? Something like that? They also play Guild Wars 2, which, it's so funny. I raided Loranity and then I realized I recognized them. Like before I raided them, like after I raided them, but I recognized them from before that. And it's the weirdest thing ever. Twitch and content creation is so big, but also so small. It's super cool. This is our hyperfixation of the past 6 months about that. Yeah. No, this game won my whole heart, dude. I've never seen the Moogle mail icon flash like that. Are you ignoring mails? Listen, I said at the start of stream, I forgot to check my mail. And it's flashing like this because I'm not on my home server right now. Because Dynamis is still a baby server. And it would be too hard to fill up the party finder. I see you have mail. Oh, you got your recruit a friend. What did I just say? Recruit a friend. Crap last night, so you have yours. Cool. So that's gonna be feathers? Maybe I can buy another mount that I'll never use. Recruit a friend. My brain does that all the time. I hate it. Recruit a friend. Get out. Not the recruit a friend. We should head to Tomra. Loranity, the last warning. I don't know if you're at Tomra yet. Get out. Love you. Wow. Please feel better, you sweet bean. You sweet bean. Tomra! Bye. Love you. Thank you for the raid. Bye. Thank you for the follows, by the way, guys. Welcome in. Have a great stream. I hope you feel so better so fast, okay? With no lasting effects. Prage. Prage for you. Get out if you don't want spoiled, literally. I love your welcome command you made for us, Mac. This is one of the, what did I say? Refruit a Krend rewards, right? For feathers? I guess I could buy that and never use it. It's so big. It's so large and in charge. All right, meet at Komra. It has the essential infos. It's perfect. It's perfect. Doo-doo-doo. It's so big, you say. Hey, I was thinking it, but I'm in some kind of mood today, so I didn't say it, okay? I was trying to control myself, Catherine. Spoilers for 5.0 and beyond. Be gone, ere you be spoiled. Precisely. Thank you, Sethren. Borrowing Adamantoise to do more casual PvP? Hell yeah. I actually haven't tried to PvP on Dynamis yet, so I don't know what the queues are like. I am assuming CC isn't bad, but Frontline might be long queue. Wonder how big the Lala version of that mount is? Does it get scaled down? Because the red chocobo does not get scaled down. So it's just like comically large for my Lala. It's so big. And it feels like it moves so slow because it's so big. Your guild is pretty much flooded it last night. Really? To get us through a few ranks and get the armor. Ah! What guild are you in? Queues might also be pretty good now that the season is ending soon. That, and with 6.3 dropping right away, I feel like Dynamis will be in a healthy, like even already in Limsa, I've been seeing people AFKing and stuff, and it's like, my little baby server, it's growing up. It's growing up so fast. Twintania gets scaled. Okay, cool. Welcome in, by the way. And thanks for the follows, you guys. I appreciate you. 10 minutes left to join party before we open it to public. You're in SE6? Okay, on Dynamis as well, I see SE6 everywhere. Everywhere. I swear every third person that I look at is in SE6. Oh, we get to do my favorite pastime. Adventure plates. Let me look at you. Let me look at you, lamb. No. No. Get out. Lamb, you're banned. Lamb, you're banned. Can't afford a house in the Imperium. Just get hello. I hate it. I hate it. I was about to praise you on how beautiful your Elizabeth is, but then I saw this. Lamb, you're banned. Sorry. Oh man, we have a bunch of friendos in SE6. Oh lord, the pain. The pain, dude. Look, I contain multitudes. Very beautiful Ellison though, unironically. Very, very beautiful. I love that hair. Is this an unlock hair or is this like a baseline hair? The hair's beautiful. I love the waves. Oh, nut. Respectfully, of course, respectfully. Derek, we just looked at. Dan, have I looked at your plate? Have you updated it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We love our Femros. That's base hair? Dude, that's an awesome choice. I feel like I don't see that one a lot. Is it because of the middle part that people don't like it? That one's awesome. It's perfection. Ray, when's the last time I looked at your plate? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's our beautiful Ray. Your aura, by the way, let's go, Sithran. Should update your plate. I need to update mine. Mine is not reflective of like my current gear or class or anything like that. Or is it class? I think it's still red mage. Should be. Yeah, but it's like not at all the gear that I wear anymore. Still love it. And you gotta get that self promo. You gotta get that self promo in your plate. That hair choice reminds me of a Hure hair. Actually, Linny, don't you have the same hair? If Linny's still here, I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, Linny might have like literally same hair. Your plate is always the same. It's because it's perfection. Haven't even updated your mains plate, let alone your NA alt? Lord Wiz, come on. Get on that. Get on that. Still my favorite game to play to this day, and I do it all the time when I'm offline, is with Hrothgars. There's 3 options for Hrothgars, for our beautiful cat dads. 1, they're naked in a Speedo. 2, it's like a kind of edgy, cool close-up of their face and they're usually smirking. Or 3, adventure plate not yet created. There's like no in between. I swear to God, and I love it. Hrothgars, only ERP with Hrothgars. Yeah, they're exclusive. They're exclusive. Lewd, tasteful, tastefully lewd. Yeah. You keep forgetting adventure plates exist? Dude, it is literally my favorite pastime. When I'm bored or I'm waiting for queues or I'm doing literally anything, I look at people's adventure plates because I love them. People are creative. Only thing that matters is to have fun. Agree. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. I think I finished my plate on my alt. Haven't edited my main plate since it was released. I mean, if it's perfect, it's perfect, right? The best plate is my Lala Xenos. He looks so evil and I love it when it comes up. Did you make a wind-up Xenos? Hang on, I need to find, I think it's on Eorzea collection. Wind up Xenos. Yeah, it's on Eorzea collection. Literally perfect. Literally perfect. Let me, hang on, give me a second. Been loving your 14 journey on YouTube, so here I am now. My heart! Thank you! I appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Look at this! Look at this! This is fucking perfect! Little wind-up Xenos. This is so fucking cute! It's even got the little, like, gem, because Lalafels get those. I think only the, wait, do both? Do Planesfolk and Dunesfolk get, or just Dunesfolk? I think it's a Dunesfolk thing. It's perfect! As expected, lots of Shadowbringer tears. Oh my god. I haven't uploaded the 5.3 video yet. It's gonna be so hard. Sep, if you're a VOD enjoyer, you can go back in today's VOD near the start. Aside for Twitch having some issues, we watched the Digi Fan Fest where Soken was talking about their struggles writing to the edge and all that. Oh, we started today with an ugly cry. 5.3 is the single most sadistic piece of media ever. It's so cathartic though. It's so cathartic. I haven't, so with 5.0, after I beat 5.0, maybe like a week later, I started looking at other people's reaction videos to 5.0. 5.3, I'm not ready. I'm actually not ready. I will cry. I still have to edit my own reaction. I can't. Wait, when did they make Xenos a Lala? This is Wind Up Xenos. I loved this. Close to Dump Truck, but it's a Lala, so we're not gonna talk about Dump Truck ass on a Lala, okay? It's not allowed in my chat. 5.3 is just, it just is. It exists. It doesn't have a description. It's, god damn. Catherine of the House Takamaki, Demonic Queen of Scarlet. Look how pretty. Wait, white eyes are an option? I don't think I knew that. I don't think I knew that was an option. Also, this camera angle makes it look like Catherine's about to go insane in an anime. Oh, camera angle's ruined. The smack! Not the smack. I've seen people talk about Matoya's dump truck. Oh, that's too far. No, that's too far. That's too much for me. Spade, yes! Yes, exactly that. Yes, my eyes are white. They're lovely. They're lovely, my dude. Don't you worry. How does one explain 5.3 to someone? You can't. You can't. It hurts. It hurts, but it doesn't hurt. It hurts, but it's happy, but also sad. But it does. Nobody quote the quote that exists, but I was just thinking about it. The rain something, it's a clear day. I can't remember how it goes, but don't fucking quote it in my chat. I'll cry. It hurts. That's it. That's the whole show. It's trauma but therapy, literally. We have room for 2 healers, 5 DPS. Should we open up to public, or is anyone making their way over? It's just an emotional roller coaster. It has to be experienced. Totally, Tim. How much will you cry in 5.3? Yes, correct. Also, Vel, can I out you? Vel, can I out you if you're still listening? There you are. Vel actually got emotional. I think fully emotional over the game for the first time. And it made me happy. I was like, good, good. Because Vel is, what level MSQ now? Like 76, 77? Something around there anyways. Vel did the Seto moment. The Seto moment, if you know it, you know it. And said that she got like really teary-eyed. And I was like, yes. I was like, good. She realized her weakness is animals. Anything animal related gets her. And I was like, good, good. Everyone's gangsta till Seto, literally. I'm weak to animal stuff, yeah. And it was a beautiful fucking moment, dude. A beautiful moment. Oh, Seto, when I did that scene, I was grabbing my dog for comfort, right? If you're a pet lover, you can't help but connect the two. You cannot help it. Because if your pet could talk, they would more than likely say the same thing. And it's just, I'm gonna make myself cry. It's just beautiful. It was just beautiful. Ah. No, not Seto. Been forgetting to do your Fisher dailies? Linny, come on. Oh, hello. Hang on. Have I seen you before? Let me look at you. Wait, he's so cute. I don't think I've ever seen a male Ellison look like this. It's giving Francel. Like Francel energy. So cute. He literally looks so innocent. My heart. Oh my god, a cute male Ellison? They exist? They do. What? No, this is one of like the most adorable male Ellisons I've seen. I've seen some hot male Ellisons. Don't let me go there. But this is one of the cutest male Ellisons I've ever seen. And just a ball of gay anxiety. Same, bestie. Same. I feel so validated. You did so good. Holy shit. Is there still room in the raid? 18 of 24. Yep. There's still room. Ah. It's the freckles on the face. It's the everything. So cute. Brown hair Francel. Yeah. So cute. Did you ever forget mine? Oh, Izagi's. No, but Izagi, yours is more hot than cute. Let's be real. This is the gayest Ellison I've ever seen. Positive. Positive note. Also have a fitting description for the Party Finder if you want to check it out. Oh, what did you... Oh, can I see the Party Finder while I'm in the Party Finder? I really don't know how Party Finders work. I'm such a baby. I don't think I can. I don't think I'm capable. Is it this one? I don't think it's this one. This is Cactuar. Public... Oh, it's public now. Public alliance rates. Rates. Running for a man with a glass face. Join us for a fun run here and join us at twitch.tv/Terrabellum to watch said face break. Rude, but true. Rude, but true. Crewman criteria will show it to you. Gotcha. Honestly, Francel was just as gay, even canonically for us. Yeah. There's a moment when you're unlocking the firmament and Hilda? Yeah, Hilda walks up and she's like, she makes a joke about you like dating Francel. And one of the dialogue options is, oh, you know me, I like to aim high. And it felt even more fitting being a Lalafell. Also, if you didn't know, he's wearing the streetwear crop top jacket in the adventure. This is Cash Shop, isn't it? This one? Is this the one that's like 20 fucking bucks? The street stuff? It's so good. Oh, it's too many dollars, but it's so good. There's a little Moogle on the back. A little Chocobo with sunglasses. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. That's fantastic. Maybe it'll be on sale one day. Hopium, Serena. That is hopium. What a cute little Ellison, dude. What a cute bean. I adore. The leather pants are from Firmament. Got you. I'd wear that IRL, to be honest. I couldn't pull it off. I would love to try wearing it, but I couldn't pull it off. Quick, someone sub Terra 21. No, do not. Do not. You guys have enabled me too much. I don't even have it, and I can say it's worth it. It's fashionable as fuck. Maybe it'll go on sale. Have I looked at you? Oh! What is this? What's happening? Catherine, what are you doing? Not the leather pants, but the top. The 20,000 gil. What is the 20,000 gil for? What the fuck? Are you real money trading with me right now? You're gonna get us banned. Catherine, you're gonna get us banned. Exchange 20k for $20. Easy. Real money trading. Help. We're doing illegal things. Go buy yourself something pretty. You can help, but you don't see the Party Finder. Ether. Ether. It should be under public. Should be under public at this point. Catherine, thank you. Oh, I feel like I've seen this aura before. She's so pretty. I love Femora. They have like some of the cutest stances. I think my favorite idle pose on Femora is the one where they're like holding their arm. It just looks so like anxiety and cute. It's so precious. Guys, remember to tip your terrace. I got that proper one of that. Hiya! Oh, oh, hello. Is that some Pagelthan? Is that some Pagelthan in the distance? That looks like Pagelthan. Yeah, it's public now, yeah. Zoom in on Ayla's outfit. Which outfit is this? Star Velvet. Star Velvet Himation of Casting. At least you know it's not Mog Station, because it has of casting. I need to get to Pagelthan. I want my dancer to have Pagelthan chess piece. I think it would be fitting for like a little tribal dancer look, which is really what I want. This isn't giving. It's close, but it's not what I want. Boop. Boop. Do 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 do. Look how cute. Dude, I love adventure plates. I love when y'all put a hella effort into your adventure plates. We love to see it. This one just feels like a flex at this point because of the fancy borders and stuff. This one is just, look, I am gamer. I am Heaven's Legend. The one that Vella's interested is level 70 crafted gear. That's not bad. It is a flex. It 100% just looks like a flex. It's the Eye of Sauron. I'll do ultimates just to get the plate stuff, just to flex, right? Also, do you like my giant daggers? I do. I do love your giant daggers. That'll be me one day. These are the Heavensward relic, you said? Sandsung's Lux. Sandsung's Lux. Reminds me of Exarch? There's an Exarch cosplayer who did so good. They even have like the crystal arm. This raid in particular is BGM 10,000. Oh, I'm already on BGM 100. All right, we're good. Maybe I'll turn up master volume a little bit. We are here to make Terra suffer. Jolly? No. Jolly, no. Don't you type that in my party finder. We talking cosplay? Because every time Rando shows up dressed as Arbor, I get super sad. Right, Ian? Also, Ian, what are you still doing here? I thought you were leaving. I love Rando's Aardbert cosplay. It is so good. Let me look at your hair, Liddy. Do you have the same hair as the other one? Thank you for beds. Oh no, you have a different hair. With like a little bit of a braid in the back. Liddy's so cute, dude. You're just here lurking? Back to your turnips, Ian. Back to your turnips. Someone said, I'm here because your suffering makes me feel alive. Super quiet stream and I heard cosplay. So your two brain cells stopped yelling at each other for a moment to be like, cosplay! Your NA alt is still in Heavensward, otherwise you might join Pepe Hands. Pepe Hands. One day you'll get there. At the rate that I clear content, you'll catch up before you know it. It's also a base one. Has a cute little braid. I really like that little braid in the back of it. Got some good ass hair options. Got some good. Ooh! What is that weapon? Hello? What is that weapon you got there? Tailkeeper's Recollection? Shadowbringers Relic. That is so cool. Yes, I'm ready, by the way. I'm just looking at people. That is beautiful. That's first stage? Shadowbringers Relic? No shot, dude. Dude, hero representation. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, got recommended video viewers on YouTube. Made my way over to catch you live. Hi, Ace. Welcome in. We're about to do the third Nier raid, and I think we just formed the full party. Hi, Derek. Oh, this is the same one. This is just a completely different glamour. I didn't even recognize you. You look so different. Oh, it's second stage. It's second stage. It's the glowy first stage, so second stage technically. No, this bean is so cute. Put my loud ass weapons away. Ah! Hair twins. We are hair twins. This little bean with that little hat. Dude, what a cute Lala. No, my heart. No, it's so cute. What a cute bean. We pet the bean. Lalas are fully sustained on head pats. So give Lalas head pats whenever you see them. When I'm like out in the wild off stream and people head pat me, it's like, it gives life. Boop, boop. These raids are great. Love the Lala, by the way. Thank you. So backstory on my Lala's dirty face. I made my face dirty because I was going for like a street urchin look. And then I did 5.0 with a dirty face. And now I can never clean my face. I can never clean my face because it's now sentimental dirt. It's now sentimental face dirt. So it's just part of me. Catherine really flexing their beautiful ass sword. Hey, let's see the other one. Line them up. Line them up. Get those idle poses. Skincare? Soil. Exactly, Sep. Exactly. Eternal streak marks where the tears washed away the I wish. I wish, dude. That would be so good. Terra, same. Also that, Tim. Terra can never get clean because... Oh, this is cool. Because he lewd and dirty. True. It's pretty white, though. Also, flash warning. I know the second and third alliance raids for Nier can be very flash warning, so if you're photosensitive, Ian, hide away. Hide yourself. Hide your eyeballs. Hide your kids. Yes, flash warning. Yeah. Yep. I actually love how it starts dead quiet. I see a cowboy. Cowgirl? No adventure due to privacy. Oh, hang on. Lathe Diverse got a lewd plate. Look at them. Look at them. They got a lewd plate hiding under there. I know it. I know it. If it's private, it's something spicy. Says the streamer who uses for flashbang. Most of all players I've seen. Tim, listen here, you little shit. Listen here. I love ver flashbang. Oh god, it's happening already. Did the deadline for your Bun Fantasia sub-goal pass? It did, Sith. It did. I think we've resolved now to, if we are become Bun Boy in the future, it'll be post MSQ. It'll be my reward for completing MSQ. Because I'm literally 50-50 on what I want to play. Lalafell or Bun Boy. Literally right on the middle. Oh god. Oh, whoa. It's saying numbers at us. Oh my god, I'm like not ready for content. We've been doing Hildy, we've been crying. I don't know how to play. Redeem the code. Oh, thank you. Holy shit, thank you. Redeem the code. If only it was a redeemable code. It kind of looks like one. That rescue was perfection. Literally saved me from myself. Oh, my camera angle's so hot, like wrong right now. There we go. Oh, self-replication. There's another on the side. Stacking the deck. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Okay. 2B does not give a fuck. She just ate that. She just ate. Hi, Cole, come in. Love you. The Eternal Struggle, Bun or Lala. The 3-pack of Fantasias I think is still on sale until the 9th. I'm going to preemptively buy it because I know I'm going to have that struggle perpetually. So I'm going to start my Fantasia addiction early. By preemptively... Whoa! By preemptively buying 3 of them. First the vegetable speaking squares, now this. I think we go forward, yeah. The little baby rescue. Oof. Replicate. Okay. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Everyone's hiding back here, so I'm gonna also hide back here. Lunge. Oh, there was a shove. That's why everyone was hiding. You've been going back in time and enjoying DMCA? Or DMCA. DMCA. DMC? A? Because I'm Canadian? Saved it. Nailed it. Easy. Which one are you playing, Hike? Oh, does somebody need a res over there? Oh, they might be DC'd. Oh, they have a res. Never mind. DMC, eh? Precisely. Okay, so this one first with Colossal Impact. Oh, this one's doing a different attack. And that one's doing Colossal Impact. Cool. Not bad, not bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, get me away! Nice save. The reboot, nice. The one that was hated because they made Dante a hipster instead of emo. Okay, listen. I exclusively wanted to play DMC for, I don't know his name. He's a very beautiful boy with white hair, and white hair is my kryptonite. Nero, is that right? I don't know if that's right. It was Nero, yeah, so beautiful. I literally wanted to play the games just for him. Man, 2B does not give a fuck about mechanics. Ooh. Liddy, no! Oh, somebody raised you. Okay, good. Nero is in 4 and 5, right? DMC Devil May Cry is a reboot of the series by Ninja Theory. Oh, I didn't actually know that. Do you know what I realized is, like, just now this boss is giving? Like, vibe-wise? Kingdom Hearts. Like, the big shadow monster you fight in the start of KH1. Darkseid. Is that what it's called? Look at its name. Knave of Hearts? Okay. Okay, listen. I'm not gonna say that it's definitely paying homage to Kingdom Hearts, but I am gonna imply it. I am going to imply it at least. Okay, one, who goes second? You go second. Okay. Colossal Impact. Okay, no problem. No problem. I fucking love near. Wait! This is a problem. Ah! I dodged it somehow. Pog. Colossal Impact from you. And you're breathing. Okay. Fucking love Nier and Kingdom Hearts. I fucking love you, Strobe. Hope you've been good. Oh! Gonna go stand over here. My mana! I keep forgetting to lucid dream! Y'all, how do I remember to lucid dream? I should put it on like a super easy button. Urge to flashbang rising! It's gonna die anyways. Whew. Me waiting on the Keyblade job knowing full well it won't happen because of Disney copyrights. Yeah, the mouse does not like... The mouse does not like sharing their stuff. Might be a bit of a hot take, but I enjoyed the reboot more, and you loved the hell out of DMC3. Okay. Buckles? I mean, no buckles, but I still love these boots. Oh, those are so cute. Gimme. I got them. What about these boots? Same boots, different color. Okay, this is for healers? No. Monks. The mouse does not condone. Truly, Lord Wiz, truly. I've been better, having kind of an off day. That's no problem. Vibe out, Strobe, vibe out. Hope you've been good though. I've been very good, thanks for asking. Disney and Nintendo, two of the greediest companies for copyright, yup. And Nintendo never fucking puts their games on sale. The game will be like 8 years old and they'll be like 5% off. 5% off for Christmas. That's the best we can offer you. I don't know who I'm supposed to be hitting. Defense program, yeah? Shield is enhanced, decreased damage taken, attacks from the sides. What about you? Will grant the stronger together. Weapon is enhanced. Oh, okay, I see. I think they're gonna trade. I think they're gonna continually trade. One's gonna have shields, one's gonna have damage. That's fair. Not the bloody sweep. Thank you for the rescue. Got it. That's what bloody sweep does. Okay. Upgraded shields, upgraded lance. So we're switching to you. Okay. Nintendo is notorious for shutting down fan-made things. Unfortunately true. Oh, I have the stack. That's terrifying. Sorry, I had to turn up the music. Right, Tim? That's why I just went and turned it up. Upgraded lance. Oh, I didn't all attack. I did not. Thank you for saying something. I didn't even realize that it was Hansel and Gretel. That's so cute. I don't know what's going on here. Oh. Ah! I feel like I got controlled. We're fine. Oh, they changed places. That's concerning. Wandering trail? Tandem assault breakthrough. There's destructo discs floating around. Oh, a proximity. Ruh-roh. That wasn't great. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Who can I raise? Who can I raise? You. Okay. I did my part. My man is suffering. I'm doing my part. I need to move the, I forgot about this. I need to move the cast bar because it's overlapping with like error messages. Or like target out of range and shit like that. I need to move it like right here. I think this would be a good spot for it. Off to the right a little bit. Oh, you know that gasp meant that mistakes were made. Sepit did. That's exactly what that gasp was. Oh, shit. Okay, Structo Discs again. That's fine. I'm gonna pay more close attention to what's going on here. Seed of Magic Beta. Wandering Trail. Oops. Tandem Assault Breakthrough. I don't remember which one this is. I should have been paying attention the whole time. Okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Ooh, that's so cool looking. What is worse than 2 YouTube ads? 2 YouTube ads unskippable and 5 minutes each? Is that a thing? I've never had that. 5-minute unskippable ad? There's no shot. Oh no, there were flashbangs. Oh, Jesus. It just happened to you. I would click off the video. Same. My eyes. Scouting gloves. We'll greet them. I think there is some stuff that I want for my ninja, but like, if you win it, you win it. Go for it. I will come back here on my ninja one day. I really want that outfit that looks like, with the camo pants and like the tattered cape for a ninja. That's what I would really like. Enjoy it so far, Terra? It's like really fucking cool, Jolly. Speaking of fucking, guys, I need to watch my language. Speaking of fucking YouTube, I need to watch my language. I need to stop swearing a little less. Otherwise, my YouTube career is going to end before it even begins. There's been recent changes, like to YouTube's, do I call it algorithm? Basically, they're punishing YouTube videos that have a ton of swears in them, and I swear like a goddamn sailor. It's not good. It's not good. Stop swearing a little less. Yeah, literally. Do you know what I'm gonna start doing?
My superstar.
Is that a Bats?
Oline's jam.
Bats, thank you for the 7 months. I'm actually gonna start. I have Bean Boozled beside me. I have Bean. Maybe we don't start today because I don't know if I'm ready for that today. But what I want you guys to do, I want you guys to keep me accountable. It doesn't matter, Hike. For YouTube, it doesn't matter. For Twitch, it's fine that I'm swearing like a sailor. Hello, sailor. But for YouTube, they don't give a fuck. But what I'm gonna start doing is anytime I swear, I want you guys to hold me accountable. I will eat a spicy Bean Boozled. Because I have like a Bean Boozled roulette of spicy that I never ate because I didn't want to. But how else am I gonna train myself to swear a little less? There's so many AoEs! Ah! I call bullshit on that one, bro. Look it up. Moist Critical did a video on it recently. In how YouTube is punishing videos that have excessive violence in them and excessive swearing. fast track to getting demonetized. It's too much swearing. The Red Mage Black backflip was clean though. Thank you for noticing. I tried real hard. I tried real hard there. I was pretty convinced I was gonna go off the ledge, but I had to go for it. Notice that too smooth? Guys, don't gas me up. It'll go straight to my head. I don't even know if these moulinets are hitting anyone. I just want to use my energy. Ooh. Using this dead counter as the swear counter? That's not a bad idea. We should do that now before I start punishing myself. But in the future, we can use that as actual punishment counter. Terra made a swear. I don't need to fully stop swearing. I just want to swear less. Just in general. I heard one time that, I don't remember who it was, where I heard it or what, but I just heard somebody say one time that excessive swearing, it gives off the... Hello? Oh, that's the next boss. Anyways, excessive swearing gives off the impression of like lack of intelligence because you have less vocabulary to express what you want to. And I took that personally. Red girl. Mm-hmm. They're called red mages, but close. Close. One of your favorite creators on YouTube, Neocranium, swears all the time and nothing has happened. They're not getting demonetized yet. Watch them put out a video in a couple weeks about their videos getting demonetized. That's just tight ass people. Thank you, Derek. Thank you. Speaking as a Scot, our creative swearing is a cultural asset. I need to get better at weaving. But I find I hyper focus and get like hella focus face when I'm trying to weave. What is this? What is this? What? It was fine, I think. I don't know what that was. A cube. I mean, yes, but why? Oh, I understand why. I get it. Yeah, no, I actually get it now. It's to break the... Huh? Maybe I don't get it. It's to break the cube? I don't fucking know what's happening. I thought I got it. The cubes are just doing whatever they feel like. Do you think Soulsborne is considered excessively violent according to YouTube? No, I think it's more like guts, blood, like excessive amounts of those is what YouTube's kind of like raising an eyebrow at. Ah! I'm trapped! Release me! Oh boy. Dedge. This is the end. Hold your breath and count to 10. I think I stacked with other people's AoEs. Whoopsies. Mortal Kombat is a good example, yes. Yeah. The color is used to remove the opposite color. Thank you, Strobe. I thought it was opposite. Like, sorry, I thought it was color matching. The people who claim that swearing makes you appear less intelligent are generally not intelligent enough to be commenting in my experience. Let's go, Izagi. Hell yeah. I don't even remember who said it. I just heard it one time, and I think it was from somebody that I respected. And so I was like shooketh. I was like, oh no. And then I continued to keep swearing excessively, so not like it really affected me. What? Oh no. I get what I was meant to do now. I see you guys doing it. That makes way more sense. Simply going near one of them and moving in a circle around it makes way more sense. Hike! Hike! Thank you for giving us a sub, you sweet soul. The little squeak, it was my panic squeak when I got double hit by AoEs. Oh! Nobody told me there was jump scares. Nobody warned me there was jump scares. What the fuck? What the hell? My entire party chat is saying got him. What? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, guys. I saw a thing and I wanted to shoot it. I literally hit everyone with a raid wide because of that. What? That was sick. That was sick. I am become die. It's the Final Fantasy XIV version of a near automated mechanic. That is so cool. That particular section is referencing Nynus's ability. Cool. Huh. One question regarding subs, I'll accept the res in a second. I'm just gonna die when I get up anyways. To my knowledge, the streamer's cut is 50% on subs and higher on bits. Is that correct? And does that also count for higher tier subs? Trying to maximize my support. Alotech, no, that's so sweet. If I was partner, I think tier 2 and tier 3 is a higher cut for me. I don't know if it is as a currently I'm affiliate, but bits, yes. Yes, 100 bits is, yeah, exact random, thank you. Random's got it. I'm not very eloquent right now. Whew. Sea healers down, please help. I got one of the, oh no, they're up. They're good? They're up. The rest of C needs some milk, you guys. Alliance C needs some milk, look at them. Oh, I see. Alliance C needs some milk. I get it now. Okay. I just got booty blasted. I noticed too late. There's a lot happening on my screen. Ouch! I get it now. I understood too late, but I get it now. Oh. And Twitch takes their cut from the bits when you buy them initially. Yes, exactly, Rando. Did you see Moist Critical's video on the streamer We Found the Body? No, I have not. I have not seen a thing like that. I'm feeling like Healer LB3s are about to be coming out. Healer LBs are probably the only way we're surviving this. We shall see, though. Oh, they're back! I didn't know they would come back. Damn, my lucid dreaming's down. I'm useless. She uses chains to pull them to her, so they swap out. I didn't catch that. I just saw a whole bunch of people do a thing and I don't understand what happened. They had chains on them, they all went over there, and then they came back. They're doing it again. What is happening? It's okay. We're gonna win right away. White chains into black OE. Oh shit. It's the color shenanigans that I'm just totally not noticing. Everything in this particular fight is opposite. I just mana locked myself. Oh, that's so embarrassing. This fight hurt my brain. This fight hurt my soft, supple brain, you guys. Literally brink of death. I don't know what is going on or who's doing damage, but the music is nice. The music in all the near raids have been very nice. Ooh, what do we got? This is such a cute top. Reapers, Dragoons. This is so cute. I really like that top. Ooh, oh my god, okay. Listen here, game. Quit with the flashing. Startling me. So she forces the chained players to move in the direction she says, so the preposition to avoid AoEs. Maybe I should have been... Oh, this is on. Maybe I should have been looking more at the screen and reading less chat. If you stand in red, you will die instantly. Okay. Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. They did such a good job visually.
Sloppy.
On this raid. Ooh, there's a boss. I was just enjoying the elevator ride. Why is there a boss here?
Here are some bits less than 3. Thank you for the content. And now it is bedtime for me. I hope the VODs will catch up as I am also watching those.
My heart! My heart! Olitech, thank you! Thank you for the biddies and the sweet, sweet message. I hope you have a good, comfy sleep, okay? Sleep good! Thank you. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Sing with me. I don't want to. You almost killed me with the last 2 mechanics. I have 2 bone stacks. This music is giving all the drama. I don't know what that animation is. Oh, that's what that is. Nar! I got you, bestie. You're stuck over here with me. Near raids have some of the best outfits and music. They're incredible. Oh, that's unavoidable damage. Okay. Ouch. Oh, I ate one. I collected an orb. Did not see the direct dono link. Not see the link. It's too late. Next time. Good night. I'll attack. Have a good sleep. Thanks for popping in here. I'm glad you're enjoying all the content. Whoop. Hey, there we go. got morbed. It's. I love when the Nier robot said it's morbin time and then morb. First Sekiro playthrough, got to Guardian Ape. The reaction when it got back after losing was priceless. Oh my god. Dude, when the ape get back up, it's over. It's over. Sekiro's such a good game. We have saved you. Now you must die. Okay, I think my healers are out to get me. Mommy? Sorry, no. It's probably a child. It's not mommy. It's probably the body of like a 13-year-old. It's not mommy. When Alexander stands up, right? Yo. Oh. Oh. I do have to be honest. This red girl shenanigans does have me a little bit intrigued by Nier. Much to Jolly's excitement to hear. This is intriguing. Jolly with the yes! But I feel like this is some like, you need to play the game for 60 hours before you see any of this. Oh, ew, I don't like her. I've never played Nier, no. For me, Nier always just looks so... Is drab the word I'm looking for? I know there's a lore reason why it's like that, but it just always looked so like... bleh. Crank the VGM up and grin like this. Wait, it is kind of mommy, like a little bit. No, it's a false idol. It can't be mommy. So she was in the orb the whole time? Question mark. Kind of. God, I don't understand. I'm not gonna try to understand because I don't understand. If you look up Brutalist architecture, it has similar looks to like all of this. Sniffin? Sterile? Maybe sterile is the word. It just looks so like, oh, washed out. The word for washed out. All of it just looks so washed out. And as someone who likes bright colors, it never fully interested me because it looked so washed out. Which is so not fair to the game, and I know that. You can shit on me if you want. But that's why I never took an interest in Nier. Oh, what? Oh, there's probably an ability name. Made magic. Oh no, I get it now. It's the way it's rotating. It's the way it's spinning. Oh god. Oh my, that's terrifying. No, dead human. This raid is gorgeous. It seriously is. Oh, AoEs. No, dead body. That's so cool. I honestly really like the way that telegraphs have evolved for this game, rather than just don't stand in orange. Oh no! Dead body! The healers are on top of their reses though. Those raises are coming out like instant. Whoa! Cutscene time. Let the light in. Mother Heidelin? Where? This looks like a sick design already. Oh, what? This is such a cool design. Mommy, this is mommy. This is mommy, for sure. Welcome in, by the way. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. So many dreams slumber here. Oh, no! You guys did say you were gonna kill me. I was like, oh, they're saving me, right? Nope. They said they were gonna kill me. I can't believe she's throwing buildings at us. The rescue onto the building. I'm so proud of her. It was a team effort. Did you see the double? Train tracks? Train tracks? Train tracks? Oh. We will soon naku danger the This is that chaos language, right? That combines a bunch of languages. BGM 10,000, by the way. BGM 10,000. Oh, I'm just gonna go away entirely. Yeah, I'm just going over here. Heavy arms. Ooh! Ouch. The strings, right? That is the Square Enix building? Really? I can't believe Square Enix killed me. Opposite colors, right? Opposite colors? Yes, opposite colors. No! Color match? Color match. Fuck. Color match, okay. Why suddenly color match? Whee! Well, that doesn't look friendly. No! Wait, am I supposed to? Wait. Why was I pulled here? Oh. They saved me. Every time I get rescued, I don't know if it's to help me or fucking kill me. There's a bunch of dead bodies there. I should start picking them up. Hey, you. And hey, you. Train? Oh, no. Not red, girl. Whew. It's fine. I need some reses. Okay. Deep breaths. Everything's fine. It's going great. The strings are now the Final Fantasy main theme. I didn't actually catch that. I was so focused. Every single time I read chat, something bad, something bad happens. I just lucked out in dodging that AoE. Ooh. Thank you. That's a pile of dead bodies right there. So it is. My mana! Speaking of such devastation. That's what 4 reses will do to a guy. I hear it now. I hear the Final Fantasy. Oh. I am dropping my melee combo? What is this? Oh, I didn't look down, Tim. You will soon find out how lowly you are. Not if I ever flashbang you first. Help! Help! I'm blocked! No! Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Always. Always defer flashbang. Eh? Oh, because I was still reviving, it didn't jump into the cutscene. No victory music, just match. No win, only match. Gather round for photo! Oh, where should we take the photo? Which series of gray skyline would we like to take the photo in front of? Obsolete android's trousers of casting. Oh! Those are kind of cute. Read that one. Read that one. Read you. Need card. Need minis. Gonna need other card. Modern aesthetics, battle ready bobs, scanning for style. I have that one already. Morning orchestrion. Damn, there's so much from the near rates. It's kind of crazy. Oh, I have that one already. Bum, 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 bum. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, thank you guys for deciding the place. Bum, 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 bum. If somebody wants a proper G pose, Coco, Coco. the background I think is supposed to be Tokyo for discrete lore reasons. Did your emote? I did my emote too. Everybody do an emote that you want to pose with. Coco will give us a proper screeny, but I will give us a generic one for my own collection. I think I want to sheer jump. So cute over there. Oh, I don't want to cut anyone off. Very cute. Thank you guys. Thank you. If you have any G poses, by all means, please post them in the Discord. I love seeing them when we're done with content. I love it. I love it. So what was I supposed to see when Tim said look down? What was I supposed to see? Was there more than just the buildings? Did I miss something? You gotta click 24 different people. Oh, you can just see the buildings as they're coming up. It was the Square Enix building. Gotcha. Oh! Oh my god. Ah! You can see where the building is going to hit if you look down. Got it. Gamers, thanks for coming. I'm sad they're over. Those were so fun. That last boss in particular was awesome. Whew. Someone fell off the ledge there. There's writing on the building. Is there actually Blur? Damn, that's sick. Final theme was 10 out of 10. I want to say though, every one of the near final boss themes have been really good. We can't let it keep opening. Back me up here, Tubi. Just the combination of Nier and Final Fantasy music is so cool. Theme was called K&K. If you finish MSQ by 6.5, we can do the last level of a 90 Alliance raid totally blind. How often are the post patches? Every X months? It truly sounds like they were fit for each other. It does, Lord Wiz. We were very nice today. Sorry for hitting you with the building. No, that was funny. I'm not even mad. I'll help you from the other side. Huh? A Nog? She got a Smash Bros invitation? Take care of Kanog? Here I am cracking fucking jokes. What? Huh? She's a new Elder Dragon. Every 4 months, they often have a small half patch between each main one. That's cool. Oh my god. Miss Keisha! Something dwarf facsimile. True! True, it wasn't really a Nog. It was a facsimile of a Nog. So not Sag. Noble sacrifice. Alert! Unit 2B and 9S vital systems offline. Save data found in memory regions. Initiating playback. This is Eorzea Unit 2B recording. We discovered that our enemies, the white-clothed androids, the tower, and the colossal girl, came from that white orb. As did 9S and I. It's a gate between worlds, and its purpose is to destroy this one. As long as 9S and I are on this side, it can never be closed. We have to go. But we'll save the memories of our reunion and of the time we spent in this world with you. Some things are just too precious to lose. So thank you. Playback ended. That's so cute. So, want to play Nier now? My interest is peaked. My interest is peaked, okay? It wasn't particularly peaked until the red girl shenanigans, and then I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this? Okay, what's happening here? Time to fight the whole raid solo on the way back down. Nier's such a bonkers series. I wouldn't be surprised if this raid was canon. I think, didn't they say that on the Nier side, it is canon? They're theoretically canon to Automata. I thought the dev said, yeah, it's canon in Automata, or not Automata, in Nier universe. That's what it was. The raids are canon, but realistically inconsequential. Lolly, that scared the shit out of me. Ho, I was actually wondering what they were going to be doing with 2B and 9S, because if they were just chilling, like, imagine just seeing 2B and 9S just chilling in like Gridania, because the NPCs are still alive in our world. Of course they had to leave like that. Yoko Taro basically makes anything he does canon. That's so legendary, dude. Oh man, the tower just
You're my superstar.
Sethran with the primer. Hello, a fresh organic primer. Sethran, thank you so much. The support means the world. You guys know that. Thank you, thank you. Emmett was supposed to show up in their mobile Nier game. Not sure if he did. Oh, that would be so cool. Oh, that would be so cool. You have to play Dark/Automata to understand. Gotcha. Automata. Automata? How is it pronounced? Automata. He did actually? That's so cool. It was a special event. Yeah, that's so cool. So it's nice meeting you. Here's some Bezos money. Thank you for taking money directly out of Bezos's pocket and giving to me. Thank you. That's so sweet. That's so sweet of you. These only happen in the first and resolve with no real extra pieces at the moment. Oh yeah, this is in the first. It's not even in the source. Oh, that hurts my brain. It's fine. It's fine. The tower just up and disappeared. It sort of folded in on itself in the blink of an eye. Glad to see you're safe though. With a fuck ton of orchestrons again. They really said, here, have all the fucking Nier music. This is not a mini. This is a tabletop thing. That means I should design my home, huh? Probably should. Hey. From the raid. I got these already, so... Hey. 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 Ooh! Ooh! Yay! Let's go! What? So many of them? Wait, I have the last one. I have the last one! I can't... You could probably sell it. You could probably sell the last one. I'll trade it back to you. I'll trade it back to you. Where are you? Did we just get gnomed? Kinda? Low-key? Here! I don't know if these sell for anything, but I'd rather you sell it than me. Ah! There we go. Where is it? Huh? Where did it go? Oh, we didn't complete the trade. That's what happened. Thank you. I think in a similar way, the game gives vague-ish titles to its characters. Oh, like Emmett? Emmett was in there, but not by name? Enjoy. Thank you, you sweet bean. I gave Terra as many as I could at the start of Shadowbringers. That's probably why I had that one. Hey, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. I want to imagine Emmett in the Nier mobile game wielded a gun in honor. Fuck. Catherine, you did not. You're banned. You're banned for that one. Oh, hang on. So many orchestrons. Sound of the End, 8-bit orchestron. Sound of the End orchestron. So 8-bit and regular. Faltering Prayer. Possessed by Lamb, thank you for pets. Widespread Illness. Emil Despair. Mourning. Why are they all so fucking sad? What the hell? No matter what you say about Nier, there's no way you can say the OST sucks. Absolutely not. The music was beautiful all throughout those raids. The crossover event with the Nier mobile game indicated that the Hades EX weapon are named after emotions because they're his emotions that turned into weapons. That's so sick, Mist. That's so cool. So, what happened in there? The OST sucks. I'm ready for the hit squad. They're already on their way. Oh. Well, I won't pretend I understand half of that. Can't say metaphysics is my area of expertise. Still, I knew that those androids in white and their weird orb were trouble. Not the 10-second timeout, Mac. And you're saying that you gave them what for? So they won't be coming back, which is good, right? Like technically, yeah. Mac is the hit squad. Glad to hear it. Thanks for risking your neck for us. Where's Anog, though? And your android friends, for that matter. Seems like they should have come back with you. No, but why? It just don't seem fair. I was holding out hope, you know, that everyone would be fine and life would go back to normal. I should have known better, sure, but someone will need to tell the villagers again. As for Knog, can you speak with him? I managed to talk him out of running back in there as soon as he woke up, but this might be better coming from you. Or maybe I'm just a coward. I know I said it in jest. Say what you will about Yoko's pervy taste and art design for Nier, but the OST, it does, Buller. It really does. Yumor lights are so cool. Where's Knog? Knog! I have some less than desirable news for you, sir. Bro, Knog has like no one. Anog was like all that Knog had. Especially after the village hates him. This is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. You're back, but where's everyone else? Aw, Catherine. My heart. True though, true. No, she can't be gone. She wouldn't leave me forever. Because if she did, there'd be no one left who... Give hug. A letter? From Anog? Knog, I've been to another world. I've seen it. What does she mean? The world? They're constructs? That's hardly a reason to run off on her own. She would've... I have something I need to do, so... That watch belongs to the chief's wife. I found it when I was clearing rubble earlier. It was broken, but I went ahead and fixed it. She'd probably like it back, so can you give it to the chief for me? Wouldn't they be happy if you delivered it yourself? I can't. I need to... Never mind. I'm sorry. I appreciate all that you've done for us. If only I was as strong as you are. Picks her up. Thank you, Coco. 2P was a machine created using recorded data of 2B. Also, I mentioned it before, fun backstory of 2B in general. Terra hunkering down to talk to Kunag. Gotta get on his level, even though I'm already on his level. Maybe someday. Oh, that's so cool, Jolly. About 2P? That is so cool. So because fan reaction was so positive, they're like, okay, let's make it canon. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's fucking dead. How'd it go? Eh? Something for the missus. Aw, Valur. Aw, that's so cute. Wicked White. We thought this was gone for good. She'll be glad to have it back. It's all she has left for her parents. Why didn't Kunag come in person, though? He must know we'd want to thank him. No, not him too. It seems that once again you have cause to comfort a distraught dwarf. What are those? Lightning? Seryu's sanctified daggers. Those are really cool. Seryu swords. Those are really fucking cool. Is there a thing for hydrate? Water snake knives, they're so sick. Oh, Valur made them for you. Aww. I'm a-comin'. He left a letter of farewell. He's gone. I wish I could have done something. Anything. We've lost them both, and it's our own fault. We drove them to this. This can't be right. What is right in the end? I don't know, but this ain't it. The villagers need to understand that we can't keep on like this. They might be better listeners now that they don't have to live in fear anymore. If they can believe that's the case, that is, would you mind sticking around? It'll seem more credible coming from the both of us. As much as I want to choose the jokey answer, how much does this position pay? It's a bit of a somber mood right now. I'm here for as long as you need me. I knew you would be. You're always willing to do what needs doing. And I'm ready to do my part too. Wait here. I feel sad for the chief. Me too, Jolly. So we don't even get to read the letter from Knog? That's kind of sad. Now that you're all here, I have an important announcement. Sir has put an end to those machines and their plot. That means the danger's past, but more importantly, that it's time we look to the future. We'll need to come together. Hold your iron frogs. Even if those things are gone, this ain't over. The culprit needs to be brought to justice. How can you expect people to move forward if we don't set an example? That's right. We want to see consequences. Death! Mutilation! Yay! Do you really? Yeah! We need to talk them down or we'll never get anywhere with this. Bloodthirsty bastards. I can read the letter? Aww. I also like that now that all his annoyance and all the trouble the twins get into was actually just him caring about them and their safety. It's so wholesome, Rando. Where's the doomsaying dwarf? I only need to do what Glag says, right? Then he won't blame me, and whatever happens, it won't be my fault. No, this is a choice you must make yourself. But then it'll be my responsibility no matter what happens. Someone else should be the one. Doom! I just wanted them to yell doom again. The sooner we do away with the culprit, the sooner we can all relax. You know I'm right. Glag thinks so too. You'd change your tune if the finger was pointed at you. You wouldn't dare accuse me. Everyone knows I'm innocent. Don't they? All we need is one or two people to take the blame. Then the rest of us can get back to our normal lives. Are you planning to volunteer? Why should I? I've done nothing wrong. No, not a single thing. Justice should be swift and decisive, I say. Nothing so satisfying as the headman's axe coming down. What is wrong with these dwarves? And if it comes down on the wrong person? At least we'll be able to put this mess behind us. Forget the whole thing. I can't think about it anymore. I just can't. The most prudent course is to cooperate with Glag and rid the village of the guilty party. Then everything will be as it was. Is it really prudent to follow harm with cruelty? The Republicans. If it weren't, Glag wouldn't have suggested it. He's the elder. He knows how these things work. If not, then... No, don't be ridiculous. I'm calling it on my end. Thanks to the raid. Enjoy the stream. Lamb, have a good sleep. It was a pleasure having you. Well, they've settled down a bit at least. Thanks for that. Still sober, eh? Then I'll ask, what do you reckon we should do? Stop this before it's too late! Maybe the outsider's right. We'll never agree on who should take the blame for the attack, which means the real problem is Glag. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I did feel a lot more confident before he started telling us to listen to other perspectives. He's been trying to turn us against each other, but he's the elder here. Shouldn't he have seen our village's fire destruction by skybound machines coming? What? No. No one could have foreseen this. No matter how wise they are, or how hard they try, no one's right every time. We've all made mistakes here, believe me. Anog, Knog, Glag, the whole lot of you. And me. All of us. Damn, I should have been in my dwarf glam. We failed each other. Aw. Dig site chief! Why hasn't he gotten a name yet, guys? Why hasn't he gotten a name? Alas, there he goes again. You found where to read Knog's letter? I bet you I know where it is. Fuck. Where's that thing? Is it under this one? It's not here. Boop. Remember Ninja Quests. We are doing Ninja Quests today. Yes, we are. Finally finished all the A Realm Reborn tribal quests. Holy shit. You are a braver human than I, Demi. I could not. I could never. Are you kidding? All the Realm Reborn tribals? No. I'm just gonna buy the mounts from the Mog Tones. What the hell are they called? Mog Stones? What the hell are they called? Irregular tombstones. I'm just gonna get the tribal mounts that way and call it a day. Hello, fellow Canadian. I'm here because the cute Ellison's adventure plate you looked at earlier is in my raid static, and he shared your stream. My heart. His Ellison's so fucking cute. Callie, his Ellison's so fucking cute. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Moogle tombstones, yeah. It took months. Yeah, I don't envy you. Yeah, I don't envy you. Oof, I didn't catch it on my playthrough, but I'm getting Major Gaston and Villagers from Beauty and the Beast vibes from this. We don't like what we don't understand. In fact, it scares us. Literally, Yep. Very much so. Very much so, Gaston and the Villagers. With Glag being the Gaston of the group. You don't have much time left. When does it end? The 10th? I don't have enough to buy everything that I want, so I need to farm. And I don't want to farm on stream because that's not very entertaining content. But I want to farm. I want to farm the tombstones. My blue is maybe strong enough that I could farm Big Bridge or actually Brayflox, I feel like. Back-to-back Prey run, let's go. I saw a lot of people were doing Praetorium and just watching Netflix with Praetorium runs. Need to get back on the tome farming? Yes, we all do. Only 30 per, which makes it cheap enough. There's some of the 50s that I want to buy though. Like that Stormblood mount that you can't get anymore, even though it's ugly and looks like a penis. I'm gonna get that one. The 2 tribals that are 30 each. I want the Ram. I think that one's 50 from Skybuilder scripts. And there's at least one more that I wanted and I can't remember. I don't need any of the burbs. Yeah, that one, the penis. Thank you. There was one event that had all the A Realm Reborn tribe mounts. I'll get them all eventually. Don't you worry. You were doing Prey and watching me? You're already on it. Thank you for headpats. Ends 8th or 9th, depending on if we have a 24-hour downtime for this patch. I forgot. Should still be able to buy it after that. Is it going to be... Wait, is 14 going to be up on Tuesday? Should I move my stream that week to Wednesday? Just in case? It will? Oh, okay, okay. Lally, sorry you had to see that, ho. I may not be cut out for public speaking. It'll be online 3 a.m. PST, January 10th. Okay, good. It'll be up Tuesday, goes down Monday. Got you. Monday. M. Vieira pose on the mount is interesting. Oh, I didn't see it. Probably down Monday. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so starved on Monday. Are you kidding me? Maybe I'll have to actually do editing work on Monday. This week, I was supposed to do editing work, and then I just played Final Fantasy instead. Whoopsies! So extra delay on the on the next YouTube video. Whoops! Couldn't be me. It'll be up Tuesday. It was Monday. I'm uncertain about. Okay. I'll be on when you're done. Okay. I won't give up on putting Comra back together though, in whatever way I can. I don't know what we should have done, but there's nothing for it but to try and do better, day by day, moment by moment. Need some help with that? Of course you do. I admit, I feel better knowing you'll be around. Pardon me? Who's this? I was thinking about what you said, and I realized I probably haven't been the most helpful. I'm choosing to try harder from now on, so if you need another pair of hands... You're more than welcome to join us. Though I'd say we're all past due for a little breather. After all that's happened, take a rest. Chief's orders. Understood. I'll be just over there then, with my thoughts. Yes, not a problem. I'm off to go make dinner. Have fun with the near wrap-up and Ninja Quest. Linny, enjoy Din Din. Thanks for hanging out. He's a little odd, but he's got the spirit. I look forward to putting the both of you to work, at your earliest convenience, of course. Also, Terra, decide, do I go back to black and orange, or do you keep it red? Oh my god, it's so sassy. Wait, the way male buns sit on this, so much sass. And male rose just man spread. I actually like the red, if I'm being perfectly honest. The black and orange wasn't bad, but I actually really like the red. Boop. Oh. Ali, thanks again for offering to help us rebuild the village, Ho. So, are you rested and ready to begin the work? If you have a single seat for yourself, why wouldn't you, man? Spread fair. Fair, honestly. No time like the present. Wonderful. I can't tell you how reassuring it is to have you with us. Now to begin with, we need to discuss how we're going to tackle our task. If you could join our nervous friend over there, I'll be along after I see to some preparation. Does anyone know if the thing at the end of this questline is still weekly locked? Weekly locked? They're not a tribe, right? No, the tribes are the other dwarves. Ah, it's come! My doom has come! Doom! Oh, it's just you. Sorry, force of habit. So, is it time? To rebuild, that is. It is still weekly locked? Got you. Everyone's here. Good. Let's get right to it. I have an idea that I want to run by the two of you. In order to rebuild, we're going to need lots of supply. Dome and Enclave 2.0? Dome and Enclave 2.0? Is that what this is? In order to rebuild, we're going to need lots of supplies and willing hands, neither of which we have a whole heap of at the moment. It's come, my doom has come. Same, Kyo, relatable. But then I thought, what if we availed ourselves of the technology used by the machines? With the wealth of parts they left behind, we have all the materials we need to rebuild and upgrade our automata to do the work. Not only would it be practical, since we'd be using the force behind our destruction for salvation, it's also poetic. For your part in this, sir, I'd ask that you venture into the tunnels and gather those items what might be useful. Once you're done, you get the title Witness to the Dark Apocalypse. Got it. Whatever you find, you can bring to our friend here. He'll examine the objects to see how they might be put to use. Thanks for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. And that's about it. So what do you think? What happens if you pick this? I wasn't paying attention. Could you explain it again? I wonder if they actually will. Had a few too many ales, did you? After recent events, I don't blame you. Anyway, let me explain. Oh shit. Oh, did you get all that? Fuck. Of course. Oh, did you get all that? Oh god. Oh god. Good, good. With this, the rebuilding can finally commence. We'll prove to everyone that you can't keep us dwarves down, except maybe with copious amounts of grog. That's been an issue historically. Well, I'd best be getting back to my post. Without someone breathing down their necks, our miners are liable to stand around with their thumbs up their asses. You have any questions? You can direct them at our friend here. It's actually a trap, right, Izagi? I told you guys that I failed a firmament quest because I couldn't stop doing the smartass responses. It's become a problem. Ever since the Kupo? Ever since that dialogue option, I've been obsessed with the smartass answers. Between you and me, we're probably doomed to fail, but if it's going to happen anyway, there's no point in delaying it. That's to say, if you're ready to begin, then so am I. Bing, bing, bing. A weekly quest which continues the story is now available from the doomsaying dwarf in Comra. Lend your aid and help the dwarves of Comra to rebuild their home. Cute! All that grinds is not gloom. Ready to go to your to get to work, are you? Good. Incorrect. You started doing the smartass comments because you missed the chance to call Y'shtola mommy. That's actually true. My FOMO of not calling Y'shtola mommy is like perpetual. I will never forgive myself for not choosing that option. As for the chief's instructions, your task is to gather items the machines left behind that might prove useful for the rebuilding of our village. Do I know any suitable places for this? The machines have a base deep in the tunnels. Ooh, that sounds perfectly foreboding. While you're out there searching, I'll get my tools ready for dismantling. I look forward to seeing the spoils of your foray. That sword's so cool. Oh, is it right here? No. This questline is good for smartass comments. Dude, within the first few minutes, when they were like, oh, just look at you with your neck bulging with muscles after a lifetime of nodding. That's when I knew this was already going to be a good questline. Also, I feel running coming on, so we're going to dance her. I feel a lot of running in my future. Boop. Not that far. The crossover is called Eorzea Dark Apocalypse, and Yoshi P regrets that because he always wanted to name something with Apocalypse, but now notices it's cringe. Wait, calling something Dark Apocalypse? Wait, just because it's too edgy? Calling something Dark Apocalypse? He regrets it because his inner edgelord won? I don't think that's a reason to regret. It's too edge. I disagree. I think it's just the right amount. But I like edgy things. Did you guys not see one of my first glams that I made? To be fair, this was for Summoner. This was expressly for Summoner. Because it looks like Bahamut. So it was fitting. But it is very edgy. Now that you're done, you can read all the fun lore. I don't feel like reading right now, Jolly. Is it worth? Is any of it worth? I can do it in my own time. I just don't know if I want to read it right now. Meanwhile, you got Summoner in your Butler glam right now. I wanted to, for Blue Mage, I wanted to do a glam with like the Scion Adventurer. Or no, not the Scion Adventurer. What's the one with the monocle? I wanted to do that one blue, but then I ended up doing this because I like the little scarf. And this one's cute. Very nice little pieces on the world. Give us a lot of fun world-based lore. Okay, that sounds like something I'd like to read in my own time then. Machine? Lifeform wreckage. Done. So is this all the weekly is? Is it going to be more like this? Like pick up stuff, leave? Yeah. It's, you know what it is, Jolly? It's an excuse for them to get you to reuse the maps that they made. They're like, listen, we put a lot of work into this. You're going to look at it and you're going to love it. Should we blue glam? Meet me in Comra if you can. My blue glam will probably go through a few different evolutions, but right now I'm happy with it. We worked hard on these. Go look at them. Yes, literally that. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. How much of it is baseline blue? The hat? That emote. Wait, what is this coat? A pointed jacket. Mirage boots. God, I love the Blue Mage hat. I actually need to do the Blue Mage quests. So I can, because you get the full Mirage set from doing the Blue Mage quests, right? And I have not done that. Definitely have not done that. And yet I'm level 70 with all these abilities. Hat and pants are from level 70, got it. Mirage set is dope. It looks so sick. The one ability that I'm really sad that I don't have is Strotrum. Strotem? The Lakshmi one. The Lakshmi heal looks really useful. Oh, I don't have Phantom Flurry either. There's more to get. Strotrum, thank you. Stotrem, thank you. As I butcher it again. That's what we call privilege, good sir. No, it's what we call swindling IRL friends into leveling their blues. And then using them to get abilities. Well, drench my beard. I've never seen anything like this. It's not going to suddenly spring to life and strangle me, is it? No? Well, if you're sure. I love that tank. I'll set about studying it at once. Oh, I should mention that the chief was looking for you. Seems he has news to share. It's something dreadful, I shouldn't doubt. Chief? Chief? Oh, there. By the way, Terry, you can do the Namazu Beast Tribe. Are they crafter or gatherer? Lally, you'll never believe this ho, sir. Something's arrived at the village for you, from Connaught. It looks to be some kind of technological what's it. See this gold pattern here? Haven't the faintest how you read it, though. Namazu is crafting? Gotcha. Goldsmith is... Oh shit, I should really start on those. Goldsmith is 76, and Miner is 73? 74? I don't remember. I've been doing L2's collections on my Goldsmith, so it's getting a lot of experience. This portable archive the siblings built should do the trick. Oh no, I've got just the thingamabob for the job. Fuck! I missed a funny dialogue. I'm so upset. Huh. So you just waved this archive at it? Well, there you go. Feel free to check it at your leisure. Just finished Namazu and Dwarf last week. How many beast tribes can I do at a time? Because I know there's like a limit, right? You know, might be as Connaught's up and left the village, but the fact that he's still keeping in touch, it gives me hope that he hasn't given up on us yet. 4. Hello? So I'll keep doing what I can. I'll keep working to change this village into a place that Connaught would want to return to. We've got lots of mountains to climb, and it's going to take a lot of time, but bit by bit, with your help, I'm sure we'll get there. 12 quest charges per day. Per day? Per day? Oh my god. The message can be viewed under your portable archive, which is available under collection in the duty. Okay. Activate the thingamabob. 12 daily credits, usually 3 per tribe per day. But on days you rank up, you get an extra 3. Oh, that's sick. Dear sir, I hope this message finds you. I'm going on a journey to learn the secrets of the white spheres for myself. Maybe some of them will be of use to you. I'll keep a record, just in case. Connaught. As you continue these weeklies, you're going to get more Connaught messages, aren't you? You'll get 1 per week. Aw, my heart, dude. Aw. Little Connaught out there adventuring. Gotta wrap up some work before raid. Catch you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, G. Good luck on raid. Those extra 3 still count towards the cap of 12. Got it. I've been very focused on leveling up L2. They're rank 3 already. L2! I want the mount. I don't know how much longer it's going to take me, but I want the mount. I need it. I have burning desire for it. I don't know who else to work on. No one else has like a good reward, right? Should I just keep going with Zloey? Zloey Aliappo? Holy shit. Are we done? We are. It's ninja time. Let's go. Available at... on patch day! What? 2 a.m. Let's go! Boop, boop, bing, bam, boop, beep, bop, bam. There we go. Near raids? Awesome. Near raids, definitively I can say awesome. Those were so good. The mechanics were so unique, the design was so beautiful, the music was amazing. Nier raids, incredible. Incredible. I had a good time. I think before we dive into Ninja, what time is it right now? Yeah. Before we dive into Ninja, I want to take a quick little snack break because I'm hungry, but I don't want to stop and go get dinner. I just want to have a quick little snack. What is the best Alliance raid set so far? Let's think. Evilise was pretty good. I need to look at them because I don't remember what they all are. Crystal Tower is whatever it is. Yeah, Evilise was pretty good. That's this one. The Void Arc. What was the story of the Void Arc again? That was the pirates. That was the pirates. That was the pirates. I think the Nier raids. I think the Nier raids. The pirates were pretty good, but I think the Nier raids are a bit better for me. Which is totally to be expected because it's later content. It had more time to be fleshed out, right? Kate Sith and Diablos, yeah. The Evilise ones, I don't know how I felt about them from Stormblood. Mostly because I was so fucking mad at that one blonde kid. The one blonde kid really took me out. Really took me out of the Evilise raids for the longest time. I can't remember his name right now. Yeah, no, he really took me out of it a lot. But these ones were good. So the Skoi Pirates. Hi, Molly. Ramza, thank you. Ramza was a shithead. He was intentionally written as an asshole. He was well written for that. He was well written for that, let me tell you. He fucking pissed me off. The writing of the Evilise raids is generally considered a low point for the game. Yeah, it was like mostly Ramza's fault. If I'm being honest, it was mostly Ramza's fault. He gets a personality transplant. He becomes tolerable later, but yeah, early on, no, he was insufferable. You like the raids themselves, but pretty mad about the story. Yeah, pretty mad about the story. The raids themselves were fun. If we're talking pure mechanically, of course the Nier ones. Of course the Nier raids win because they were just so fucking cool and so fun. I'm here for my daily dose of feels. Oh, Molly, at the start of stream, we were ugly crying. We were ugly crying, or I was anyways. It was ouchy. It was very ouchy in the feelings. I'm hoping the Ninja Quest will be tame. We did some Hildebrand, which is a very jokey questline as a palate cleanser, and that was so nice. That was exactly what I needed. But now we're back into more content. Not gonna lie, I skipped nearly all the Evilise cutscenes because I just couldn't make myself care. I was trying, Spade. I was trying, and it was interesting because my entire Final Fantasy experience is about 10 hours of 12 and about 10 or 15 hours of 10-2, and that is it. I have not touched any of the Final Fantasies. So seeing stuff that I actually knew and recognized in the Evilise raids was pretty cool. Like especially seeing Fran, that was pretty cool for me as like gamer and nostalgia. But beyond that, it was hard to care. It was. Probably rate the Evilise story higher just because of how much you care about tactics. Yes, and I feel like tactics gamers out there experienced a lot more out of the raids than the average gamer. Did Twitch hiccups fuck up the VODs? I don't know. I sure hope not. Ooh, I sure hope not. Because that's gonna suck. I could see Anog and Kanog in a different way due to that because they're the first versions of characters in Nier. That's cool. I think the story that didn't directly involve the siblings was decent, but the literal drama kids were too dramatic. Yes, Rando, yes. I find the Evilise raids themselves to be more fun than Void Arc, but the story on both is kind of mid out of all their raids. Normal raids story tends to go harder, yes. Normal raids story? Successfully now, I have cried at every single one, and that's including the Bahamut raids. We did them unsynced just to experience the story, and like, yeah, no, I've cried at every single raid because they're so well written. The Alliance raids, I don't think I've cried at any of them. I got emotional at the Nier ones, but I wouldn't say I was close to crying. For Evilise, yes, Rando, yeah. The Sky Pirates was just fun. I wasn't taking the Sky Pirates story too seriously. I liked Kate Sith. or Ketchi, however you want to pronounce it. I liked Mr. Pirate Man, who was basically just what's his name, Jack Sparrow in a way. I found the characters endearing, more so than the release rates. Oh, we did Eden. We finished Eden this week? When did... I'm time blind. Last week. We finished it last week. Right? On Thursday? Tuesday? They were so good. I love my lesbian daughters, dude. They're so cute. They're so cute. Oh, my fucking heart. Okay, yeah. I want to take a quick little 5-minute break before we dive into these, but we are going to do these because I need to. Because I'm missing abilities and I'm level 69. It's not good. It's not good for me. So I'll be back in, yeah, like 5 minutes. Love you guys. I recommend if you can hear my voice, please get up. Please drink some water. Please move your bodies a little bit. And we'll see you in a minute, okay? Love you. Mwah. Bye. See you in a minute. I'm scared. No one's gotten into the off. Oh!
Am I dead?
Ah! What the fuck was that? I've never seen that before.
That's happened to me twice now.
Oh my god. I'm moving this crucifix to like right here.
That bitch. Oh my god.
Was it real?
No.
Oh, I want out. Okay, I'm done. I want out.
Oh my god, I thought it was real.
Oh my god.
Belle did it to us, so I had to do it to you guys.
But the problem is I couldn't even see you.
You made it look real.
Yeah, you made it look so real. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna get fucking sawed in the ass. Yeah, it happened. Woo. Woo. Okay. Live video, not pre-recorded or anything. Setting myself up for some kind of meme. Lobster! 3, 4, 5.
Hey! Stop! Why? I just don't get it. I always catch you fucking.
With your legs bent slightly, squeeze.
Bro, he did so much damage. It sat down to rest. Hang on. I'm gonna sit down to rest. Ugh. Guys, and I've set it up so. Oh no, something's here. Whee! Whoa, goodbye. Ooh. Oh. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. Oh my god. My butthole clenched so hard when I saw his little just chilling there. Oh my fucking Christ almighty. Oh. What just happened here? There we go. This is so scary. Oh, am I back? Hello? Gamer? Oh, bitrate? Hello? We back? Hello? Goodbye, Jeff. The hell kind of name is this? Mac, or not Mac, Rando. Rando said goodbye, Jeff, in chat before I went BRB, and I was so confused. It's because this cat boy's name is Goodbye, Jeff. What is the hidden lore of your username, sir. I know he's AFK. I know he's AFK, but I have to know the lore. I have to know the backstory of why their name is Goodbye Jeff. I must know. Strangers in a strange land. It looks like Hallrick. Hallrick, is that you? Ripcat Cam, God, I'm sad. People leave. Bye, Mag. They had to say goodbye to Jeff, obviously. Maybe they were creating the character and they had friends over, and then Jeff was leaving and they was like, okay, but goodbye, Jeff. Character name. It's probably trauma. Yeah. Sir, you are welcome. I hate that. I can tell your devotion to our art has been absolute, and I sense that greater power awaits you. But I have no new ninjutsu to teach. You alone can awaken to the power inside you. But if you do, our art will be in the very beating of your heart. I learned much and more whilst I was a shinobi of Doma. Mayhap you would find your way if your blade served a master. Such thoughts will have to wait, however. Not minutes before you came through the doors, I received this missive from Jacques. He bid me come to Limsa proper with all due haste. Join me, sir. Your path here began at the Rogues Guild, and mayhap returning will spark something new within you. Nostalgia! We're going back to Jacques. Or Jack. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Him named Jeff. My surname is Jeff. You are welcome. Kyo, I hate it. Welcome, Cyberpunk 2077 music. Get out. From Jacques. Ah, Limsa. Oh no, there's a potato in here too. Ah, Limsa. Never change. Always be this way. We love you and we fear you. Fisherman. What was that? 4 cat girls and a potato. All half naked. Yeah, sounds about right. Immersive RP theater and cafe? Pog. Come relax with us. Pog. Guys, I have to end stream. There's somewhere I need to go. Basic Limsa things, yeah. Is it really Limsa if there isn't 3 naked cat girls dancing? Oh, this person looks like an adventure plate not yet created. Oh, heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. No adventure plate. Captain Jack. It's been too long. I can't talk. I never did thank you properly for obtaining the ancestral garb of the shinobi. Ho there. I was wondering when you'd show up. And you brought Sir. How you keeping, lad? Keeping well, thank you. Bene. Now, I need a wid with Oboro. There's a thief on the loose in Lanosia who's fast. Too fast to be a regular old rook. You have my sympathies for your problem, of course, but why summon me? Well, as I was told it, the one doing the cloying ain't from Eorzea. Came from the Far East, judging by the garb. How very strange. The journey is too long to be undertaken lightly. I wonder what drove them here. Who knows? But here's the rum thing. This cove's a ninja, by all accounts. A ninja? It is uncanny how much your thief sounds like me, Jack. Why, if I didn't know any better, I would say I was your culprit. Aye. So get your daddles where I can see them. What? You have my sympathies for your speech problem. Sorry, impediment? Handicap? Ah, sorry, I'm being ableist. Do you have a translator? I suck at it, dude. I suck at it. My Limsa has a shirtless Catman doing the Manderville dance and a group of gay shirtless Hrothgar. Holy shit. What server? Asking for a friend? I just wanted to know to avoid that. So like I definitely don't accidentally get mixed up in that. I just definitely want to not go there, personally. I am on Out of Toys right now, yeah. Usually when we're grouping, we'll come to Ether. I can see the Loogie. The what? Is it safe? Is that okay? Is it? Huh? Couldn't help but amuse in there. Course, I don't actually suspect you. Truthfully, I just wanted to see if you knew anything that could help me with the case. Fed cat, I go back to sleep now. Toon, enjoy your nap. Take the Aetheryte to the aft castle. Okay. Good night, Toon. Nightclubs. No Lalafell allowed. For legal reasons. Good. Good. As it should be. My Limsa is in Ul'dah as the quicksand. Are you on Balmung, Derek? We don't judge here. This is a judgment-free zone. But are you on Balmung? That ought to be taken in by so obvious a ruse. Well, if the thief is a shinobi of Doman origin, then I might know him. Would you allow me to me and Sir to aid in your investigation? Balmung represent. Oh, I see. Interesting. With pleasure. Things will go a bit smoother with a couple dimmer dambers like you on board. Why don't we go and see what the victim's got to say about our rook, eh? Mulfa Kelfa's the cove we want, and we'll find him over at Summerford Farms. Ha! Been a goodly while since our last job together. Sir, and I'm looking forward to having you along. Balmung represents something, that's for sure. I heard from a very reliable source that it is contained to the quicksands, okay? It's not all Balmung. It's not all Balmung, just the quicksands. Just never, ever, ever go in the quicksands. Or do. I won't judge. Or do. This is a judgment-free zone. Oh yeah, the Lugi, the Lugi. If the Lugi is what I think the Lugi is, I think I've seen them because Adamantoise used to be my home. Occasionally I see people join the Lugi. If it's what I think it is. Lugi! Wait, where? Lugi! Occasionally I'll see somebody else. The thing about Lugi is, has anyone ever seen them AFK? If your home is Adamantoise, have you ever seen them AFK? Because I don't think I have. And that's the more frightening part than just being like a chimney sweep Elizin dancing here. You have seen them AFK. Okay. You've seen the chair. Okay. Because I don't think I've ever seen them AFK. You can turn off the chair icon. What if they're AFK right now? Has anyone ever gotten Lugi to do anything other than this? Has anyone gotten any sort of reaction from Lugi? Hello, sir. No. We got one on Excalibur who's always doing the bee's knees all day, probably all night, never AFK icon. You do know what's a Waluigi? Waluigi. Is that why their name is the Lugi? It's a Waluigi cosplayer? Waluigi. 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 Yeah. Terra! What? What, Rando? She has all the crazy raid gear though, so she has to step away from time to time. But when? Probably at degen hours. Wah. There used to be someone on my server who does the ballroom dance in the Gridanian markets. It was always a surprise to catch them in Eorzea or something. You're like, huh? You move? You're a player? As soon as you showed him, I knew it was Waluigi. Okay, listen. Fair. Fair, honestly, fair. Too sad to cry. Usually I don't read usernames, but that one was too good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, it is very obvious. Yeah, in retrospect, okay. But this was back when I was still making my little chimney sweep, my little chimney sweep aesthetic. So, shut up. Shut up is my point. The only time I've ever seen our Limsa dancing Catman move is on major patches, and then he moves to wherever the new MSQ starts. That's kind of iconic. That's like, that takes so much devotion. Like, I could never. I would definitely get bored after like half an hour. He's all purple with the Mario hat. Listen, that's not the Mario hat. I use that hat. Excuse you. Crystal Brunhilder has dancing Thancred in the Hub City for the current X-Pack. Yo. Also, of course, I have to acknowledge this. In terms of music spoilers, I've been very lucky in that I've had almost nothing spoiled. However, whatever the Endwalker zone is, like the main hub, has been spoiled. Has been spoiled because every single content creator uses that hub for like the background of whatever video they're doing. Same with streamers, they AFK in there a ton while they're talking Ponto, and other people as well. So they're like, has been like spoiled for me, but I'm not worried about it. Cactuar used to have Nep's AFK club in Party Finder, basically 24/7. Party Finder listing is only an hour, so they have to be constantly remaking it. Huh. You're talking about Zepla? I'm talking about every single streamer, dude. They all sit in that zone. Terra, just don't watch it. But I want to watch streamers. Usually they're not doing content that's spoilers. They're just sitting in that zone. You know nothing is safe, Terra. Shut the hell up. Let me engage. Let me engage, okay? Not everyone is behind me in the story, Becky Bones. Let me engage with the humans. At least you're getting close. Yeah. Haha. I definitely am. Okay, I opened up in a, okay, listen, I need to be honest with you guys. I opened up in a YouTube comment because somebody was like, oh my God, Endwalker's gonna destroy you. And I straight up answered honestly and said, I'm genuinely scared. We've been doing a lot of side content lately and it's because I'm genuinely scared of MSQ right now. 5.3 hurt my soul, dude. It was so emotional. I will be honest, I've been scared. I've been very scared. So when you guys are like, MSQ, I'm like, yeah. Sure, sounds good. But we are doing MSQ tomorrow, but I am scared. I am scared because I'm too emotional. No social interaction. We can't let you get spoiled. Hey, Phantom! We need to save you some side content, especially Hildy. Yes, I will especially need Hildy going through that, you're right. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Phantom, thank you for raid. Can we have shout outs, please and thank you? Hello, welcome in. My name is Terra. I'm variety I'm sorry. My script needs to be edited. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. No longer a proper variety streamer. I'm currently in 5.4 and avoiding it desperately. So good to have you guys. What were you up to? Phantom and her shadow minions are coming out of the shadows to raid your stream. Have an amazing time with you. We promise you don't bite much. Like a little biting is okay. Like just like a little bit is fine. Let me give you a shout out. Phantom X. What were you playing? Final Fantasy. Where are you? What's happening? What? Tell me all the things. How was your stream? What content are you doing? How are you feeling? Welcome in. Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate you. I've been spoiled on a variety of things, but I'm not a streamer and I'm not reacting for anyone. So like, shrug. Yeah, Islua, I was surprised that you were like part of the stream all the time. Like, considering you're a Sprout, I was surprised. But for some people, they're not too heartbroken about spoilers. For me, it's very important, obviously, to stay spoiler free so that I have the most genuine reaction. But like, I would probably also be hanging out in spoiler streams if I wasn't a streamer. So I feel you. Hello, Raiders. His name is Terrabellum. He's a streamer currently focusing on a variety of 14 content open to him. Welcome in and hope you enjoy. There you go, Terra. Jolly. That's pretty accurate, though. You're a Final Fantasy streamer. We need to know your location, your date of birth, your emotional states for the past 36 hours in excruciatingly detail. What Lord Wiz said. What Lord Wiz said. I'm echoing that. We need to know everything you're experiencing in excruciating detail. I freaking poop sucked Endwalker. I have not heard the term poop sock in like forever. So I read it, didn't realize what I read, and it hit me on a delay. Holy fuck. So I wouldn't get any spoilers worth it. Fucking poop sock. I'm done. I'm out. You're a noob. Where are you at in the story, Phantom? Are you Realm Reborn? Are you Heavensward? Thankfully, we're only doing Ninja Quest right now, so you won't get any story spoilers if you're scared of it. Literally got back into 14 and been having the most fun. Where are you currently? Tell me all the things. It's so important. This game won my heart so fast. So fast. I love it so much. Not your date of birth though. Yeah, don't dox yourself. Yeah. Not that one though. Not that one though. It's fun because you get hints of what's in your future. Totally. I've said this before, and I think sometimes spoilers for games makes you want to play them more because you want to know what happened. How did we get here? What is this? You know what I mean? Oh. Okay. And who, pray tell, are you? Yes, you. And the gloomy-looking fellow there. Are these your people, Jack? Can they handle this matter with the guild's customary sensitivity? Aye, I reckon so. Sir here is one of the guild's newer lads, and your gloomier-looking cove is, a colt. Just joined up, so to speak. In that case, bring back my orb. It's one of a kind, and they stole it from me. 2 nasty thieves from the far eastern looked to them, and after I spent a bloody fortune on it. Only level 43 paladin. I don't mind spoilers at all. It will help me find them. Let's go. So you're fresh. You're fresh. Like fresh. Like hot off the presses fresh. Oh my god. It's a baby. It's a baby, guys. Give them hugs. Give them support. Let's go. You have no idea all I want to say is you have no idea what's coming for you. You have no idea. But you're in for like a wild, amazing ride. A wild, amazing ride. Give them emotional damage? Yes, that. Finally found Sid. We're trying to get his airship together. I'm from West Coast. I love all video games. You picked a good one. Oh, you picked a good one. Falling upon me just as I was on my way here. The fiends ran to the northwest, thrice as fast as my men could. I want them found and clapped in irons, damn it. Oh. Well, we best get after them then. If they are foreigners, they won't know the lay of the land. Might be as we can use them against... use that against them and catch up before they hop the twig. No need to be shy if it comes to blade work. But don't mill them either. We need to find out why the rooks are cloying from honest folk. God, I'm not excited to be back in Jack speak. Okay, for like a split second, I was happy to see Jack again, but his, what do you call it? Thieves can't? His thieves can't? I can't handle it. It's my brain short circuits. It's like Eorzea. Eorzea is just as bad. Yes, sir, like the ink is still drying. Oh. Terra, show Fat Cat the new friends. Fat Cat! The most important. Can't thieves. You find a set of footsteps heading to the northwest. If this were The Witcher 3, we'd be talking about how they headed to the northwest. And then we'd go looking for them. Seems like there was a battle. I think about that a lot. The fact that The Witcher 3 fucking Geralt, just deepest, raspiest voice. Which one, Fat Cat Minion or Corpse Cat Mount? Get out, Jolly. Don't ruin this for me. Have the friendship circlet, gives you 20%. Hey, you got something. You got something. You find a set of footsteps heading to the northwest. La la. You're on Exodus Realm. Is Exodus NA or EU? NA, right? Which one specifically? You can just make out 2 figures ahead in Woad Whisper Canyon. It's NA? Oh, hell yeah. That means you could hop over. You could hop over in the future. Hello. You love the cat. You don't care what lore it is. It's a loaf of pure joy and wonder. It really... Oh! Holy shit, that person scared me. It really is. Fat Cat is the cutest mount. Exo's on Primal. Got it. NA Primal. If you decide to do another job, make sure you do the Hall of the Novice to get a ring that gives 30% boost up to level 30. Oh! I didn't know that's actually how you got that ring. We did read the description for it. Yes, we did, Derek. It's not okay. It's not okay. Hulric 2. Electric Boogaloo. Is Sheepmount also floofy? Yes, it is. Well, well, you're a dimmer mort, make no mistake. So why is it you've taken to Cloyan? Oh! Never a tender wid for Jack, is there? No, it's always a stabber. Yes, that's her, the thief! Ha! I knew talking to this guild was the right choice. Uh-oh. Sadly, this means our relationship is at an end. It would be inconvenient if you were to learn of how I came by the orb. Sellsword, your skills are required. Sellsword? Estinian? Oh, of course not Estinian. Estinian. Ha ha ha. It'd be me pleasure. Jack's one to be reckoned with, but not when he's got 2 fledglings at his side. Me trusty trident'll do for 'em all. Ruh-roh raggy. Evil Lala. No way. We're being betrayed by a Lala again. Well, them's choice wids from a double-crossing bastard. Neither you mind being called fledglings. No, it's okay. I'm alright with it. Not in the least. It will be all the sweeter to make him eat those words, and he is a more fitting foe than some silent maiden. Ha ha. Bluster and enrage all you want. You won't be going gently into the night. Ha ha ha. Estinian. Kyo. You can't just put N''T on whatever you want. Huh? I didn't even get to draw me stabbers. And the fight's already over. Well, we did ye wrong, ye my dimmer mort. Seems we owe you an apology. Suddenly we have Hildy quests? Someone's description for Puppet's Bunker Glam Runs has a piece that is, I am this close to ducking pickle for the casting pants. Ducking pickle. Oh. Nice. You have my thanks, but I didn't need your aid for such brutes as these. Sucking pickle, yeah. Your bow? Then it is true. You're from the Far East. Have we met by any chance? You seem familiar. Bow, not bow. Oh, I hate English. Bow, not bow. Oh my god. I was even thinking. I was like, she doesn't have no bow in her hair. Maybe it's on the back. Your accent marks you as a shinobi. Akagi, explain the situation. Oh, you were the lot who were chasing us. Scary being chased, but right. Why we're here. This is. Oh boy. Yatsurugi no Yuki. If I understand your customs, you'd call her Princess Yuki of the Yatsurugi clan. She's left her lands to search for her family's treasure. They were stolen by bandits, you see. The Yatsurugi clan? You are very far from your domain. You are very far from your domain, princess. Tell me why make the journey. I have no time to talk. Not while the identity of the bandits still eludes me. You need only know that I have taken back 3 of the stolen treasures, and I will leave when the other 2 are mine. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. You're so fast at reading, I should take notes. That's what causes me to trip over my words all the time. Oh my god, my spine. Poor Terra. I'm having a struggle every day. I think you're supposed to pronounce the B in Dimber, which makes Dimber Damber flow better. Okay. Fuck Thieves Can't. Fuck Thieves Can't. Jack, I love you, but you need to go back to your hole because I don't like reading your speech anymore. Very well. Your reasons are yours to keep, but I cannot leave you without a sworn dagger, princess. And I know just the person to do it. Sir, will you not aid in Princess Yuki's mission as her shinobi? As you know, we are blades, and missions are as whetstones to us. Though through duty and service, we sharpen our skills and our minds. This is the next step on your path. The princess is a stranger here. She can trust no one save you. Why would she trust me, though? Your mission is to guard her with your life, and return her safely to her people. What say you? And she's gone. You think me naive enough to trust a shinobi? When Doma fell, we all saw your daggers in its back. Come, Akagi, leave the traitors. Been like that ever since we got here. Why, she'll barely let me pack her bloody clothes. I understand why she refuses my help when it comes to fighting, I suppose. I'm no warrior, but she does have her limits. Everyone does. Pauper or princess. So I'd appreciate it if you lend me a hand keeping her, well, alive. Of course, my friend. If her life is in danger, send word here. Sir and I will answer. I'm much obliged. You've no idea... but I'd best go. She'll have my head if she catches me chatting. I'll be in touch. Hey, fresh into the stream after discovering the channel on YouTube. What's going on? We're doing ninja quests. We just finished the Nier raids, and we did a little bit of Hildy. Oh, you should go back in the VOD. You should go back in the VOD if you're an emotional vampire, like I assume you are, and you should watch my reaction to the Digital Fan Fest because, whoo, whoo, whoo. Oh my God, it hurt. Biting back Far Eastern baubles. That what was bitten, eh? We'll need to whittle more from that dastardly duo, I expect. The guild'll tip a dawdle to track down the bandits that cloyed the treasures. Thank you, Jack. When you have something, you know where to find us. Shall we, sir? The Nier raids, they were fantastic. They were fantastic. The music was incredible. The mechanics were incredible. And this is the sheep. Becky Bones is sheep.
You're my superstar.
Is she? Whoa! Stop, you just got here. Stop, you just got here. Oh my lord. Thank you for the organic, fresh tier 1. Holy hell. I appreciate that so much. That's like the biggest compliment you could give a streamer. To show up and just be like, yeah! I'm sad I missed the red girl wedding. It jump scared me, Ike. It jump scared me. If you're wondering, it did. The entire alliance raid was like, got him! Want to hug ball of floof. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Oboro is a linguistic genius. He comes to Eorzea from Doma and can immediately understand. Right? Okay, Rando. The fact that Oboro can communicate with Jack seamlessly when I'm having trouble understanding what the fucker is saying is incredible. Oboro, genius. Your video of Omverot and the Emmet Suck trial wrecked me. I was crying the entire time editing it. I'm still scared when I have to edit 5.3 for YouTube. There's not enough tissues. There's not enough tissues for that. It's gonna suck. Also, hi Vixen, welcome in. It's a pleasure to have you. I had heard of Yuki Yatsurugi before, the pride of her clan, puissant princess of the Far East. If even a tenth of the rumors are true, she has a reason to deny our aid. But somehow, you must earn her trust. Someday, her life may depend upon it. The path ahead of you is long. Your resolve cannot falter. I will help you where I can, but from this day forth, you must devote your entire being to protecting Princess Yuki. Hi! Ganbarimasu! The next ninja quest will be available at 52. I am level 69. Whoopsies! Hake Mujinsatsu. 130 potency. Extends Huton. Okay. Yes, please. Akagi has summoned us, sir. Princess Yuki is attempting to infiltrate a Salthound stronghold? He would have us save her, to use his words. He's managed to delay her near Mimrune's trading post. I trust you know the place. Let us away with all haste. Please record the editing process. With how much I've been crying, I almost should. I almost should. It's my AoE combo. Wait, you mean I have more than one button to press for AoE? You never did learn the secret lore of Goodbye, Jeff. Yeah, they didn't answer me, did they? While they were AFK. No. It's gonna be a mystery forever. Why was their name Goodbye, Jeff? Why were they saying goodbye? Did they lose someone? I have so many questions. And they'll never be answered. We just have to live with that. Who's Jeff? Your hair is amazing, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. I used to hate my curly hair, and it wasn't until maybe like 6 years ago or something I've only been streaming for 2 years, mind. But I think 6 years ago, I was finally like, okay, fine. Curly hair, I'm done straightening you. I'm done fighting you. You do what you're going to do. And then here it is. If you turn on effect, I can show you the AoE. I mean, I'm going to get it right after this quest, Jolly. Thank you for trying, though. Literally about to unlock it. Sometimes you just have to let the hair win. Totally, Zagi. Totally. I get moderately colorblind. I can't tell if it's blue or purple. It looks great either way. It's blue. But it does have purple undertones. So I wonder if that's messing with you. Because it is a dye that has like purple undertones to it rather than the kind of greenish undertones that most blue hair dyes have. I need to clean the contacts for my W and E keys. Oh, are they scuffing up? Why is music intense? Oh, fade. That makes sense. Yeah, that's probably why it's getting you. Finally, it's not easy keeping the princess in one place, you know? What dye brand did you use? How many times did you bleach before blue? One time. One time. My brown hair, it used to be such bright blonde when I went outside the house, but no, my brown hair lightens up pretty quickly, so I only bleach once, and then I need to look at the bottle to be sure it's the right one before I lie to you. I think it's Manic Panic. This one. Manic Panic Shocking Blue. Wait, no, not this one. This one. Nope. This one. Shocking Blue. Manic Panic Shocking Blue is the dye that I use. I dyed my hair red once. I dyed my hair purple once, but ever since the blue, I've just been obsessed. So I doubt I will do many different hair colors other than the blue. They're double tapping. Ew. Cleaning the contacts usually helps, Kay. Incredible. This is why you had me wait, Akagi. I had thought myself clear. I neither need nor want help. Go home, Shinobi. Princess, now that we are here, surely there's no harm in telling us your plan. We'd be happy to. It's a long story, too. Rumors have been swirling about your black markets, about things that sound much like our clan's stolen treasures. It's hard to pin down rumors like that, but we've also gotten word that some group of pirates, the Hounds of Salt, or some such, keep records of the black markets. I don't need to tell you how valuable those could be. Of course, a certain someone is set on slipping in their camp by herself. She's already gone. She's already gone, Akagi! But I can't see to letting that... She's already fucking gone. Not again. Always sneaking off on her own like that. Seeing as she is already gone, we cannot stop her. However, we might still lend her aid by clearing obstacles from her path. Here, sir, smoke bombs. You will catch the attention of nearby watchmen if you set these off near the camp. Incapacitate them, and then the princess may pass unnoticed. Mechanical. A fake attack? My axe is for show, mainly, but I'll help where I can. Very well, Akagi. Go east, I will go north. We will rendezvous to the southeast of Poor Maid's Mill when done. Here, sir, passes blunt. You also need to yell smoke bomb. Kitty litter! One chatter called this kitty litter, and I will never see it differently ever in my life. So I hope they're proud of themselves. Smoke bomb! Activate! Oh, uptime? Terrabellum has been streaming. Mac, do not uptime me. Mac, I will fight you. I will lose said fight, but I will fight you. You will absolutely kick my ass. But let it be known that I will be kicking and screaming. Do 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 do. I don't know, man. Remove the command and take away my bot access then. Otherwise, get wrecked. Honestly fair. The level 80 ninja move is super neat. I'll see it when I get there, Jolly. I appreciate you, though. I think the funniest thing that I've seen happen so far is Assassinate lunges you onto the target's head. We were doing Alexander, I think it was. And I got some sort of stack, or it might have been Brute Justice. I don't remember, doesn't matter. I got some sort of stack marker on me, and it totally followed my model up onto the head when I jumped on with Assassinate. It was the funniest thing. Somebody in Discord was like, what the fuck was that? I was like, I assassinated them. Also, ending on time means your poor EU people can sleep. Hey, quiet you, quiet you. Quiet you, accurate though, accurate. Especially when we're doing like endgame content, like story-wise, and then EU gang is like, okay, that was great. It's 5 a.m. I'm gonna go to sleep. And I'm like, oh God. Guys, the VOD is there. You can watch the VOD. Who needs sleep? It's for the weak. Terra, I'm going to start early for the EU gang. Bellum, it's me. It's 5 a.m. for me. Oh no. Derek, no. Fuck y'all, I'll stream for 10 hours. Me during 5.0 Mac, it didn't feel like 10 hours. When we did the 5.0 stream, it did not feel that long because there was so much happening. It was so cool. All we can do, we have done. Princess Yuki should have made it inside by now. Heh, heh, heh. Put paid to the watch, but not the watchdogs. When they get their teeth into you lot, he. What? Quickly, sir, inside the camp. Save yourselves the effort. The black market records are mine. Our jade jewel is mentioned in here. The Midari Kanemitsu dagger as well. Seems the former was sold, but finding the buyer should not be difficult, and the blade will be up for auction shortly. Princess, you're safe. Did you not meet with any resistance? Resistance? Oh, them? Yo, she a boss-ass bitch and we love this for her? She don't need us? You did that, princess? She's not the pride of our clan for nothing. The princess is a skilled fighter. She's tried her hand at your ninjutsu too. Not even her instructors can keep up with her these days. I trust you see now why I have no need of your help. I will reclaim my clan's property myself. I just wish she understood what she means to our clan. Well, thank you for today. I'll have need of your help again soon. But let's keep it on the sly, eh? And just like that, Mac lost her mod sword. True. It's only 2 a.m. We're fine. Come, let us return to our hunt. You must meditate on what you have seen. Seen here to focus your thoughts into weapons anew. Bong, bong, bong. You need to learn Ninja, Kershaw. I actually recommend it a lot. Red Mage is still my favorite class, but Ninja is very fun. And I've realized why I like Red Mage and Ninja above all the other jobs that I've tried, which is no small few. It's because they blend melee and magic together. Ninja does their magic through ninjutsus, and Red Mage is, well, Red Mage. And they have their melee combos. But that's my favorite aesthetic. Any tips for a new Red Mage? Don't double cast Jolt. Don't double cast Jolt like my dumbass. But I would say always use Embolden and Manification together. Try not to overcap on mana. Get mana potions, either level alchemy or get mana potions, because the mana struggle is real in late content when you're rezzing people like left, right, and center. Use Lucid Dreaming far more liberally than I do. I don't know why I just don't use Lucid Dreaming enough, and then by the time I look down, I have 2,000 mana, and I'm fucked. It's the only melee class you haven't leveled to 90. Always keep one color of mana slightly higher than the other. Yes, I actually prefer to keep black mana slightly higher because I really like Verholy. Reaper and Dark Knight have that same kind of mix, but edgy. Yeah, Dark Knight, I'm actually going to be leveling once Ninja's 80, so get ready for Dark Knight Quest on stream, because that'll be soon. That'll be soon, soon, soon. Ninja's almost 70. I think you've been playing Summoner, but you want to try Red Mage. I went from Summoner, tried Red Mage on a whim, loved it, and I haven't looked back at Summoner since. I got Summoner to 80 in my own time, but Where is it? Yeah, I got it to 80. But I don't know if I really love it. I don't know if I really love it. It's okay. It's okay. Red Mage is just more my style. In my opinion, best tip for Red Mage, or honestly nearly every class, go find a training dummy, mess around with what buttons, see how things work. That is the best way. The best way to learn is by doing, totally. Dark has the best quest job line. People have told me repeatedly to do Dark on stream, so I'm gonna save it for stream. Also want to have a tombstone farm sesh sometime. Just realized I'm still behind on tombstones. I would love to. I would love to. We'll use the what do you call? Party Finder in Discord in the containment zone for Final Fantasy, and we could totally get a little tome farming together. It was written by the same person who did Shadowbringers MSQ. What's her name again? Ishikawa? Ishikawa did Rogue? What was the order again? They did Rogue. Then they did something. Dark? Was it Dark second? And then they did all of Shadowbringers. They did half of Stormblood, was it? Or part of Stormblood? You were skeptical of the Dark Quest, but yeah, they're S tier. Rogue, Dark, Azim Step, thank you. Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. Oh my god, their writing is so good, dude. So good. Ooh. Stream, that way people do it all for you. Jolly, I don't like using my streamer privilege all the time. Though, of course, I'm always grateful. Well, the princess's trust is not yet yours, but she is safe. Were this a trial, you would have passed. But your mind is full, still your thoughts. Listen to what your heart says in the silence, and in so doing, you will grow as a shinobi. Dark is easily the best tank job questline. I've heard that Paladin is easily the worst questline in the game. When I level Paladin, I would never skip a cutscene in my life, but I am probably gonna skip Paladin quests. Because I've just heard they're like brain rotting, like in not good. Oh, that's cool. Woo! Woo! What a spicy AoE! Woo! I like it. I like it. Paladin makes me furious for the stupidest reason, and it's not even the quests, really? 50, 60 Paladin quests are downright bad. Oof. It's just a bit boring. It's fine. It's fine. They can't all be amazing. At the very least, I say don't worry about doing Paladin quests. Yeah, I definitely won't do them on stream. That being said, we have some summoner quests. I think we have 60 to 80 summoner. No, 60 to 70, and then the 80 capstone summoner quests that I would like to do, because I know a few of you said the summoner quests are pretty good. So we'll do that at some point. Being invisible on top of Oboro looks weird. You're inside him, Jolly. Okay, this will be last quest, maybe? Or should we end now? What time is it? What time is it? I'm live again tomorrow. It's 8:03. Do we do one more? Do we do one more? I said I wanted to finish these, but we can start with these tomorrow. We can start with these before we get back into MSQ, and then we'll do MSQ. Oh, Paladin has a 3-part combo, forks off and applies a dot. Okay, that's fair. Until you do the level 60 class quest, that dot ends up being better to apply every rotation over the original combo? But then once you do the level 60, it's better? Go ahead, do one more. Let's do one more. Roulettes to avoid the crazies. Vel and I did roulettes at like DGen hours last night. It was a mess. It was a mess. It was not great. Akagi has called us again, this time to Oshan's embrace. His note was brief and hastily written. I do not know what the princess has done, but it is clear she needs our aid urgently. Who knows what's gonna happen on Tuesday? Paladin's getting complete rework. Complete doesn't mean quests. Complete just means skills. Yeah? Yes? Because maybe Paladin's gonna be like Pog. Maybe Paladin mains are gonna be pogging. Rotation, yeah. Because think of every other job that got reworked. Summoner, while it's not necessarily my cup of tea, got a great rework, right? Everyone's saying new summoner is like so good compared to what it used to be. So paladin mains out there? Hopium? Hopium? Quest likely won't change. Oof. They're taking 2 party finder paladins dots with the rework. Do we have all the details on what they're doing to them or no? Like 15 people complain about the summoner rig. Like 15 of the millions. Not yet. We'll get it on Monday with patch notes. That's so exciting, dude. That's so exciting. Because aesthetically, I love Paladin, but I haven't picked it up yet. I love tank shields. I love holy. Again, mix of melee magic, right? Mix of melee magic. That's my jam. That's my shit. So Dark Knight Paladin looks super cool. It looks super cool to me, but I just haven't picked it up yet. And now there's no point until after the rework. And then I could easily pick up Paladin. Oh my god, Terra. What? What? I used to main Paladin for tanking. I've switched to Warrior since Endwalker dropped. Because of the self-healing. Because of the insane self-healing. I just hope they don't turn it into a reskinned Warrior. I hope it still feels unique. And Paladin glams always look amazing. Yes. Paladin glams are always on point. You, where were you? Here I am, worried half to death because the princess is in danger, and I can't do a thing about it. And you just saunter up like, calm yourself. Start at the beginning. Where's the princess? Those 15 people, but I loved being one of 24 people who could perfectly execute the 3-minute long rotation that Summoner had. Masochists. Got it, Rando. Masochists. Calm. Calm. Her Highness learned who bought the clan's jewel. She's run off to take it back and left me behind. Uh-oh. Where is she? She can't have gotten far, even with her bleeding witchcraft or whatever. Come on, lads, fan out and find her. Well, that's it in a nutshell. The guards won't rest till they catch her, and she's stuck up there. I didn't even see her! That she would find the jade jewel is just like her, but she clearly has no way to escape. Well, sir, it's your mission. What takes the greatest priority? Kill the guards! Helping the princess. An answer that befits the true shinobi. Borger! Love you. He just walked away from me. He didn't say anything. He just delivered Borger, walked away. Didn't even say you're welcome or nothing. Just burger and fries and walked away. What a beautiful man. What a beautiful man he is. Oh. Ninja hide is literally the perfect thing for class swapping. Okay. Okay. It's a smash burger. It's a smash burger, Krisha. I'm so excited. Oh, it smells so good. Whew, I'm a hungry boy. I'm a hungry boy. Anyways, I've only ever really mained Warrior because that's what you mained in 11 years. Did you guys know that there like 11 streamers exist and they're like dedicated? I was like really like, what's the word? Not bored. Curious. I was really curious about Final Fantasy XI. I was like, I wonder if anyone streams it. And yeah, there's like a whole ass little community around 11 still. It's wild. It's crazy. 14 exists. Not that I'm gonna yuck on their yum or anything, but like, damn, it's so cool to see. An answer that befits the true shinobi. The guards think the princess's ninjutsu is magic. We can use this ignorance to our benefit. It's niche but still alive, and that's so fucking cool. Let fly right on. They will mistake the thunder for Princess Yuki's ninjutsu. Draw the enemy southwest, away from the princess. We will rendezvous on the Salt Strand. Exactly, Lord Wiz. Exactly. It's crazy and so cool to see. Let's see hide class switching and see what it's like. Because of the little smoke bomb. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Because of the little there's a little poof. There's a little poof at the end of it. That's cool. That's cool as hell. This way. I maybe should have said something since you always get shooed out of streams when I'm running stuff with Terra. Poor Val. I didn't realize you were the rando from stream until I asked Tara. I was like, there's a blue lurking after me. Which mount is that? Okay, this is pure streamer privilege. This is pure streamer privilege, and I will never, like, never try and disguise it otherwise. This mount is Black Pegasus, and it's like, it sells for like 15 mil. And a very, very sweet bean in the community by the name of Shira rolls up, opens a trade, and gives me the mount. And I was like, ah, hello. So streamer privilege through and through right there. Unleash the thunder right on the destination. Bing, bing. The sound of footsteps echoes in the distance. That sound! It's the girl! After her! From Palace of the Dead. Yes, thank you, Leela. Use Raiton on the next target? Oh, am I slowly luring them away? That's cool as hell. Do 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 do. Come on, what do you mean no? Cowards! Do you want to be the one to tell the master someone took the jewel? Then come on! Also, the best part of playing ninja is the bong bong bong. And if anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying. The bong bong is great. Don't let her get away! That jewel's more valuable than our lives! Sometimes it takes you out of hide, then takes a second, smoke poofs, and suddenly you're different. It's pretty good. It's too bad we don't have a smoke bomb emote. Because then everyone would change their finger snap job changes to smoke bombs. It's crazy to think that 2.5 years ago, these zones didn't even have flying. And that 5.3 was 2.5 years ago. I'm 2.5 hours. I'm 2.5 years behind on where I'm at. I legit forgot I was in Raktika until I stepped out of the sanctuary. Lahi! Honestly, such a banger. Has no business going as hard as it does. Nin would be smoke bomb. Some magic ones would be finger snap. Yo, you got it. Noisy, you got it. Yeah, you're right. Hello, hello, princess. Oh, you are unexpected. Yes, most unexpected. Whomst? Uh-oh. So the thunder wasn't her doing, but a shinobi's. Huh, most curious. Where did she find the coin to pay you? Or does she command your loyalty with her regal blood? And that Endwalker was launched more than a year ago. That is crazy to me. Because I played A Realm Reborn before Endwalker. That was back when I was on free trial. And then I stopped playing because A, the queues were bad, and then B, the please do not know about the Final Fantasy XIV, a critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV. And then they literally made it so free trials could not play. And so I just like, yeah, it went on the back burner. I forgot about it. I streamed other things. And then, and now here we are, and I'm a 14 main. I'm a 14 main now. How did this happen? Literally Mag. People, so at the height of Endwalker, when the queues were horrendous, Mag, people took that copy paste and flipped it around backwards. And they were like, please do not hear about the critically acclaimed MMO. Please forget about it. Do not enjoy the Up to Heavensward for free. I was trying to creep the areas Terra was in, and I was like, wow, she's been in that cutscene for a while. Listen here, you. Listen here, you, Spez. Valora's only like 5 to 10 minutes away from overtaking Terra and being able to show up for MSQ streams. Literally, Zagi. Literally. Vel is far in Shadowbringers already. Anyways, Terra, I need to run Snowcloak after, so we're doing that quick after we watch Futurama, okay? Okay, deal! Snowcloak is cute, and the music there is so calm. What I could do if royalty flowed in my veins. Also, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said it. Hi, welcome in. No matter. I'm buying a bright future with my actions today. The mission comes first, as they used to say. I was only paid to oversee the delivery. But what is my employer's goodwill worth, I wonder? Why do you look at me like that? Your eyes are like Karasu's or Gekkai's, judging me unworthy. You must be from the Far East, a real shinobi with real ninjutsu, like Gekkai. You think yourself my better because of it. Don't lie to me. I can see it in your damn eyes. I will make you spit out what you know about Yuki, or I'll cut it from your corpse's stomach. That's not how... What? You can't cut information out of my stomach. Unless you're torturing me. I just got the threat now. I understand. I understand what he was telling me. Do you know the main reason to level ninja if you haven't already? It's for rogues' fleet of foot in jumping puzzles. The passive movement speed that rogues get, amazing. This is your sign to level ninja right now. Oh, I'm so dumb. I did my jutsus backwards. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Also the jump when you have the knives out, 10 out of 10, literally. I feel like I'm supposed to kill these. They're summoning bats! Hang on, Batty. I'll be back for you. You have 3 Futuramas counting down from now. When the Futuramas reach 0, we play Snowcloak? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, you mean time-wise. You mean time-wise. Okay. Okay, fair. 3 Futuramas. God, Raiton does so much damage. I know when the tides have turned. He who fights and runs. He who fights and runs away. Yes, yes. Why do they always run? He spoke of Gekkai and Karasu, but who was he? Jolly, literally. I'm not a fan of Lalafell personally, but seeing them run as ninja is hilarious. It's little airplane! What do we want? Low-flying airplane noises. When do we want them? I love it. I love it. You skip cutscenes? Fight me? Spess? I'm breaking up with you. If you skip cutscenes. No, that's dramatic. A different breed than the other guards, that one. He knew of Karasu, of Gekkai. There should be no shinobi in this land with such knowledge. Unless he was one of Gekkai's shadows. The Imperial Shinobi lost their place in Garlemald when the unit disbanded after the man's death. That would be cause for them to sell their blades. I imagine they demand for mercenaries with ninjutsu would be great among people with money enough to trade in Far Eastern treasures. Pardon me, sir. This can wait. Princess Yuki's safety is paramount. Let us join her near the Tempest Gate. Time to make 14 lore content in the guise of Futurama episodes. That would actually be legendary. Especially if you're in Snowcloak, I'd say stop skipping now. The story is good now. Yes, yes, yes. Rando's got the right of it. Now it's actually worth paying attention. I understand the A Realm Reborn burnout is real, but Snowcloak onward is definitely time to start being like, okay, I will listen. Do what I didn't just watch the end of ARR. Vel's got a good knowledge of the story too. And Vel suffered through A Realm Reborn as best they could as well. Just broke the admin page. Mac, come on. Yes, Akagi told me, and no, your aid was not needed. I could have escaped perfectly well without you. But I suppose the important thing is that the Jade Jewel is once again mine. All I've left to find is the Midare Kanemitsu dagger. Don't interfere. This is my problem to solve, all right? Yuki-chan! Come back. Oh, sorry, it should be Yuki-san. Sorry, she's my master. I should be respectful. Never know it by what she said, but she's secretly grateful. And if she does anything, I know where to find her brave protectors. That you do. Shall we return, sir? Nodders. Base A Realm Reborn is rough. Hard agree with the advice on Snowcloak part. Yes. I've said many times, A Realm Reborn is a rite of passage. It's dry, and you're missing so much information to make it actually good, but it's important. It's dry, and it's important. It's dry-ass Thanksgiving turkey with no gravy. But the gravy will come later, retroactively, and make that turkey taste good. I promise. This metaphor fell apart, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. It's good in retrospect, not actively. Played at least once. After that, if you want to revisit the story, it's worth skipping, yeah. That being said, with information you get later on, it does become better. But it's much later on that you get that information. I have made Akagi aware of the strange sellsword we met on the Salt Strand. He will be vigilant, as should you. As for your mission, I believe the princess is warming to you, though it is difficult to tell, but at the very least, no harm has befallen her on your watch. Now, I will leave you to your meditations. Allow them to further sharpen your mind, so you'll be the blade when the time comes again to strike. Armor Crush! Oh, thank God, Armor Crush! Oh, yes, extends Huton duration by 30 seconds to a maximum of 60. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. I've been too long without Armor Crush. Manually recasting my Hutons is suffering. The Serio weapons are beautiful. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That being said, we end. Stream over. Get out. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. No, we're gonna raid someone. We're gonna raid somebody. Love you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out with me. It was a great day. That Soken digital fan fest thing was absolutely beautiful. I don't know why we started with that, because holy shit, that was draining. That was emotionally draining. We're live again tomorrow. We're gonna finish off Ninja Quests, and then we're gonna do 5.4. Well, some of 5.4. I don't know if we'll finish it. I don't know how long it is. But I promised you guys a crumb of MSQ, so you can have a crumb of MSQ tomorrow. Deal? Deal? Shake? Shake. Good. Some MSQ tomorrow. And 5.5. Hey, now hang on here, Derek. Hang on a minute. Glad I found you tonight. We'll catch another stream when I can. Vixen, it was a pleasure having you. It was a pleasure seeing so many new faces in the chat today. Hi, you guys. Love you. You've been great. You've been awesome. You make every day I go live worth it. It's so cool. I'm so blessed. Okay. Okay, we have options. We actually have options. I can hang out in neither of them. But Kuiper is on the Endwalker finale. Kuiper's on the Endwalker finale, so I can just ship you guys off there. You can get your emotional vampirism off, or Abaddon is starting Endwalker. I think I want to ship you guys off to Kuiper. Oh, Kershaw, whenever I raid someone ahead of me,
get this.
I don't go.
Have is milk? Well, everybody also has. You guessed it. Beer. Who doesn't have fish? Okay, so you're probably wondering, what kinds of cocktails could I possibly make out of those two ingredients?
Spess, no.
Well, I have the answer for you. Bilk. Bilk is a wonderful new drink. 50% pure Miller Genuine Draft, 50% full fat.
You disgust
buttermilk.
me.
A drink so good you'll taste it twice. We promise.
You disgust me.
Bilk is the favorite drink of tens of people around the world. A time-tested tradition.
I just love the Bilk is a favorite drink of tens of people around the world. You disgust me, Spess. How dare you revive Bilk in my channel? Get the hell out of here. I'm sending you guys to Kuiper, okay? As I said, I won't be going with you guys, but I love Kuiper. Kuiper has very similar energy to me, and they're ending Endwalker, so it's gonna be a ride. It's going to be a ride, and if you like my energy, you will like their energy. Yeah, we're going to Endwalker for emotional vampirism. There you guys go. We're going to Kuiper. There's our raid messages. I will see you guys tomorrow. Please give Kuiper so much love for me. I adore her. I adore her. Someone we met recently, but she's just such good energy. Such a good, positive vibe that is so good to see on this platform. Hopefully it's before Redacted. We'll find out. We'll find out when we go. Love you guys so much. See you tomorrow for more Ninja and more MSQ. And please drink water. No. Please drink food. Eat water. Take your meds if it's something you haven't do. And yeah, Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye.